Smoke billowed over the French Quarter while darkness flooded the entire city of New Orleans. The rancid smell of burning plastic filled the air. Days had passed without the presence of a single supply truck, National Guard unit, or police cruiser. Gangs and common thieves emerged to fill the void. Dax Harper stood in front of the convenience store listening to the chaos inside. He had heard people talking, saying that someone had broken into a basement storage area and was selling boxes of cereal and bottled water. Dax thought it was worth checking out. Muffled explosions rattled the building while shrill screams mixed with angry shouts. People ran past him, rushing through the broken glass front of the building and knocking him back into the aluminum trim now dangling from the window frame. This store and all the others in New Orleans' French Quarter district had been raided over a week ago. Much like when Katrina had torn apart the city over a decade earlier, looters had taken the expensive items first. Televisions, computers, iPads, anything with street value had disappeared from the shelves. But it wasn't long before people realized that those luxuries didn't matter without food, fresh water, and weapons. You couldn't feed your family an iPad. Torrential downpours had drenched the city since the grid went down, and under normal circumstances, the drainage pumps would keep New Orleans from flooding. But the rainwater was now filling the bathtub that was Lake Pontchartrain, and it would begin spilling over the sides at any moment. Even though Dax knew the people inside the store would be lucky to find a half-eaten bag of peanuts, he wondered if he should scope it out too. Maybe he'd get lucky and find an unopened can of yams. Dax had been searching for his sister, Gabby, but he'd never be able to do that and protect himself from the mobs if he was starving to death. He had already lost some weight. Dax could tell when he looked at his tattoos and flexed his biceps. He had worn a flat top when he'd been a teenager, like most African-American kids at his high school, but now he kept his hair closely cropped. Dax's chiseled jaw and deep-set eyes had made him popular with the girls in his younger days, and still did. Over the years, he had seen slight wrinkles form on his face, and a little gray peppered his goatee. He stumbled forward as someone rammed into him from behind. Dax threw his hands out to break the fall, slid on the asphalt, and then rolled over. A young man in his mid-20s looked back at him. "Get the fuck out of my way, pig!" He stepped to the side and let the kid pass, thinking it was best to avoid conflict when possible. Dax stood up and made sure the badge was still pinned to his chest while gunshots punctured the darkness. When the sun went down now, firefights on Canal Street became as common as mosquito bites. A woman in her 60s walked out of the store clutching a can of black beans to her bosom. Dax stood motionless as a man came up behind her and swiped the can, knocking the elderly woman down. The man stared at Dax, daring him to intervene with his eyes. He smiled, and then ran away as Dax watched him go. Dax felt a slap on his arm, and he turned to see the woman's face in his, her eyes red and wet. She opened her mouth as if to smile, but her rotten teeth turned it into a snarl. "What's your problem? You think because this city's gone to hell that you don't have to do your damn job?" Dax looked down at the badge. He couldn't remember where he'd lost his policeman's cap. Not that it mattered all that much. He had stolen the police uniform from a dry cleaner when the world went to shit 2 weeks ago, hoping the disguise would buy him some respect from the looters and bandits. It had at first, but not anymore. Now he wondered if the ruse would become a liability on the lawless streets. "Go to hell," the elderly woman said as she walked away. He turned back to the store, watching flashlight beams dance across the walls as someone fired a gun inside. People walked out of the front of the building, carrying a can or two of dry goods and rotten fruit. They glanced at Dax as they exited before heading in different directions. He heard more shouts, including the word pig. Dax watched as the random flow of thieves disappeared while small groups of young men clumped together. They wore the same colored bandanas and were all looking at him. Dax turned and walked down the sidewalk, glancing over his shoulder at the gang members still coming out of the store. They had begun slapping around a woman who wouldn't give up her purse, and were no longer interested in what he was doing. Others passed him on the sidewalk going in both directions. None had stopped to ask him for help. Nobody had even looked his way. "Damn it, Gabby. I wish I knew if you and your kids were okay." Dax reached down and put a hand on his hip, his fingers caressing the Glock 45 in the holster. He ducked into an alley and headed into the darkness. The glow of fires from burning stores illuminated the mouth of the alley, but couldn't penetrate the full length of it. He stepped over a homeless man and around a motionless body, probably dead. Dax stared at a steel door without a handle, with Crescent City Bakers stenciled in black paint on the front. He leaned against the wall, breathing hard and listening to gunshots, screams, laughter, and barking dogs. Dax rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. Embedded within the terrors of the dying city, he noticed new cries and screams, coming from somewhere nearby. Dax pushed off the wall and looked deep into the dark alley. He stood still, listening. A woman shrieked, and it sent a shiver down his spine. He drew the mag light from his side. The powerful beam swept the ground as he walked deeper into the darkness and toward the woman's voice. He passed a dumpster and saw a man with a long gray beard slumped between it and the wall, his neck slit from ear to ear. He could smell blood and the overwhelming stench of rotting fish. Dax jerked the light away, directing it forward again. He approached a set of large double doors. The woman cried out again from the other side. But it wasn't just one voice. He heard more female sobs and the low bass tones of men. Dax turned off the flashlight and approached the door. When he reached out for the handle, the door swung open and knocked him backward. He fell down, tumbling into the space between the dumpster and the opposite wall. He sat still as several men came through the open door, walking down the alley toward the street. They didn't see me. Dax stood up, most of his body on the outside of the door, and peered inside the building with one eye. Several dozen women and children sat on the floor, their faces wet and red, bleeding from facial cuts and swollen noses. A few men wearing gang colors and holding guns stood near the door. A blonde woman with long hair and makeup that had been smeared across her fine skin and high cheekbones pleaded with one of the captors to let her go. The man smiled from beneath a black stocking cap pulled down over his eyes. He struck her with the back of his hand, sending her sprawling onto the floor. Then he drew a handgun and pointed it at the woman. "Anyone else makes so much as a goddamn peep, I'll blow her fucking brains out." The other prisoners quivered and groaned, but none spoke another word. The man with the gun drawn approached the door and was about to close it when he made eye contact with Dax. Shit. A short, stout guy flashed a light onto Dax's face. "Yo, this motherfucking cop saw you, Darnell." "Run, Dax." "Kill that cop!" Darnell shouted down the alley. The 4 or 5 men who had left earlier were patrolling the edge of the sidewalk. When they heard Darnell shout, they looked back and started running down the alley toward the doors, right at Dax. He took off in the opposite direction, going deeper into the alley. Lights flashed behind him. "Get that motherfucker!" The end of the alley dumped Dax onto a side avenue that was dimly lit by the copper streetlights. He spotted 2 people being chased by a German shepherd. Dax sprinted in the other direction. He bolted to his right on the narrow sidewalk, barely missing someone coming the other way. "Look out, asshole!" Dax grabbed the man by the shoulders and tossed him into one of the guys who'd been chasing him. The 2 men grunted as they collided, but Dax had already turned and continued running. He came to another alley. A chain-link fence bordered the back end of the property where the gang members had been keeping the women and children hostage. He looked through the fence and stopped as he saw several women running out of a door and toward him. "Officer, help! Please, help us!" Dax turned around to see 4 or 5 thugs coming down the street and running at him. "Too many. I can't handle all of them." He gripped the 7-foot fence topped with barbed wire as the women did the same on the other side. 5 feet to his right was a gate, secured with a chain and padlock. Dax considered shooting the padlock, but he had to save his bullets for the men running at him. He could come back later and shoot off the lock. "I'm sorry," he said. Dax let go of the fence and turned to run. "Jackson!" Dax froze. Nobody had called him by his birth name in years. He furrowed his brow and turned back to look through the fence. His eyes went wide as he saw a face from his past. 2. Dax hadn't seen Chloe Hayward in over 20 years, but he'd never forgotten her face or her voice. She sat against a wall on the other side of the fence with a blanket covering her legs. Other women pulled on the chain link, pleading with Dax to let them out. Then a woman to his left called out, "Watch out, officer!" He turned as the first thug lunged at him. Dax grabbed the man's arms and then turned with him, using the attacker's own momentum to throw him to the ground. He took a step back as another man came at him. The guy slashed the air between them with a knife before rushing at Dax. He took the man by the wrist and twisted his arm. The thug grimaced, dropping his weapon. Dax threw the guy head first against the brick wall, knocking him out cold. The first man Dax had thrown to the ground made it back to his feet and rammed Dax into the brick wall. The man reared back to punch Dax, but he ducked. The thug's blow missed, and instead of driving his fist into Dax's nose, his knuckles cracked against the wall. The guy screamed, and Dax elbowed him in the face, sending him to the ground in a spray of blood and tears. The guy who had slapped the blonde woman earlier, Darnell, came at Dax last. He held the handgun he'd threatened her with in his right hand and raised it, aiming the barrel at Dax's chest. He shook his head and flashed a mouthful of gold teeth. "Well, shit. I've always wanted to blast a cop." Dax watched the guy's shoulders, waiting for him to make his move. "No last words, bitch?" Instead of responding, Dax rolled to his left and dove to the ground. Darnell fired 2 shots, the blasts nearly deafening at such close range. Dax came out of his roll and already had the Glock off of his hip, burying a single round into the thug's chest. Darnell clutched at the wound, his eyes wide and now looking down at Dax. He toppled over, dropping the handgun. Dax stood up and looked at the men lying on the asphalt. One squirmed on the ground, but Darnell was dead before he reached it. "He didn't give me no choice. It was him or me." "Help us, please," a woman said from inside the fence. Dax turned to the 24 women gathered at the fence. They looked toward the building and then back at Dax. More came to the fence, some dragging children by their arms. Dax looked at the padlock that secured a chain around the fence's gate and then back down at the men lying on the ground. How long before the rest of these assholes show up? "Stand back," I gotta shoot it off." He aimed his gun at the lock. The women and children who had been clamoring for his attention now scattered behind the fence and toward the interior of the yard. Dax averted his eyes and fired. He heard a loud clank, and when he looked down, the lock was gone. He pulled the chain free of the fence and pushed it open. A woman put her arms around his neck and gave him a brisk hug. "Oh my God, thank you, officer." Women and children rushed past him, some smiling or thanking him while others could barely talk through their joyful tears. Dax pushed through the women and toward the back wall of the pen. He knelt down next to Chloe. Jackson Harper. My God, it's really you." A head of wiry, curly hair framed her familiar face. But it was her eyes. He'd never forgotten her big, brown, bright eyes. Dax couldn't remember how many nights he had been lost in them. Chloe had been the most popular girl in school. With her mother being from Haiti and her father a third-generation New Yorker, she had light skin and dark hair, her mixed ethnicity offering an exotic and tantalizing allure for most teenage boys. Dax would never forget how beautiful she was. But now, she looked tired and defeated. "How did you know it was me? You haven't seen me in almost 25 years. She smiled. "I don't forget faces. You haven't changed that much." Dax swallowed, knowing a lot had happened in the near quarter century since they'd last seen each other. "Are you hurt? Can you move?" "No, but Dax pulled the blanket off of her, and his eyes widened. She wore dirty blue jeans, but her right pant leg was pinned up mid-thigh, her leg missing from the knee down. He looked down for a puddle of blood, and she drew his chin up with her hand. He looked into her eyes. "How did this—" "Not now. I'll explain later. We have to get out of here. Right now." "Do you have a cane or something?" "No. They took my prosthetic from me. You're gonna have to help me out of here." He slipped the Glock back into its holster. "All right. Let's go." Dax grabbed Chloe under the arms and lifted her up. She put her arm around his neck, and Dax put his arm around her waist, offering her extra support. "There are others inside. We can't leave them." "No choice. I'm sorry." "No, we can't leave." "Do you want to get out of here or not?" Dax narrowed his eyes. "We have to go, now, before more of those guys come and see that you all got out. Do you understand?" Chloe lowered her eyes and nodded. "We'll try and come back for them, but we have to leave right now." He turned and saw that the yard stood nearly empty. All of the prisoners had fled, except for one woman with long, curly red hair that dangled in front of bright green eyes. Her mascara had run down the sides of her face, but even in such a state of disarray, Dax found her captivating. "I'll help you with her," the woman said. Chloe smiled at her. "Thank you, Mindy." "All right," Dax said. "Now let's move." 3. They stepped out of the caged yard and into the night. 5 people had gathered around the men Dax had left on the ground, digging through their pockets. A woman took the pistol from the dead man's hand and checked the clip for bullets. Dax went to her, his hand reaching out for the gun, but she took a step back and shook her head. "No way. Police ain't helping me no more. I'm keeping this to protect myself." It had been almost 2 weeks since the grid had gone down, pushing New Orleans into the Dark Ages. Literally. People on the streets had begun to call it the Blackout. Now, Dax wasn't about to risk his life for another firearm, But he also understood that guns and ammunition would become the new currency. Dax pushed the thought aside and left the bandits to empty the pockets of the thugs who had chased him. He led Chloe and Mindy away from the scene. Chloe used her remaining leg to hop far enough ahead to match Mindy and Dax stride for stride. She kept her arm around Dax, but mostly for balance. "Where are we going?" Mindy asked. "Anywhere but here for now. But I gotta find my sister." Dax knew of only a few reasons why women and children would be held against their will, and even in these chaotic times, those reasons would be reprehensible. He was only one guy. Dax couldn't save every woman and child from prostitution, human trafficking, or forced labor in meth labs. "But you're a cop. You have to help people in need. Get us to safety. Your precinct? The police station?" Dax looked at Mindy and noticed Chloe staring at his badge. When she saw Dax following her eyes, she turned away and focused on swinging her leg. Was it possible she knew he wasn't a cop? "Those places have been overrun. The whole city has been in chaos." "Where have you been staying?" Chloe asked. "Anywhere I can. Now let's keep going." They came to a four-way intersection lit by two burning cars. People stood around the flames, carrying baseball bats and firing guns into the sky. Screaming and hollering, others shattered what was left of the glass storefronts on the block, throwing rocks, bricks, and other pieces of heavy debris that had accumulated on the street. Dax spotted an alleyway on the right and gestured toward it. "That way. Quick, before they see us coming." He led Chloe and Mindy to the alley, hoping none of the animals looting his city had seen them. "Well, what do we have here?" Mindy screamed, breaking free of Chloe's arm to run. Chloe stumbled, but Dax held her up. The fire in the street illuminated the face of a man who blocked their way. He stood at least 3 inches taller than Dax, who measured a solid 6'1", and wore a long, grizzly beard with a hair tie at the bottom which rested in the middle of his chest. In addition to being taller, the man had an extra 50 pounds on Dax. The bearded man laughed. "I'm gonna let her go. Don't really have a thing for redheads anyway." He looked down at Chloe's missing leg. "Now that's interesting. Always thought it might be wild to fuck a cripple." His eyes crawled up her body to her face, and he grinned. "Never thought I'd find one as pretty as you, darling." "You're not touching her." "Yeah? What you gonna do about it, nigger?" The bearded man raised his hand, flicking open a switchblade. Chloe gasped. "It's all right, Chloe. Stay calm." The man took 2 steps forward with a crooked smile on his face. "Yeah, baby. Stay calm. Gonna take care of your pig friend here, and then I'll give you a treat, all right?" Dax narrowed his eyes as the man refocused his attention on him. His smile disappeared as he lunged at Dax. Dax ducked beneath Chloe's arm and shoved her toward the wall as he turned away from the man's attack. She lost her balance and fell. Dax stepped in front of Chloe and spread his feet shoulder-width apart. She scrambled off to the side. Then he rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, bent slightly at the waist and with his fists in front of his face. "You're a quick one," the man said. They faced each other, neither man stepping into striking distance. The guy flinched at Dax a few times, tossing the knife from one hand to the other as if trying to show Dax that he could be lethal with either. I'm gonna cut you, piggy. Then I'm gonna open your girl up here in a whole other way." "Shoot him, Dax," Chloe said. The bearded man turned his head sideways, glancing down at the holster on Dax's hip. "He's out of bullets, honey, or he would have done that already." "Not true." Dax shook his head. "Bullets are precious now, and I ain't about to waste one on your sorry ass." The man screamed and slashed at Dax again. This time, Dax wasn't fast enough. The blade caught him across the forearm, deep enough to draw blood. He cried out and grabbed the wound. "How's it feel to bleed, boy?" "That's only the beginning." The man lunged at Dax again, aiming for his chest. Dax caught the swing, grabbed the man by the wrist, and stopped the tip of the knife from entering his chest. Dax's back hit the wall, though, which gave the man leverage. He leaned into Dax's face, his breath smelling of cigarettes and stale beer. Dax put both hands on the knife as the man tried pushing the switchblade into his heart. "Give up. Don't make this harder than it has to be." The man pressed in closer, using his height and weight advantage to force the knife closer. The tip poked through Dax's shirt, and he groaned. Dax closed his eyes and leaned his head back onto the brick wall. "That's it. Give up. I promise I'll make it quick." Dax brought his head forward with as much energy as he could muster. He planted his forehead on his attacker's nose. The man dropped the knife and put both hands on his face, trying to stop the blood pouring through his fingers. The alleyway swam in Dax's vision. He blinked and shook his head, trying to regain his balance while also trying to ignore the pain and blood pulsing from the wound in his arm. The man spat and lunged for his knife. In one motion, he retrieved it and rolled over to Chloe. He grabbed her by the hair and dragged her to her feet, one arm wrapped around her body with the switchblade resting against her throat. "Jackson?" Dax put his hands up. "Look, man, she's not in this fight." "You should have given me the girl and fucking beat it. Now I'm gonna have to kill her. But at least I get to make you watch." "Please," Chloe said. "Let us go." "Shut up, you stupid fucking bitch." Dax remained in a shooter's stance with the Glock in both hands and a thin line of smoke oozing from the barrel. His ears rang, and he was unable to hear what Chloe was saying. She had blood running down her neck, but the bearded man lay motionless on the ground, his face no longer recognizable. Dax put the gun back into its holster and hurried over to Chloe, helping to lower her to the ground where they both sat with their backs to the wall. The alley reeked of gunpowder and burnt hair. At first, he could only feel Chloe shaking as she cried in his arms. Several minutes had passed before his hearing started to return. "It's okay," he said, running one hand through her hair and patting her back with the other. "Everything's all right." "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Dax swallowed hard. He looked into her striking eyes as she wiped the tears from them. They had last seen each other in high school, as all-American sweethearts. Dax, or Jackson as he had been known then, had been an all-state basketball star with decent grades and had talked to a few college recruiters, including LSU. That person couldn't have been further away from who he was now. Where do I begin? She might not even know I'm an ex-con. A story for another time. 4. Neil Warren sat at the folding table, playing canasta with 3 women from the camp. He was too old to sit with the teenagers and too young to beat the ladies at card games. They thought winning came as a result of their years of experience, and he wasn't about to prove them wrong. Neil had been granted de facto leadership by the adults and, therefore, didn't really have the time to sit for a game of cards. The cramped day center was far from ideal, but it was better than being out on the street. The high windows allowed light inside, but it would make it difficult for anyone to climb through them. The stench of spoiled milk and diapers sat beneath a thin scent of hospital disinfectant. Some children had not heard from their parents at all since the blackout began, while others were told to stay there until they could be picked up. With each passing day, it became more difficult to communicate, and so the group decided to barricade the doors and wait. It seemed the safest move and in the best interest of the children. At 58, Neil had given up on his bald spot, but he kept his sideburns trimmed. Last year, he had made a weak attempt at fashion by letting the perky young girl at the eyeglass counter pick out his frames. As a young man, he'd had what his grandma called a pudgy nose set between two bright blue eyes. But now, he had pudge around his waistline and gray hair in places where there shouldn't be hair at all. The group had played games and sang songs. This was how they'd chosen to pass the time. The teenagers seemed to watch over the younger children, and the older folks looked after the teenagers, a dynamic that had evolved from prehistoric times and had been lost in modern American culture. In all, the group numbered about 24 people. The Love and Play daycare sat on the fringe of the downtown area. Even still, they'd heard breaking glass and gunshots several times since it all went down. A few days earlier, 3 men had even shouldered the door of the daycare open. They'd seen the women and children sitting on the ground, terrified, and the men had simply waved before they'd backed away and left, most likely looking for jewelry or electronics, neither of which would be carried by the elderly or children. That moment had played over and over in Neil's head since it happened. Had those men had different intentions, he and the others would likely have been knocked around, robbed, or worse. This morning, few of the daycare's inhabitants had spoken to each other. At first, the daycare had been full of children waiting for their mothers. But as the crisis wore on, the elderly from the neighborhood had joined the raggedy group. The old folks couldn't drive, had been separated from their loved ones, and realized that the daycare would at least have some food stockpiled. But it wouldn't last long. 3 people had left 2 days prior to go out and look for food, but they hadn't returned. Neil had explained that by the time the daycare would run out of food, everywhere else would have already been looted. But they hadn't listened. Instead, they'd arranged a scouting party to search the city. Mark led the group, a former college football player who was by far the most physically dominant person residing at the daycare center. Mark was the biggest guy Neil had ever seen in person. A software engineer in his mid-50s named Robert had gone with him. And then there was Chloe, a 30-something former track star who'd lost her leg in a car accident. Neil had all but refused to let her go, but she had insisted. And even with her prosthetic, she still moved quicker than most of the others in their safe haven. She had eventually convinced him of this, and he'd agreed to stop protesting, although Neil suspected she'd have gone with or without his blessing. They'd left in the early afternoon and had promised to be back before the sun went down. Now they'd been gone for 2 full nights, riding well into a third. Neil lost his last card and stood up. "You leaving us?" "I've played 4 games with you ladies, Marie." Marie reminded Neil of his own grandmother. She wore her silver hair in a bun on top of her head and always seemed to be smiling. Freckles and liver spots speckled the woman's pale skin, but she had something of an inner beauty that belied her age. Neil always knew when Marie was around because her eyeglass chain jangled as she waddled through the building. "Well, what else are you gonna do?" Barb asked. "Go play Legos with those little kids?" Barb and Marie got along the best out of all the elderly folks in the daycare center. Marie would brag about her 7 grandkids, and Barb laughed along with the women's stories no matter how many times she repeated them. Unlike Barb, Marie kept her hair short. She wore glasses that often slid down her nose, her face being round and her eyes small. Marie didn't talk much to Neil, and he didn't go out of his way to talk to her because she often smelled like muscle ointment and onions. Neil forced a smile. "I'm sure I'll figure out something. You ladies have fun." He pushed the chair under the table and walked away. The weakest and most elderly occupied the sofas while others lay on the floor. Some slept, and some just lay there, staring at the ceiling. Neil walked through the room, checking on everyone and pretending he could make the situation better by asking how things were. He knew they had to be hungry because he was. He'd made the decision to ration the food stockpiled in the daycare, unsure of how long they would be there and how much food they'd be able to scavenge. Neil went through the double doors and into the next room, a game room before and now the kids' room. They all slept there, ranging from the ages of 6 to 13. The kids had naturally gravitated toward her, and so Chloe had been in charge of the children. But with her off searching for food, a 19-year-old named Isaac supervised them. Monica, one of the eldest kids at 13, helped Isaac with the younger ones. Neil was never sure who would be in the room. Parents had been coming and grabbing their children, although more so in the first few days than of late. 4 of the children stood at the foosball table with Isaac leaning against the wall behind it. Kevin and Darius stood at opposite ends of the table, each boy biting his lower lip and spinning the rods as fast as they could. Darius was a few years older than Kevin, who had said he was 6, although none of the adults at the daycare center remembered either boy being there before the blackout, which meant that they had probably arrived from the neighborhood early on when many kids were coming in and out of the center. Darius had shoulder-length cornrows, and almost every item he wore had the New Orleans Saints logo planted somewhere on it. His right eye flickered constantly, and he spoke with a slight stutter. Kevin stood a foot shorter than Darius, an African-American kid with well-groomed hair and a bright smile. He wore a Saints jersey with the number 9 on the back. Kevin's brain couldn't keep up with his mouth, and he often spoke so fast that he had to repeat himself. A wiry kid with an athletic build, Neil wondered if the boy would have had a future in professional ball, had things not gone to hell. They looked up and smiled at Neil as he walked into the room. Monica sat on the couch with 3 younger girls around her, including a 9-year-old who was sitting on Monica's lap, getting her hair braided. Monica stood almost 6 feet tall and weighed less than 140 pounds. She had arrived wearing a white One Direction t-shirt, which was now covered in splotches of canned spaghetti sauce. She wore braces with pink bands, and she kept her hair bundled in 2 wiry pigtails. Despite her African heritage and dark skin, though, Monica couldn't hide the acne outbreak on her right cheek. Neil forced a smile again. "You kids doing all right?" "Yes, Mr. Warren," one of the little girls said. "Good." Monica looked up at Neil. "Anything from Chloe and the others yet?" Neil's smile vanished, and he shook his head. He used his eyes to point at the children in the room, letting Monica know that frightening the children with the reality of their situation wasn't wise. He knew Monica looked up to Chloe, and the scouting party's extended absence worried everyone. "I'll let you know when they come back, all right?" Monica twirled one of her pigtails, not looking back at Neil as she nodded. She refocused her attention on the girl's braids. As always, let me know if you guys need anything." When the kids went back to their games, Neil left the room, thankful that they'd remained entertained and distracted. He walked on to the main room that he'd claimed as his own, finding a thin blanket and a stuffed animal that he used as a pillow. He'd given the elderly women and the children the cleanest and warmest of the blankets, as well as the sleeping mats they'd found in the closet. Hearing the explosions and gunshots at night, he considered himself lucky to have 4 walls and protection from the animals looting the city. Neil shuddered as his thoughts drifted again to the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. And then he thought of Chloe. He felt the pit growing in his stomach. Neil spread out on the carpeted floor and put his head on the stuffed animal. His frayed nerves had kept him uneasy, hot. The air inside the daycare had become stagnant and smelled of dirty diapers and vomit, but he didn't dare risk opening a window. He'd only dozed off for a moment when a commotion from the other room woke him. Neil shot up to see Isaac standing in the doorway. "What is it, Isaac?" The kid usually had a wide smile that would crawl into a goofy grin. Isaac seemed to have a permanent 5 o'clock shadow, even at age 19. His voice still cracked, and he dragged his feet when he walked. Several crying children ran at Neil's bed. Monica and Isaac herded others into his room while trying to keep them quiet. "Someone's trying to get in," one of the children yelled. Neil returned to the main room and looked out of the closed window, where he saw 5 men on the other side, moving toward the back door. They all held guns, and one of the men carried a long-barreled weapon, likely an assault rifle. "Quiet," Neil said to the children, and they went silent. "Everyone stay still." Neil looked toward the front door as someone started pushing against it from the outside. Someone inside the daycare center gasped. "Stay calm," Neil said. "What are we going to do?" Isaac asked. The daycare had a thick, windowless door leading into the main room, which had been designed as a safety precaution. With all the recent school shootings in the news, even daycare owners had to satisfy worried parents. "We've got to try and leave," Monica said. "I agree," Neil said. Marie still had her canasta cards in her hand. "You think I'm going to be able to outrun them? And I'm one of the more active seniors in this place." Neil scanned the room. The folks on the couch were awake, but not moving. Marie was right. There was no way they'd be able to escape the men outside. Not with this group. The men outside shouted and hollered. 2 spoke directly to the people inside the daycare center. "Let us in. It'll make it easier on all of us. We know you ain't got no muscle or weapons in there." The children began to cry. A few of the adults wiped at their tears. Neil looked at them and then toward the men on the other side of the wall. He mumbled something under his breath before addressing the group. "Look, we're going to have to gather everyone up and hide in the administrative office in the back, all right? The room has a thick door and no windows. Get them going, Isaac." Neil hurried back to the office. His hands shook as he fumbled with the keys. Neil spotted the one for the administrative office and pushed it into the lock to open the door. He looked around. Even with the desk, it would be large enough to hold everyone inside. He used a chair to prop the door open and ran back into the main room. An older kid pushed a group of toddlers toward Neil. He ushered them to the administrative office and through the door. "We're coming in." The glass panels on the front door shattered. Several in the group froze or cried out. "Keep going," Neil said, waving people toward the room. He put each of his hands out, offering assistance to a pair of elderly women who were hobbling through the doorway. Monica came last with Sherry, a woman in her 70s who'd now gone 4 days without her arthritis medication. Neil rushed to her side, helping Monica hold her up and move her along. Something slammed into the main door behind the broken glass. "Hurry," Neil said. Monica helped Sherry down and stepped to the side so that Neil could shut the door. He turned to face the group. The children cried, and the adults chattered amongst themselves. It hadn't been easy getting all 24 of them into the office. The children sat on laps to make room for the adults. "Quiet," Neil said, speaking over them. A sudden stillness settled over the room, broken only by the hushed sound of sobbing children. Gunshots. A loud crash. The intruders had made it inside. 5. Isaac sat in the corner of the office with his arms around Kevin and Darius. They were shaking, their eyes down and their mouths shut. With the boys safe beside him, Isaac's thoughts drifted to the woman who hadn't returned. The men who had broken into the daycare center roamed the halls, and they'd eventually get into the administrative office. The animals would find them. Isaac was sure of it. Chloe would finally make her way back, and everyone would be gone, maybe dead, himself included. "Isaac, I'm scared," Kevin, the younger of the two boys, said. "I know, buddy," Isaac said in a throaty whisper. "But you have to be quiet, okay?" The boy nodded and wiped his eyes. Isaac kept a penlight on beneath his shirt, hoping to cast out enough light to make the boy feel safe, but not enough to give them away. A crash came from the other room. Isaac pulled the boys closer. Several more crashes shook the walls. Isaac pictured tables flipping over, items being tossed across the room and broken against the walls. He closed his eyes, hearing each and every destructive sound. Isaac glanced at Neil, who had maneuvered near the door and attempted to put his body between the assailants and the people in the room. "We know you're in there," a man said from down the hall. "You left a fucking stench behind. We're following the smell." The men on the other side of the door laughed. Isaac covered the boys' mouths to keep them from crying out. "Everyone stay calm," Neil said. They heard the double doors at the end of the hall being flung open, slamming against the adjacent walls. A man whistled along with a rhythmic tapping. Isaac pictured a large man holding a crowbar in his hand, lightly tapping it against the wall as he made his way toward the administrative office. The man stopped whistling before opening each door in the hallway. Each time the man went quiet, Isaac closed his eyes and held his breath. He kept his hands over Kevin and Darius's mouths. Isaac could feel their stifled screams, their warm breath making his palms sweat. "I know y'all be in one of these rooms. You may as well come out. It'll be a lot easier for you if I don't have to dig you out of your hole. We want the cash in your safe and the cripple who let our bitches out. Give us those, and we won't hurt nobody." Neil scanned the room, his eyes jumping from one scared face to another. He used his head to point at the door and spoke. "Maybe we let them have the cash box. It's not like we're going to need it for anything. Food is more important to us now than cash." "No," Isaac said. "We can't give up. They might hurt us anyway. And they know about Chloe." "I'm with Neil," Marie said. "We can't do that," Barb said. "We have to stay here." A low, measured tap came from the other side of the door. Everyone inside the administrative office fell silent. Isaac didn't say another word. The door handle wiggled. Several women in the room gasped. The door handle wiggled again, this time with the lever moving rapidly in the lock set. Isaac looked around the room, holding his finger to his lips to urge the others to be quiet. "They're all in here. Every fucking one of them." A few of the children began to cry. "Stay calm, guys," Isaac said. The sound of footsteps echoed off the tiled hallway, stopping in front of the administrative office door. "Open the door." Isaac hadn't heard this voice yet. It sounded softer than the man who had been taunting them. "It's going to be painful if you don't. If you give up, we promise we won't hurt anyone. Maybe we'll put y'all to work, but we won't hurt you." The door slammed open, nearly hitting Isaac. 5 men entered the room, each armed with assault rifles. "Get your hands in the fucking air," one of the men shouted. Isaac took a deep breath and looked around. Everyone in the room raised their hands. The kids screamed as the gunmen pointed their ARs at them, shouting obscenities. Isaac saw their mouths moving but couldn't hear what they were saying. A low hum filled his ears, and the men appeared to be moving in slow motion. 2 hands yanked him up by the collar, and Isaac stared into the sweaty face of a man with missing teeth and breath that smelled like sour milk. The gunman screamed at Isaac, spittle hitting him in the face. He looked at the man with wide eyes and trembling lips. A hand cracked the side of Isaac's face, and the fiery pain jolted him from the stupor. The crying and shouting came rushing back into Isaac's ears like a tidal wave. The barrel of an automatic rifle appeared in his face. "You've got 5 seconds to raise your hands, son." "Please, leave him be," Neil said. Another of the intruders hit Neil with an open-handed slap, knocking him to the ground. Okay, Isaac said, raising his hands. The gunman dropped the barrel and grabbed Isaac by the shirt, tossing him into the hallway. "Everyone out here. Right fucking now." Isaac kept his hands in the air as the daycare's tenants filed out of the room. The elderly hobbled as quickly as they could, but the gunman yelled at them anyway. "They're old," Isaac said. "We'll have to help them out." A deep, low chuckle emerged from a dark corner. An African-American man walked through the room as if each footstep was syncopated with a kick drum only he could hear. He wore a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball cap pulled down tight over his forehead, and a thin, precise mustache above his top lip. A simple black hoodie clung to his fit frame. The man looked into Isaac's face. He didn't blink, and Isaac had to look away. "You're not the leader of this group, I hope. You're far too scared." Isaac's lips quivered as a smile formed on the man's face. "I'm the leader," Neil said. The man turned his head away from Isaac for a moment, then shot him one more glance before he stood and walked toward Neil. You might have been my 3rd or 4th guess." "What do you want?" Neil asked. One of the men backhanded him across the face. Neil grabbed his cheek. "The hot cripple and the cash, and whatever else we want to take. But you don't get to ask me shit," the gang leader said. "My name is Charles, but I'm gonna be nice and let you call me Chuck." He turned to Neil. "What's your name?" "Neil." "Nice to meet you, Neil. Now tell me, where is she?" Neil shook his head. "You don't know?" "No," Neil said. "She left days ago, and she hasn't come back, I swear." Isaac thought again of Chloe as Neil talked to Chuck. Neil was telling the truth, and Isaac sure hoped she wasn't on her way back. These men knew her, and they expected her to return to the group. His head ached, but his mind began to clear from the shot to the head. As Chuck continued to question Neil, Isaac looked around the room and noted the positions of the other gunmen. A man to his left had a handgun in a holster. Isaac thought he was quick enough to get it. He imagined himself rolling across the ground and yanking the gun from the holster, rising to his feet and pressing the barrel to the man's skull. He could then hold the man hostage until they let him and his friends go. It was the kind of plan that would work in the movies, but Isaac knew he'd be shot dead before he'd be able to get the gun out of the man's holster. "Leave the old folks and the babies. They'll slow us down," Chuck said to his henchmen. "Everyone else comes with us. Go take a look around and see if there's anything here worth taking with us." Neil looked back and forth between Isaac and Chuck. "We can't leave these people here," Neil said. "They're not worth anything to us," Chuck said. "The teenagers can be sold to the pimps. You and Boy Wonder over here," he said, gesturing at Isaac, "you'll work for us until we decide to let you go." Marie stood up. "You can't leave us here alone. These babies need someone to stay, to take care of them." "Don't cause more problems, Marie. These men have guns." "What about the children? They'll starve to death." "Okay," Chuck said. "You're right. They can't stay here by themselves. You'll stay with them." Marie smiled and clasped her hands together in the praying position. "Thank you, sir." "Don't mention it." Chuck drew a handgun from his waistband and pointed it at Marie in one motion before pulling the trigger. The bullet slammed into her forehead, sending her backward and into the wall. Isaac's eyes watered from the acrid smoke. "Fuck, man!" The room broke into a chorus of screams and cries. Chuck dropped his arm and let the smoking gun hang from his hand, his finger still on the trigger. He looked around the room, his eyes meeting Isaac's as he spoke. "Anyone else want to stay?" 6. Chuck lined up Neil and the others and led them out of the daycare center. The gang had 2 vehicles in the parking lot, a black SUV with window tint so dark that it matched the paint, and a passenger van that had belonged to the daycare center, still sporting the faded Love and Play daycare logo on the side. "How much gas is in that thing?" Chuck asked one of his men. "Almost full," the man said. "Can't believe no one siphoned it yet." "Lucky us." Chuck walked over to the van and patted the hood. "She's exactly what we need to round up more workers for the operation." Neil swallowed, knowing exactly what Chuck meant by operation. Chuck raised his chin and yelled above the worried conversation. "All right, get your asses in there. All of you. Now." Neil stood at the back of the line, watching as the rest of the group climbed into the passenger van. Less than half of those who had been living in the daycare center. The younger children struggled to get in, and Neil feared Chuck might lose his patience and kill one of them. But the gang member near the door grabbed them by the arms and forced them inside. Neil reached the door and was about to get into the van when a hand gripped his arm tightly around his bicep. Chuck. "You're a good man for doing what I told you to do. I don't want to hurt you or any more of your people. Continue to do as I say and I won't have to. But understand this. I own you now. You got that?" Neil stared into the man's dark eyes, pausing for a moment. How had he allowed the group to be captured by this monster? Neil nodded. Good. You're a smart man. His hand squeezed Neil's arm a little harder before spinning him back toward the van. Now get inside, and I'll see you in a bit, after our little drive. Chuck gestured toward one of the other men to follow him over to the SUV and drive. Chuck hopped into the back seat. As the van pulled away, Neil looked out of the window at the daycare center one last time. He'd thought he had found the perfect safe place to camp until the National Guard came through. He lowered his head. For whatever reason, these people had trusted him. They had made him their leader. And now here they were, speeding away from a safe house, taken prisoner by some gang that had already proved they would kill anyone at any moment. And depending on what Chuck had meant by operation, he might have wished for that fate. A sniffle pulled Neil from his thoughts. Charlotte, one of the middle-aged women in their group, wept beside him. "Where they taking us, Wayne?" Wayne was the name of Charlotte's late husband. Neil wasn't sure when Charlotte had arrived at the daycare center. The woman had stumbled in wearing a grease-stained sweater and carrying a blue plastic bag full of bottle caps. She looked older than she most likely was, and Charlotte mumbled the same phrases over and over again. Neil noticed it only when the woman felt agitated or stressed. "I'm not sure," Neil said. Kevin and Darius laughed, teasing each other and not fully understanding the seriousness of the situation. "I hope we're going to the mountains. Remember the time we went to the Poconos and stayed in that cabin?" "Shut up back there," the man driving said, holding up a pistol with his right hand while steering with his left. Neil wrapped his arm around Charlotte, pulling her head into his chest. He patted her shoulder and looked around to the others, unsure of what he could do now to comfort any of them. The driver wove through city streets covered in trash and debris. Neil saw the street signs as they passed by: Esplanade Avenue, Canal Street, Poydras. Some people ran by, and others lay motionless on the sidewalk. Broken glass littered the streets, shining in the sun with an obscene brilliance. Fires burned within buildings, black smoke billowing from open windows. The air reeked of burnt rubber. Suddenly, Neil realized he'd been so enamored by what he'd seen through the window that he'd lost track of their route. The driver pulled the van into an alley. The door swung open. A man stood on the pavement, dressed all in black and holding an assault rifle. "Get out!" The children climbed out of the van first, followed by the adults. The man grabbed Charlotte by the arm and pulled her out. Isaac stepped out and faced the man. "She's messed up in the head. What is your The man backhanded Isaac, knocking the boy to the ground. The sound reverberated off the brick walls surrounding the alley, the slap sounding like a footfall on wet asphalt. The women gasped as the man placed a black combat boot on Isaac's chest before putting the barrel of the rifle in the boy's face. "Say that shit again!" Isaac's hands shook as he held them up. "There's no need for this," Neil said. "We're doing exactly what you want. Let him up, and we'll go inside." The man kept his rifle in Isaac's face while turning to glare at Neil, and he took a deep breath as the man's boot came off the boy's chest. "Talk back again, any of you, and you're dead. Now get the fuck up." Isaac pushed himself up off the ground, patting the dirt off the front of his pants. The man then led him and Neil through a heavy steel door. The darkness clung to the inside of the building like thick smoke, the smell of wet mold hanging in the stale air. Neil saw a few women shuffle by, all wearing plain, dark clothes. They walked down a long hallway, casting shadows on the walls. 3 armed men led the group through a narrow hallway and down a set of stairs. Broken glass cracked beneath his feet. Neil looked up to see the bulbs missing from the light fixtures. He held onto the railing and turned to look at the children. Monica walked behind Kevin and Darius. The boys had been crying, but trying to hide their tears and appear tougher than they were. The man at the front of the group opened a door and pushed them inside, one by one. Neil stumbled over the threshold and into the basement. It smelled of Louisiana swamp, decomposing crawfish and algae. The men had duct-taped long, white dinner candles to the cinder-block walls. The meager flames cast enough light in the room for Neil to notice 3 other people already in the basement. "Get comfortable." The door slammed shut, leaving Neil, Isaac, and the rest of the people locked in the basement. "Wait," Isaac said, running toward the door. He set his forehead on the door and slammed the dented steel with a fist. Isaac turned around and grimaced at Neil. "We're not getting out of here. We should have spent our time looking for ways to secure the building, not sending our 3 best people out on a witch hunt for food. Maybe they could have helped fight these guys off." Neil put his hands up. "Calm down, Isaac. You're scaring the kids." Monica pulled Darius and Kevin toward her. "Scaring the kids?" Isaac laughed. "They're scared because we're trapped in a damn basement, and they're going to sell us like damn slaves." "Not all of you." The voice came from the corner. The man's voice boomed in the tight quarters, his timbre rougher than 60 grit sandpaper. Neil turned toward the man sitting in the darkness, his elbows propped up on his knees. In the low light, he looked like a set of floating eyes. "What do you mean?" Neil asked. "They're trying to figure out a way to get power into this place. And when they do, they're going to force us to produce meth for them." "What?" "It's true. That's at least part of their plan. I've overheard them talking about prostitution as well. Human trafficking." Isaac turned to Neil and spoke, apparently not caring who heard what he was about to say. "We're screwed. Chloe, Richard, and Mark will never find us here." Thinking back to how things could have played out at the daycare center, Neil wondered if that would have perhaps been a better fate for him. 7. Dax woke as the sun rose. He rubbed his eyes, then covered his mouth and nose with one hand. The stench of burning plastic and piss hung in the air. Even after a few weeks, he still hadn't gotten used to the smell. Chloe still slept, her head peacefully resting on some old towels they had found. They'd stayed the night in an old garage, falling asleep in the repair shop's single office. The place had been closed down even before the blackout. They'd found a bag of old aluminum cans and an overturned shopping cart, but otherwise the place was empty. Dax was able to find an old first aid kit. Inside, he had found gauze and tape which he used to bandage his arm. He remembered getting a tetanus shot in prison, but that wouldn't prevent an infection. Dax sat up slowly, feeling a kink in his neck. The sunlight was coming through a greasy window which, to his surprise, hadn't been broken. He looked out onto a side street where 2 cars had burned throughout the night, the interiors now charred and melted. Several people hollered and threw pieces of trash into the flames. Chloe's leg twitched, and the ragged blanket slid off of her hip. Dax looked down. What happened to her? Dax remembered that Chloe had been named All-State in track, which had earned her a scholarship. She'd broken many of their high school's records. Stirring as he watched, she stretched her arms before opening her eyes. Dax stood up and looked back to the street where a group of young boys was pulling one of the burning cars off the street and up onto the sidewalk. "Morning," Dax said while the boys beat the burning car with baseball bats.
"Hi."
She yawned and sat up, rubbing a hand through her long hair. "I would have made you coffee, but we're out of cream. Café du Monde ain't open." Chloe raised an eyebrow.
"Ha ha."
Dax smiled. He moved away from the window and grabbed a wooden chair near the desk. Chloe pushed herself upright, leaning against the wall beside her. "Sleep all right?"
"Yes, sir. Anything is better than that horrific place I was in."
"What was it? Why were you there?" Chloe opened her mouth to speak, but nothing more than a sigh came out. "It's okay. We don't have to talk about it."
"No, it's all right. I need to."
Dax shifted in his chair, leaning in and fidgeting with his hands as Chloe talked. Chloe took a deep breath and stared at the wall across from her.
"I think they were selling girls. I can't say for sure because they kept us all locked up and didn't tell us anything except when we were allowed to go to the bathroom."
"Damn." Dax looked away, shaking his head. He forced himself to look back as she started talking again.
"Before that, I'd been staying with a group of people at a place not too far away, an old daycare center. It's mainly old folks and children. We have a good thing there. It's beyond the chaos here in the middle of the city, and the looters have ignored us. Anyway, we were worried about running out of food and not being able to find more. Neil, the guy who's kinda in charge, was in the thick of things during Katrina. He was a security guard at a pump station back then. He's been scared that all of the non-perishable food within a 20-mile radius, maybe more, will be gone by the time we need it. So he sent a group of us out to find some."
"He sent a woman with one leg?" She glared at Dax.
"I volunteered. I have a disability. I'm not useless."
"Sorry," he said, feeling a rush of blood to his face. "You're right. Go on."
"I was with 2 others from our group. We were supposed to be gone a few hours and come right back. Richard, one of our guys, swore he knew where he was going. He took us down a back alley, a shortcut, even though I told him it was a horrible idea. That's when we ran into that gang. There were 6 of them and 3 of us. We had a couple of puny knives, but that was it. They had guns. I thought they were going to shoot us right there. But the other guy with us, Mark, was a really big man. He was a lineman in college at UL Monroe and had a tryout with the Saints. I think the gang members saw him as a challenge, so they went at him with only bare fists, like they had to prove how tough they were. Mark took down 3 of the men before another thug came out of nowhere and took his knee out with a crowbar. She swore under her breath and put a hand on her forehead. Dax sat back in the chair and waited for her to continue. They beat that man to death right in front of us. By the time they were done, his face was unrecognizable. Dax let out a long, slow sigh. Richard, the other guy with me, fell to his knees and begged them to let him go. They laughed. Gave him a few more good shots before they dragged us both into the building where you found me. They took me to a room with other women and children, but they took Richard somewhere else. I haven't seen him since. I'm not even sure he's still alive.
Shit. Dax stood up and walked around the edge of the tight office.
That's the story. They even took my damn prosthetic and then made fun of me about it. No telling where that went.
Dax wanted to ask Chloe about her missing leg, but decided that now wasn't the time. She looked emotionally drained, and they hadn't even begun their day yet. He could save that question for later, or wait until she brought it up. So, how do we get to your group? Chloe fidgeted her fingers and looked at the old carpet on the floor. She licked her lips.
I'm not totally sure.
How would she not know? Chloe was clutching at her stomach.
We really need to find some food.
I agree. Let's get out of here. Dax offered his hands to Chloe and helped her up. She put her arm around him, and he guided her out of the office and through the old garage. We've got to find you a cane or a stick or something.
Too heavy for you, Jackson.
Dax could have picked her up onto his shoulders and carried her across the Mississippi. But if they were being chased through the streets... Dax, he said.
What?
I go by Dax now. Chloe laughed.
What kind of name is Dax?
I picked it up after high school. Jackson's my middle name.
I know, Dexter, she smiled. So you combined the two? That's cute.
Yeah, well, it stuck. And that's what I prefer.
That's what they called you on the police force? Officer Dax?
Dax didn't reply. He focused on keeping her upright and avoiding the debris on the garage floor. They reached the front of the building. The garage doors had been torn away long before the two of them had arrived the night before. The sun beat down on the pavement, and Dax could feel the humidity creeping up. A dry tickle formed in the back of his throat. He tried to spit, but his mouth tasted like desert sand. People roamed Canal Street with weapons and armfuls of stolen electronics, but they didn't bother Dax and Chloe. The casino sat at the southwest corner of the French Quarter, and the shops along Canal Street catered to wealthy tourists, so it was no surprise that people looted those places first. Surprisingly, few people bothered with the casino. The cash was most likely locked in vaults, and desperate people couldn't eat poker chips. Dax had learned that the most dangerous looters came out at night, the ones who carried bats, crowbars, and firearms. The thugs used them on more than just windows and cars, too. During the day, the police uniform seemed more effective. People had stopped asking him for help, but they didn't attack him either. It was as if the night brought the crazy with it. They'd walked about a half-mile down Canal when Chloe asked to duck into an alley and rest. Dax helped her to the ground and turned his attention to a nearby dumpster.
What are you doing?
Chloe asked. Dax lifted the lid and reached inside. Looking for food.
You crazy if you think I'm eating food out of a dumpster.
I think soon you'll learn to eat food from anywhere. Dax heard movement from the other side of the container. A man came lunging from behind it with a knife in his hand. Dax leaped back, but the man's blade sliced through the flesh on Dax's arm, only inches below the wound he had bandaged earlier.
Fuck!
Dax said, clutching his arm where the knife had cut him. Dax stood at least 4 inches taller than the man, but the attacker had muscles bulging through a tight t-shirt. He thrust the knife at Dax, this time stabbing instead of slashing. Dax sidestepped the blade, grabbing the guy's wrist to bring him forward and punch him in the face. The man stumbled backward but didn't drop the knife.
Leave us the fuck alone!
The man ignored Dax and slashed through the air with his knife. Dax ducked and came up with a punch to the man's midsection. As Dax stepped in to drive his knee up to the man's face, he swung the knife up and across Dax's stomach, cutting through the thick fabric of his uniform. Dax stumbled, feeling the burn in his flesh. Although he didn't have time to look, he could feel that the blade had only skimmed the surface of his skin. The man came at him again. Dax ducked and sprung back with 2 jabs to the man's face. He stumbled backward, and Dax followed to deliver an uppercut that caught the guy under the chin. He fell backward, landed on his back, and rolled over onto his stomach. He reached for the knife he had dropped on the pavement. Dax stomped his heel down on the man's hand, the delicate bones snapping like dry firewood. Dax lifted his foot and reached down to pull the guy's arm back by the wrist. The man screamed. "Please, don't!" Dax gritted his teeth and yanked, his muscles bulging. The man's arm snapped, and he screamed. Dax grabbed the knife and raised it over his head, then drove the blade into the back of the guy's neck. The man quivered for several seconds as blood spewed from the wound. Dax twisted the knife until the man stopped moving. He turned around to see Chloe's pale face, her empty eyes moving from Dax's bloody hand to the dead man lying in the alley. She'd found an old iron pipe to use as a cane. Chloe shook her head and gripped the nearby brick wall with one hand, then turned and hobbled away down the alley to put as much distance as she could between herself and Dax. He raced after her. "Chloe, wait."
"Stay away from me."
Dax caught up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. "Come on." Chloe turned around, her hand raised and her fingers wrapped around a hunk of broken glass. Dax raised his hands until the multiple wounds on his arm reminded him he was bleeding. "Chloe?" Dax grimaced and reached out with one hand.
"Stay away from me, Jackson, or Dax, or whatever you want to be called."
"What's the matter?"
"I'm warning you, leave me alone."
Dax lowered his hand and shook his head. He pointed down the alley and to the street where 2 teenagers had already begun to stop for a better look at the fight they had heard moments ago. "Fine," he said. "Go. And good luck. Maybe you can break up that fight. Ain't like you can help me find Gabby anyway." Chloe wiped a tear from her face, then turned and moved away from him. 8. Dax ducked back into the alley. He sat on an overturned milk crate and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he looked down to see the body of the man he had killed. He leaned over and reached into the man's pocket, feeling around until he felt a wallet. He opened the leather billfold. The man's Louisiana driver's license showed through a tiny window. His name was Thomas Shelby, a resident of Lake Charles. Dax tossed aside a couple of credit cards, business cards, and a Chili's gift card. He found $30 in cash in the main sleeve and shoved it into his pocket before discarding the wallet next to the man's body. Dax took a deep breath and tried to clear his head. Images of Chloe's eyes ran through his mind. He huffed and swore to himself. What were the chances of him running into his high school sweetheart after all these years, in this situation? He spat and stood up, brushing dirt from his shirt. How could he have let her go on alone like that? What was he thinking? Dax closed his eyes and focused on nothing. He had taken a few lessons from a fellow prisoner who was a Buddhist. The man had tried teaching him how to meditate, to think of nothing. Dax had thought it was bullshit at the time, and now here he was, standing over a man he'd killed, trying to think of nothing. When enlightenment didn't come, Dax walked out of the alley and onto Canal Street. At first glance, it looked somewhat normal. People walked along the sidewalk, some smoking and laughing like it was a typical morning. But things would change once the sun went down. Dax had seen his share of crazies on the street at night. It was almost as if they were vampires, wreaking havoc at night when the moon was high and then retreating back into their lairs during the day to rest. Some believed people were innately good, but not Dax. He had seen the worst of humanity. He had been the worst of humanity. Dax wondered for how much longer it would make sense to wear the badge he had stolen. Some glanced at it on his chest, while others looked right through him as if the old semblance of law and order had gone dark with the blackout. And others, they'd be on the lookout for symbols of authority. They'd do their best to kill a cop just because they could. Being black, Dax figured he'd have that going for him at least in a city of African-American majority. But even skin color meant little when food became scarce. Old allegiances and prejudices would dissipate, leaving nothing but hunger and violence in its wake. He kept walking, but saw no sign of Chloe. I waited too damn long in that alley before going after her. A woman's scream caught his attention. 2 Hispanic guys were roughing up a black woman in her 50s, one finally tearing her purse from her grasp. The 2 men looked to Dax, waiting for him to do something. When he didn't, they ran away.
"Thanks a lot, asshole. Has everyone given up?"
Dax ignored the woman's insult and swallowed hard. Another scream snapped him out of the daze. A woman. Chloe. Dax ran to the corner and looked down the adjacent street. Across the road, 3 black guys had surrounded Chloe, pushing her back and forth and then laughing as she fell down. He thought about crossing the street and confronting the 3 men, but they were already stepping away from her. An older man in his 50s helped her up. Dax crept down the sidewalk and hid behind a newspaper stand, watching the whole thing. He couldn't hear what was being said, but the young men who had been roughing up Chloe obeyed the older man, leaving her behind to look for their next mark. She appeared to be thanking the man, and he escorted her on for a moment before she politely waved him off. The man shrugged, then headed in the other direction. Dax moved out from behind the newspaper stand and headed down the sidewalk, keeping his eyes on Chloe but staying far enough behind her that she wouldn't see him. To his surprise, people left her alone. Looters and gangs prowled Canal Street and the French Quarter, and he was surprised that a girl as pretty as Chloe could walk the streets in relative safety. Dax had seen other women being assaulted, and yet Chloe hopped along with a quiet intensity that seemed to ward off most thugs. Chloe stopped in front of a building. Dax hid behind a light pole. She looked around and then went inside. Dax waited to see if anyone would follow her, then crossed the street when no one did. He stood in front of the building and looked up at the faded sign. He couldn't read the full name of the shop, but he could make out the words, "Dry Cleaner." He placed his hand on the door and paused before pulling it open. He told himself it might be best to leave her alone, as she'd asked. If something happened to her, that'd be her fucking problem. Dax sighed before entering the dry cleaner. Damn it. Chloe stumbled past piles of wire hangers and around a cash register that had been ripped from the counter and thrown to the ground. She moved through the dry cleaner, keeping a hand in front of her mouth in hopes of avoiding the stench of chemicals and solvents now puddled on the concrete floor. Whatever clothes had been cleaned and waiting to be picked up were now sitting in the puddles. Someone had pulled down the hanging rods. She stopped at a sign that read, "Employees Only." The door already stood open an inch or two, so she pushed slowly, listening to the hinges creak as it opened. The sun came into the office through a window high on the wall, letting in some light from the alley behind the building. Hopping over to a chair, she then sat down at a desk in the center of the room. Her remaining leg screamed at her, the muscles tense from her heel all the way up through her glutes. She grimaced as she massaged the back of her leg. Chloe searched around the room for a real cane or maybe even a pair of crutches. Looters wouldn't value those kind of things, But, then again, people wouldn't leave them behind, either. She jumped when the front door opened. Chloe looked around the room again, this time hoping for a weapon or an object she could use to defend herself. Her cane might work, but that would mean she'd have to balance on one leg. She rifled through the desk drawers and spotted a decorative letter opener. It wasn't long, but it was more than sharp enough to jam into a person's neck if they got close. She sat still and held her breath, the blade in her hand. Someone moved through the front part of the shop and then knocked on the office door. She gripped the letter opener. "Chloe, it's me." She rested the letter opener in her lap.
"Jackson?"
He walked through the door, wearing the same bloody cop uniform he'd had on earlier.
"You've got to be kidding me. I told you to leave me alone."
"I'm sorry," he said as he entered the room. Chloe let out a heavy sigh.
"Whatever. Sit on the other side of the room. I don't want you near me."
Dax raised both his hands and took a step backward. "All right. No problem." He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. Chloe glared at him. She examined the bloodstains on his uniform. The blood was still dark and wet, but the shirt was also marked with lighter, dried stains. What had he been up to since all this had started? As she thought about what he'd done in the alley, Chloe realized that he had probably saved her life, and the man he'd killed would have murdered again. She was only starting to understand that this was probably how the world was going to be unless the government turned the lights back on and restored order. She thought about the people at the daycare center and knew she had to get back to them. Neil, Isaac, and the others would be worried about her by now. And the children. She wanted to see the kids and let them know she was all right. Dax kicked at an empty aluminum can, and it spun off into a darkened corner of the office. "All right, I can't ignore it anymore, and I'm sorry if the question offends you. But I've got to ask about..."
"My leg?"
Dax nodded. Chloe took a deep breath. Under normal circumstances, she'd get as far away from this man as she could. He murdered someone right in front of her. But he had done so to protect her, and given the situation on the street, it didn't seem as horrific to Chloe as it would have only a few weeks earlier. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked."
"No, it's okay. Really.
I'm honestly surprised you didn't ask sooner." Chloe leaned forward on the chair and tried to decide what to tell him first.
You remember how I went to LSU on a track scholarship, right?"
"Of course. They were on a fucking tear. It was all you could talk about when you got accepted."
"I was so damn good."
Chloe swore she could still feel the discus in her hand, right there in the looted dry cleaner.
"I was good at all of it, but especially running."
"I remember."
"We were in North Carolina at Duke University. I was a senior, and we'd defeated USC for the national championship. And it happened to be my friend Catherine's birthday, so we decided to head out to a club to celebrate."
Chloe went back to that tragic event in her mind, as she had done so many times before, recalling the details as she told Dax the story. Chloe was smiling as she walked out of the club. Her two best friends, Catherine and Becky, stumbled alongside her, laughing as she tried to keep them on their feet. Catherine's birthday celebration had started with chimichangas and a few too many margaritas at Miguel's Cantina, and ended with the three young women dancing their hearts out at a nearby gay club. The self-imposed designated driver, Chloe had stopped drinking after her third margarita, and several hours had passed since her last swig. She now struggled to keep her drunk friends on their feet while she maneuvered them to the car.
"Why do all the good ones have to be gay?"
Becky asked, slurring her speech. Chloe laughed.
"You haven't found the right one yet. He's out there."
Ha! Becky coughed after she let the word out. The other two girls laughed.
"What about you, Chloe?"
Catherine asked.
"You had Jackson. Didn't you think he was the one?"
Chloe's smile disappeared. She knew her friends were drunk, but it still upset her that they'd bring up her ex, especially when they didn't even know him. Jackson had been her high school sweetheart, and she had truthfully thought she was going to marry him. Even considering the high school puppy love, they had been unusually close. And though it had been 3 years since they'd broken up, and Chloe had dated a few decent guys while in college, the memories of their split still cut deep.
"Yeah, well, that didn't work out, okay?" "I think I'd have made that work out, girl," Becky said. "Just thinking about the pictures you showed us of him. That boy is one fine piece of something. Ooh, that chest, those abs. I mean, damn, I'd like to..."
"Really?" Chloe stared at Becky.
"Sorry,"
Becky said, seeming to sober up a bit. Chloe shook her head.
"Let's just get to the car."
They had left the car on a side street near the Mexican restaurant. The street had been lined with vehicles when they'd gone in to eat and then to the club, but it was now one of only 3 vehicles remaining. Chloe felt awake, but her contacts were dry, making her appear sleepy.
"You gonna be able to drive us, Hayward?" Catherine asked Chloe. "I'm fine. I need to get some drops in my eyes."
Chloe climbed into the driver's seat while both of her friends got into the back.
"You're gonna make me ride up here by myself?" "You'll be fine," Becky said. "Yeah. Drive, bitch. It's my birthday."
Both girls laughed. Chloe shook her head. Chloe pulled the drops from her purse and wet her eyes with the solution. She opened her eyes wide, letting out a single yawn. Chloe put the drops back in her purse, started the engine, and dropped the car into drive. As Chloe pulled away, Becky said,
"Turn on some music."
Although she wasn't in the mood to listen to anything, the radio would drown out her drunk friends. Chloe turned the volume knob, and an Aaliyah song came to life on the radio. Catherine said,
"Damn, it's my song."
Both girls sang every lyric. When they noticed Chloe wasn't singing along, they reached up and grabbed at her hair.
"Come on, girl. Sing with us."
Chloe smiled and decided not to hold her friend's drunk behavior against them. She had been driven home many times herself. She sang, the volume of the music drowning out memories of Jackson. Chloe hadn't been paying attention to how fast she was driving. She didn't see the police officer sitting in the parking lot of the bank with his lights off. Blue lights flashed in the rearview mirror, and she saw the car move, readying to pull into traffic.
"Damn, girl. How fast were you going?" Becky asked.
Chloe sighed, ignoring her friend's question. She saw a vacant laundromat parking lot ahead. She'd passed through the oncoming traffic light, which had flashed green to give her the right of way and pull into the lot.
"Maybe I can show him my birthday goods," Catherine said, pulling down the top of her dress to reveal cleavage.
Both girls laughed and hollered.
"Will you two shut up? I don't want to have to take a breathalyzer. Now I'm serious. Just be..."
Out of the corner of her eye, Chloe caught a glimpse of the headlights. She slammed on the brakes as her whole body tightened, her eyes wide in the blinding illumination.
I don't remember much about the moment of impact.
Jesus. Chloe chuckled.
Yeah, I think he had a hand on my shoulder that day.
She drew in a deep breath, licked her lips, and then continued.
I woke up sometime later. The other driver had tried to make a left turn and T-boned our car. I can't tell you how fortunate I am the crash didn't kill me on impact. But for whatever reason, God decided to let me live.
You don't have to talk about it anymore.
No, it's okay. I like doing this every now and then. It's therapeutic. And I'd say any kind of therapy is good right now.
Dax smiled.
I went into shock because I couldn't feel anything. I remember a lot of blood and the vehicle being folded over me. It seemed like the paramedics were there almost instantly, and I think that's because of that cop who was about to pull us over. He saw the whole thing and was able to radio EMS as soon as it happened. They had to saw the vehicle open to pull me out. I remember looking down and seeing one of my legs pinned beneath the dashboard. But the minute the car's frame moved off my pinned leg, the pain hit. It was the most excruciating thing I've ever experienced. I passed out, and when I woke up, my leg was gone. The impact of the collision destroyed it from the knee down. The doctors told me later they were surprised it even stayed attached. They had no choice but to amputate. So that's how this happened.
Dax didn't say anything. He rested his elbows on his knees and looked around as if he were searching the room and looking for something to say. Chloe waited only a few moments before breaking the silence.
Can I ask you something now?
Dax shrugged. Sure, anything. Chloe glanced down to the police uniform. She nodded at the badge and what was left of the light blue shirt that had been mostly covered in blood. Then she raised her eyes back to his.
Did you steal that from an officer when you broke out of prison?
9. Chloe kept her eyes focused on Dax's face. He wouldn't look at her. He stared at the ground, his hands, his feet, anywhere that wasn't her face. How did you know? She smiled.
Really? You ever heard of Facebook? I made a hobby out of looking for people from high school to see what happened to them. You don't think I'd look up the guy I was head over heels for? I found a couple of guys from the basketball team who both gave me the same information. You never looked me up? Would have been pretty easy to find out what happened to my leg.
I've been in prison, but apparently you already know that.
Yeah, I do. I know it has something to do with some stuff that went down during Katrina, too, but that's about it.
I guess your Facebook searching isn't all that great, then.
What happened?
Dax stood up and pushed the chair aside. He put his hands on his hips and turned his back to Chloe, facing the wall.
That bad, Jackson?
I can't do this now. For a moment, Chloe considered pressing him, knowing she could get him to open up right now if she really wanted to. But they had more important things to deal with. So she cut him a break. For now.
All right. Maybe another time.
Dax sighed and turned back to face her. This center you were staying at, is it close?
Not too far.
We need to get back there before the sun goes down. We don't want to be on the streets when all the crazies come out. Can you lead us back? Chloe was silent for a moment. She believed in her heart that he was harmless, no matter what he'd done. But convincing the group was going to be tough, given everything that had happened, even if she vouched for him. Neil trusted Chloe, though, so she was confident he would understand.
Yes, I can. But when we get there, you've got to let me convince them you're all right.
Dax narrowed his eyes.
Look at yourself, Jackson. You're in a police uniform that barely fits, and you're covered in blood. We have children at our center. You don't exactly look like a birthday party clown.
Dax chuckled as he looked down at his clothes.
There's the guy I remember, Chloe said, acknowledging his laugh.
You got me, Dax said, looking at her and smiling. She smiled back.
Let's get out of here.
Dax stopped a few doors down from the cleaners. Chloe looked up to see the sign for a drugstore. A few people could be heard inside, and one guy came up behind them, hollering and slapping Dax on the back as he ran into the store. Dax removed the gun from its holster and held it out to Chloe. You know how to use one of these? Chloe nodded. If anyone fucks with you, don't hesitate, all right? Chloe nodded as she accepted the weapon, her hand shaking as she took the grip.
What are you going to do?
Some shopping. Dax ducked into the store. Chloe had never held a gun before. She shoved the Glock into her waistband, trying not to touch the trigger. She held herself against the wall as she looked around, placing her other hand at the center of her stomach where she could easily grab the weapon if it were needed. A shirtless black man emerged from the far end of an alley, shouting with his arms spread. He wore a backpack packed so tightly that the zipper was broken. He took one look at Chloe before noticing her missing leg. Then he shook his head and ran, ducking into a building down the street. Chloe closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, she was looking across the street at a man on the upstairs balcony of his Creole townhouse, leaning back in a lawn chair and wearing sunglasses and a fedora as he smoked a cigar. He had no shirt and wore a pair of suspenders to keep his trousers from falling to the ground.
Woo!
A gangly white guy in a blue bandana stepped out of the drugstore with an armful of orange prescription pill bottles. He looked at Chloe and then to his loot. He held a pill bottle out to her and shook it like a baby rattle.
Well, hey there!
Chloe had started to reach for the Glock when Dax ran from the store and moved in between her and the skinny guy. Got a problem? Dax had 4 inches on him and outweighed him by at least 50 pounds. The guy backed away and raised his hands.
All good, brother. All good.
He turned and hurried away. It wasn't until Dax turned around that Chloe noticed what was in his hand. Her eyes lit up.
Look what you found.
Dax handed her a set of crutches. She put one under each arm. They fit well, and she didn't even need to adjust the height. Figured this would help us get back to your friends a lot faster. I found some fresh bandages for my arm. She handed the Glock back to him, smiled, and moved down the sidewalk. You're fast on those things. She looked over her shoulder.
See if you can keep up.
Chloe cruised down the street. She saw Dax walking faster, his face flush as he sped up to keep pace with her. Chloe's arms began to burn, but she soon fell back into a familiar groove. But the closer they got to the daycare center, the heavier her upper body felt. Her thigh muscles burned, and an ache had spread from underneath her arms. Chloe remembered her days on the track and that feeling of fatigue near the finish line coupled with an unmistakable drive to cross it. When the back side of the daycare center finally came into view, she smiled. She stopped on the sidewalk across the street and pointed to it.
There it is.
Dax adjusted the collar on his shirt and took several deep breaths. It's a lot quieter down here. Chloe shrugged and crossed the street. Dax followed her. She came around the front of the building and immediately noticed that the main door was open. She hobbled faster down the sidewalk and quickly saw that it was not only open, but that someone had broken it down.
This definitely wasn't like this before,
Chloe said. Dax stepped around her and raised his gun and looked into the building through the open door. Shit. 10. Stay here.
No, Jackson. I'm coming in with you.
Chloe looked at him with tight lips. The color had drained from her face, and her big brown eyes appeared wet. He felt as if they were back in high school again, sharing a thread of mental communication. No, you're not. Stay here at the front and keep a lookout. Chloe scoffed, shaking her head. I'll call out if I find something. He turned back toward the interior of the daycare center, holding his gun out in front as he walked through the front lobby. The check-in desk had been toppled to one side, a broken computer monitor lying on the floor next to a chair. Dax peeked over the counter and saw a printer next to some office supplies and a ream of paper. No blood. That's a good sign. Dax walked to a second door which led into the central area. He drew a deep breath as he put his hand on the knob.
Be careful,
Chloe's voice came from behind him. He turned around to give her a mean look and shake his head, trying his best to scold her for not staying out front. Instead, he placed his finger to his lips. Dax put his ear to the door. Nothing. He pushed the door open with his left hand while raising the gun with his right. Dax scanned the room, letting the door shut before Chloe could follow him through. The room was empty now, but someone had been there recently. Furniture had been flipped, pictures had been torn from the wall, and children's toys lay scattered on the floor. Unnecessary destruction. They wanted someone to find this mess. They knew not everyone belonging to this camp was in the daycare center when they raided it. He followed a short hallway off the central room toward an open door. A cramped office sat on the other side, and Dax could already see the legs of a desk in the air. He caught a whiff of gunpowder and the unmistakable copper-like smell of blood. The red smear and gray matter on the wall outside of the office made him retch. Dax looked down to see what remained of a woman who had been shot at close range. He was thankful that Chloe didn't have to see this. They must have been in there when whoever broke into this place and found them. But why would anyone kill a... Several gunshots came from the street outside. Dax ran toward the front door. Chloe. When he ran into the central area, Chloe was already standing there.
Where did that come from?
Down the street.
It sounded really close. Did you find anything or anyone in here?
Dax hesitated. No, I'm sorry. Your friends aren't here. Chloe looked to the left where a note had been taped to the wall. Someone had scribbled Neil on the front fold with a pen. She took it down, unfolded the paper, and read it. What does it say? Dax asked. Chloe dropped her hand holding the note and shook her head. He could see the tears welling in her eyes.
Some guys showed up. Shot Marie and took some. They left the elderly and youngest children.
We'll find them, Dax said.
Doubtful. The kids are now on the streets, and who knows where Isaac, Neil, and the rest might be.
More gunshots rang out. Dax looked at the front door and then back to Chloe. Come on. Those sound close. He hurried through the door, back into the short hallway that led to a small office on the other side of the building from where the woman's body had been left. Dax led Chloe into the room, shutting and locking the door behind her. This space had a single exterior window which gave them some light, but no windows into the hallway. Dax adjusted the curtains to make sure no one could see inside before sitting on the floor in the corner of the room. "Take the chair," Dax said, pointing to a leather one by the window. Chloe sat down, leaning the crutches against the wall. She let out a long sigh and massaged her quad. She'd not only made the walk, but she had forced him to keep up with her.
"How long are we going to stay here?"
"I don't know." "Do you have any idea where they could have gone or who would have taken your friends?"
"Nothing more than what was in the note. But we've got to find them."
"How many people were in your group?" Dax asked.
24, roughly.
"It would have had to have been a big gang to come in here and do this to your people."
"Not really."
Chloe stopped massaging her thigh and looked to Dax.
"Our group was mainly older people and children. No real weapons. A small, armed group could have come in here and taken them quite easily."
2 people on the street yelled at each other, followed by a pause and then more gunshots. Dax saw Chloe shift on the chair, her eyes fixed on the window. "I'm really worried about my sister. And her kids."
"Gabby? Remember she used to roll with that girl Denise back in high school?"
Chloe turned away from the window and gave Dax a wide smile before continuing.
"Denise came into the bank I've been working at a couple months back. I asked her about your sister, and she said she was doing well."
"You know if she still lives in the same neighborhood?" Chloe furrowed her brow.
"I think so."
"Shouldn't you know that?" Dax shoved his hands into his pockets and stared at the ground. "We kinda drifted apart while I was away."
"Oh, I'm sorry."
"It's all right. For a while, she was one of the only people coming to see me. One day, I kinda went off on her for something stupid, and she didn't come back after that."
"That had to be difficult. For you and for her."
Dax nodded, rubbing his head. "I need to get to her place. That's where I was headed when I found you."
"So, wait. You're going to leave me behind? You're not going to help me find my friends?"
"I didn't say that. But the longer I wait, the better chance there is that the same thing that happened to them will happen to her."
"She's your sister, I get it. You gotta take care of family. I'll be okay."
Dax sighed. "I don't want to make it sound like I don't care about you, Chloe.
It's fine, Jackson, I understand."
Dax listened to what Chloe was saying, and yet he felt as though something about it bothered her, like she couldn't say what she really felt. "I want to make sure my sister is okay."
"I'm going to check out what's left. See if there's anything we can use."
Chloe went through the door and, when Dax stood, she turned around.
"I'm fine. Be right back."
Dax put his hands on his waist. He shook his head and gestured toward the front of the building without saying a word. Chloe turned and headed down the hallway. Dax sighed and collapsed into the office chair as Chloe rounded the corner and headed for the main door, away from where the gang had left the woman's body. He leaned back, raised both hands to his head, and massaged his temple. A single scream pierced the momentary silence. Dax jumped up and ran out of the room, drawing his gun from its holster. When he entered the main room, 5 black men stood near the entrance, the largest holding Chloe by her arms, the crutches on the ground at her feet. Dax had the Glock in both hands and ready to fire, But each of the intruders had drawn weapons of their own: pistols, shotguns, and ARs. "I suggest you put that down." The voice had come from behind him. Dax turned to a tall man wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates baseball cap and a hoodie. Dax kneeled and set the Glock on the ground. The man in the hat smiled. "Look, y'all, Chloe brought a friend," said Chuck. "I knew she'd come back to look for her friends. She's been busy since letting all my workers go. And this dude was the one that opened the gate. Ain't that right?" Dax grimaced. "Search him for any other weapons." Two patted them down, finding no other weapons on either Dax or Chloe. The men then turned to the man in the hat. "What do you want us to do with him, Chuck?" "Zip-tie the cripple and her boy. They're coming with us." 11. The gang led Dax and Chloe back to the same building Dax had rescued her from earlier. The same fucking thugs. What are the chances? One of the men opened a sliding door at the side of the building, and Chuck pushed Dax through the barrier ahead of him. Dax looked back and gave him a cold stare, but Chuck only took hold of Dax's arm, squeezing tighter than before. The men pushed Dax and Chloe through a corridor that reeked of urine. Although it was probably near midday, darkness cloaked the hallway. Dax could see the top of Chloe's head as they dragged her deeper into the building. Following, they saw a staircase. Chloe cried out. A man had lifted her off of her feet and was carrying her down the steps when Chuck smacked Dax in the middle of the back. He had to grab the railing to keep from tumbling down the staircase and into Chloe, and whatever awaited them at the bottom. The man in front pulled out a set of keys and opened another door which appeared to lead into a sub-basement of the building. Body odor wafted from the space, and Dax heard someone cough from within the darkness. A gravelly voice followed.
"Chloe?"
"Shut the fuck up!" One of the captors tapped the end of his rifle on the door. The men shoved Chloe into the room first. Another man used the end of a crowbar to push Dax inside after her. His eyes adjusted to the dim light, and he was able to see shapes emerging from the black void. He couldn't tell how many people the monsters had locked up, but he now understood what had happened to the people camped out in the daycare center. A hand pushed Chloe to the ground. She collapsed into a corner and Dax stiffened. The tense muscles in his neck were met with an iron grasp.
"Don't you fucking move, big boy, or I'll do more than toss your cripple into a corner."
One of the other men walked into the room and tossed Chloe's crutches on the floor next to her. Isaac took a step forward until one of the guards blocked his path. The others in the room watched silently, their eyes wide. Dax heard the knife coming out of the sheath, a sound like a serpent's hiss. Before he could say another word, the cold steel slid beneath his wrists and the plastic zip tie, cutting it free. The blood surged back to his hands, and Dax used his fingers to massage his wrists. He turned to look at the man who had cut his binds. Chuck stood there, twisting and turning the knife in the air as if daring Dax to make a move. "Welcome, my dear," Chuck spoke to Chloe while staring at Dax. The rest of the people in the room remained still. Not even a whimper came from the children. Chuck circled Dax, looking him up and down. The 5 men in the room had their weapons aimed at Dax. "Good day, officer. I don't think that uniform is going to do much for you down here." He stopped in front of Dax, staring down at him. "Gotta find new employees, thanks to you. And you roughed up my guys pretty good. Is that their blood on your badge?" "Some of it." Don't be thinking they're the only ones I've fucked up since all this shit started. Well, boys, looks like we got ourselves an American badass. What the fuck do you... His sentence ended in spittle as Chuck knocked Dax's head sideways with a backhand to the face. Dax flinched and balled his hands into fists. The men in the room all took a single step forward, holding their weapons on Dax. I'm sorry. Were you saying something? Dax bit his bottom lip and shook his head. Good. Because if you talk to me like that again, all I gotta do is snap my fingers and you'll be picking your teeth up off the floor. The smile returned to his face. We might even have to take it out on your girlfriend here. Chuck looked at Chloe. Welcome back, darling. We did miss you. Dax took a deep breath, his eyes locked on the man. I'll tell you what, tough guy. I'll give you a chance to cool down for a while, and then I'll come back, and we can talk. Sound good? Chuck patted Dax on the shoulder and turned around. The bigger guard watched Dax, his finger on the trigger and the barrel of his gun only 6 inches from Dax's head. Come on, boys, Chuck said. Let's let them settle in. The guards turned and walked out, slamming and locking the heavy door behind them. Dax turned around as the people in the group gasped in relief and cried, surrounding Chloe. One, in particular, a kid with a short afro and a patchy beard, glared at Dax as he waited his turn to hug Chloe. He was young, maybe barely old enough to buy beer, and couldn't have weighed more than 160 pounds. The skinny kid was finally able to turn his attention to his lost friend, kissing her on the cheek and wrapping his arms around her. He glanced up at Dax with a smirk while Chloe hugged him back. Dax smiled and chuckled once beneath his breath. Chloe turned toward an older, balding white man.
Neil, what happened to you guys?
Neil rubbed his forehead and looked down at the tops of his shoes. They broke into the place and ambushed us. We hid in one of the back offices, but they found us anyway and brought us here. Chloe looked around the room.
Why did they kill Marie?
Neil shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the concrete floor. When he looked back up to Chloe, he had tears in his eyes. I don't know. That animal killed her for no reason. And the gang left the rest of the babies with the elderly. There's no way they'll make it on their own. Chloe shook her head.
One of the women left you a note, but I don't know who because she didn't sign it. They weren't at the daycare when we got there. They left.
Dax looked from Chloe to Neil, and then at the others in the room. He felt a tightness in his throat, and his eyes burned. Neil then asked Chloe what happened to her when she'd left the daycare center. She explained how she had reconnected with Dax and how they had been trying to survive in the chaos on the streets. Neil nodded and held out his hand to Dax. I'm Neil. Dax. You're a cop? Dax gave Neil's hand one more firm shake before letting it go. He sighed and started to say something, but Chloe spoke before he could.
Yes, he's NOPD.
Dax looked over to Chloe, who glanced up at him. Neil exhaled and smiled at the others in the room. Great, Officer Dax. Glad to have you with us. Not that he's going to be much help down here, the younger black guy with the afro said. Dax turned to the boy and inhaled deeply, pushing his chest out and up. And you are?
I'm Isaac. I'm second in charge around here.
Dax smiled. All right. Well, nice to meet you, Isaac. Dax stuck out his hand. Isaac stared at it for a second before accepting, only shaking hands for a moment before breaking free of the older man's firm grip. Dax looked past Isaac as something on the far side of the room caught his attention, though the tiny candles made it difficult for Dax to see anything more than the faces of the people standing before him.
"What is it?"
Chloe saw Dax's head move, and she followed his gaze. Dax grabbed Isaac by the collar and dragged him toward the corner of the room. "What are you doing, man? Let me go!" Darius and Kevin whimpered, and Chloe called out Dax's name several times. He ignored all of it, letting go of Isaac's shirt when they reached the back of the basement where someone had stacked boxes against the wall. 2 massive metal filing cabinets sat behind 2 columns of boxes. Earlier, Dax had noticed that these were the only things in the room. Why would they leave filing cabinets and boxes down here, but nothing else? "Help me move all these, Isaac." "What?" "Just do it." The boxes toward the bottom sat covered in black mold, and they smelled like a stagnant swamp. Isaac and Dax slid the boxes off the top of the stack first, dropping them to the floor in loud bursts of noise and dust. The boxes weighed 30 or 40 pounds each and felt as though they contained paper or books. It wasn't until Dax removed the 3rd row of boxes from the top that Isaac saw it between the filing cabinets. "Oh, damn! There's something behind the filing cabinets!" Dax chuckled at the boy. He moved past Neil and grabbed one of the candles from the other side of the room. When he waved the candle at the newly exposed wall, they saw the side of a ragged opening in the cinder block, about 2 feet off of the ground. Dax put the candle into the hole to reveal the mouth of a tunnel. 12. "Why would they put us in a room with a way out?" Isaac asked. "Seems like a trap." "I doubt they knew what was behind the filing cabinets," Neil said. "Those things are so rusted that they look like they've been there for decades." "When Dax rescued me, he destroyed the pen they were keeping us in. So they must have decided this was the best place they could keep us in the building. Maybe they don't know about the tunnel." Neil used his hand to rub the outer edge of the hole. Someone had used a hammer or ice pick to chip the moldy mortar away until entire cinder blocks had been removed. "Maybe we should try going through it." "What?" Isaac asked. "No way. We have no idea what's in there or where it goes. For all we know, they could have been stashing dead people in there." "Well, we can't exactly stay here, son." "Don't call me son, old man." Dax stood still as Isaac and Neil shouted back and forth. Others in the room joined in until the basement was full of yelling. "That's enough!" The room went quiet, and everyone looked at Chloe. "Arguing isn't going to do us any good. You're both right. There could be dead bodies in there, or we could come out on the other side right next to the guards. But we have to try something. We've got kids down here in this wretched place. We need a plan." Dax stepped up and stood next to Chloe. "Chloe's right." Chloe flashed a quick smile at Dax, which he returned. Isaac caught the exchange between them, even in the darkened room. Isaac looked at Dax. "You're a police officer. Shouldn't you know what to do?" He caught a sarcastic edge to Isaac's question, and Dax felt as though the kid almost wanted him to fail and look stupid in front of Chloe. Dax looked around the room as everyone turned their attention to him. The children looked at him with hopeful, trusting eyes. "I don't want to lie, but it's for their own good. They have to believe in something. Someone." He sighed, putting his hands on his hips as he stared at the hole in the wall. I say we wait until nightfall and then make a run for it. Chuck's gang probably goes out and does most of their bad stuff at night, like the rest of the city. So there's a good chance there'll be fewer people hanging around if we wait. I agree, Neil said. My watch still works. One of those you don't ever have to wind. I'll know when it's dark out there. What we need to do now is get those boxes stacked back up in case they come down here again. Then we'll start putting together a plan of how we're going to get out of here. Dax, Isaac, and Neil stacked the boxes against the wall, covering the entrance to the tunnel. When they were finished with the task, the group gathered in the middle of the room and listened to Dax's plan to get everyone out of the basement. Monica sat next to Chloe. The younger boys, Kevin and Darius, sat on the other side of Monica. One of the thugs brought them a dinner of water and a loaf of stale bread the size of a deflated football. Dax gave his share to Monica, who divided it up amongst the boys. Dax insisted that they wait another 2 hours after dinner had been served, to make sure it was definitely dark outside. All right, everyone. Stick to the plan. Dax and Isaac moved the boxes away from the wall yet again. Chloe and Isaac will lead the children through first, while me and Neil will wait behind to make sure everyone else has crawled out of the basement. Chloe dropped to a knee and wrinkled her nose. A light air current came through the hole, and Dax could smell a hint of natural gas and burning plastic. The tunnel has got to come out somewhere else, either in the sewer system or an adjacent building. Dax grabbed Chloe's shoulder. Be careful. She nodded. You too, officer. Smiling, she crawled into the tunnel. Isaac looked at Dax and then began directing Darius and Kevin through the tunnel. I might be a kid, but I can protect her. Don't you worry about that, officer. Dax could almost taste Isaac's sarcasm, but he didn't have time to deal with the kid's teenage issues. He had to get these folks out before the thugs came back. The boys treated it like a game. They scurried through the hole in the wall, giggling and grabbing at the ankles of the person in front of them. Dax kept looking back at the locked door and then to the tunnel. He felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and noticed the way Neil had begun looking at him. The man's eyes buzzed in their sockets, and he kept licking his lips. What the fuck you doing, Dax? You survived Katrina by protecting your own life. Prison is better than dead, right? When Monica crawled into the tunnel, Dax looked to Neil. All right, go ahead. Neil nodded, his eyes shifting from Dax to the door. He'd dropped to his knees and begun crawling through the hole when the pounding of boots on stairs came from the other side of the door. Neil's eyes went wide. He stopped his body half in the basement and half in the tunnel. Go, Neil, hurry! Dax ran to the door and put his shoulder into it. The sound of a key entering a lock came from the other side. Neil remained frozen, looking at Dax over his shoulder while down on all fours. Dax silently waved Neil into the tunnel. Neil nodded once, and Dax saw the soles of the man's shoes disappear into the dark. Get away from the fucking door, right now! Dax ignored the command coming from the other side. He slid his shoulder down and dug his heels into the cracked concrete, hoping to keep the thugs out of the room for as long as possible. Chloe went first. She should be out of the tunnel by now. Yo! Get down here, y'all! The motherfuckers are blocking the door! Dax felt the pounding of the man's fist on the other side. More shouting came from the floor above. If you don't get out of the way right now, you're dead! I swear to God, you're dead! All of you! The pressure released from the door. Dax heard the man calling out for help. He stepped away from the door, and it opened a crack. Peering through, he saw nothing but the steps. Dax turned and ran for the tunnel. He dove at the opening like a runner trying to steal second base. Dax had to push and squirm his way in, as his broad shoulders barely fit through the opening in the wall. He looked back and saw the halo of light from the candles fading as he went deeper into the tunnel. The men had not yet returned, probably assuming they didn't need to hurry. Their captives had nowhere to go. Dax crawled as fast as he could in the darkness, sharp edges biting at his clothes. The ground sloped upward, and Dax remembered some of the history he'd learned in school. New Orleans had a sordid past, and people had created tunnels beneath the city for many reasons over the past couple of 100 years. He was most likely crawling through one that bootleggers had used to move illegal whiskey during Prohibition. He felt something cold dig into his cheek, followed by the warm trickle of blood. Dax kept going and saw an opening iris ahead, a dull light at the end of the tunnel. A hand reached out to him. Isaac grabbed Dax and helped him out of the tunnel and into the room where everyone else waited. Looking around at the circuit boards and network panels, he realized they had ended up in a utility closet. Chloe, Monica, and the boys had gathered at the exit door. She had a box of cold medicine in her hand and was examining jugs of antifreeze on a shelf.
"What is that stuff?"
Neil asked.
"Ingredients used to make crystal meth."
Isaac ran his hand along the wall and then stood by the door.
"We think this door leads outside. Come on."
Dax took a look back at the tunnel, wondering why the thugs hadn't chased them yet. Why weren't they crawling through the tunnel to reclaim their property? Either they think we're still in the basement with nowhere to go, or they know we went through the tunnel, and where it ends up. He moved across the room, pushed the bar, and headed through the door. Dax looked up and down the alley, which intersected a street at each end. "This way." He led them to the right as gunshots rang out and people continued to shout.
"Where are we going?" Monica asked. "Keep moving," Chloe said to her. "Officer Dax is going to get us to safety."
Dax looked down and saw a metal pipe sitting next to a dumpster. After picking it up, he led the group down the alley, constantly looking over his shoulder for the thugs but seeing no sign of them. "We're going to make it." They reached the end of the alley and Dax put a foot on the sidewalk. He'd turned and taken a deep breath just as 3 men appeared in front of him. The thugs pointed their weapons at him. "Stop!" Dax looked past Chloe, Isaac, and Neil. Footsteps crept up from the dark alley as another contingent of their captors came from behind, trapping the group. A bright light flashed into Dax's eyes, and he shielded his face, turning away. "You're really starting to piss me off."
"Damn it."
"Get them back in the basement. And for fuck's sake, someone fix the wall." 13. They tossed Dax into the room. His knee smacked off the floor, and he heard Monica gasp. Kevin and Darius whimpered, but none of the adults dared speak. He looked up at the rows of fluorescent lighting overhead, the bulbs gray and dead. Long wooden tables had been pushed to the walls, and the captives had been ushered into the middle of the room. But Dax couldn't see the end of the room. It stretched into the darkness. Dax rubbed his knee and had started to stand up when Chuck approached. The thug flashed a gold-toothed grin at Dax as if the two were meeting for a beer after a long shift in the factory. Chuck drew his right leg back then and delivered a stiff kick to Dax's ribs. When Dax leaned forward, coughing from the boot to his midsection, another blow glanced off of his chin and snapped his head back. Dax spat a wad of bloody phlegm on the floor, unsure if the blood came from his stomach or his mouth, or both. 2 guards yanked him up by the arms and dragged him back over to Chuck. "Who the fuck are you?" Before Dax could catch his breath and answer the man, Chuck delivered a straight jab to Dax's stomach, knocking the air from his lungs. The two thugs holding Dax by the arms pulled him up yet again. Chuck had pulled a pistol and now placed the end of the barrel on Dax's forehead. Chloe cried out, "Don't!" "If she says another word, shoot her." Chuck turned from Chloe back to Dax. "I'm not going to ask you again." Dax felt his vision getting cloudy. The men wavered like asphalt on a hot summer day. Their voices sounded distant and hollow. He shook his head and tasted the salty blood in his mouth. Dax spat again and looked Chuck in the eye, trying to focus on something to keep from passing out. "Hold up." A gangly, clean-shaven, bald guy approached Dax. He bent down and looked into Dax's face before standing up, chuckling at his boss. "Yup. I know this nigga." "You sure, Leo?" Unlike Chuck, Leo spoke quickly and in a high-pitched whine. His hands moved fast, and his tongue flicked over his golden grill. Hoop earrings dangled from Leo's ears, and along with the shaved head, he looked like a magic genie from the hood. Dax tried to concentrate on Leo's face, but a dark halo had begun closing in on the edge of his vision, and he could barely understand what was being said. Yeah, I know him for sure. This dude broke out of prison with me. Nigga never talked to anyone inside and then went his own way when we all ran. He goes by the name of Dax or some stupid shit like that." Dax looked past Leo and Chuck to see Chloe's people looking at him, their mouths open and their faces pale. Chloe's lips appeared as a single thin line, and she was wiping tears from her eyes. Isaac slowly shook his head back and forth, a cold smile beginning to crawl across his face. Neil ignored the gang's threat and turned toward Dax. "You were in prison?" "This fool ain't no cop." Leo laughed at Neil and then looked back to Dax. "He ain't nothing but a prison bitch. Wait, you didn't know that?" He laughed again, putting his hands in front of his mouth and dancing around Chloe. "Ooh, nigga played you hard, yo." Chuck looked at Dax and laughed. "You mean you ain't even a cop?" "You gotta be kidding me." Isaac stepped back and leaned against the metal wall. "I can't believe you, Chloe." Isaac then turned to face Dax. "How could you play us like that?" Smiling, Chuck glanced back and forth between Dax and Isaac. He gestured toward his guards, commanding them to lower their weapons. "You don't like this dude, do you?" Chuck said to Isaac. "No." Chuck waved his hands at the two guards holding Dax. "Let him go." When the two men released Dax's arms, he collapsed to the floor. This might be it. Could be a bullet in my brain. Chuck took a step back and invited Isaac to step up. "Kick his ass then, kid." Isaac looked at Chuck and then to Chloe, who hadn't moved since the ex-cons had revealed Dax's secret. "You kidding? I can't do that." "You know you want to hit him. I seen the way you been looking at the cripple, and I seen the way she be looking at your boy. Dak or Doc or whatever the fuck his name is. Go alpha dog on his ass." "Woof woof." Dax moaned and then slurred a few words together. "I'm not fighting him." Chuck raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Neil. "If y'all ain't gonna fight, then I guess I'm gonna have to thin the herd." Leo giggled and hopped from one foot to the other. Chuck kept his eyes on Dax while he pointed the barrel of the gun around the room. He put the sight on Darius, then Kevin, then Monica, then Neil. His aim held on Chloe. "Maybe I'll start with her." "Stop it," Isaac said, raising his voice. Then hit him. Isaac turned to Dax. The boy's eyes had narrowed. Dax stumbled to his feet, clutching his ribs with one hand while his other arm dangled at his side. He stepped closer to Isaac and looked into the kid's eyes and nodded. Isaac's first blow landed above Dax's navel, doubling him over and bringing his other hand to his midsection. Isaac came next with an uppercut which caught Dax beneath the chin, knocking his head back. Chuck howled, and the gang members followed his lead, laughing and taunting Dax while cheering for Isaac and encouraging him to throw another punch. You better knock him down before he gets real pissed, boy. Dax fell backward into the wall but remained on his feet. He saw the feral delight in Isaac's face and recognized the look from his own time spent scrapping in the prison yard. The boy's adrenaline had bolstered his courage. Dax winced as Isaac's fist hit him square in the mouth. Stop it! Chloe yelled out. Isaac came in low and tight like a prize fighter. Ducking down, he used his head to pin Dax against the wall by his shoulder, the boy's fists pummeling Dax's midsection. Dax lunged forward and gave Isaac a bear hug, hoping to keep his arms locked to his sides. Isaac lifted his head, and it appeared as though Dax had him in a lover's embrace. Push me, Dax said as they grappled, a low whisper in Isaac's left ear. Push me into him. What? Throw me into Chuck. Isaac tried pulling his arms free, but Dax was too strong. The thugs had become restless as the fight devolved into a standing wrestling match. Why? Do it now, or we're all gonna die. Dax felt Isaac's arms yank again, and this time he let the boy go. For a split second, Dax saw doubt in the boy's face. Isaac's eyes went wide and his mouth opened, but he said nothing. And then he felt the boy's hand grasp the collar of his shirt. Isaac had grabbed Dax's shirt with one hand and had his belt with the other. He spun Dax around and pushed him toward Chuck. Dax used Isaac's momentum to help propel his body at the gang's leader. Staring at the barrel of Chuck's gun as if it were a cyclopean eye, he saw the look of surprise on the man's face, his mouth contorting into a snarl. Dax's right hand went to the sheath on Chuck's left hip. In one motion, he'd grabbed the knife and brought it up to the man's throat while using his other hand to knock the gun to the ground. Chuck's hat flew off to reveal a clean-shaven head. Everyone froze while the gang members raised their weapons at Dax, who was now behind Chuck, using him as a human shield. Chuck began to laugh. You so much as blink and I'll cut your throat. Dax looked at Isaac and used his eyes to point at the gun laying on the floor. Pick it up. Isaac obeyed. He grabbed the gun and stood up, waving it in the air. Dax pushed the blade of the knife into Chuck's neck. A trickle of blood emerged. Drop your weapons, Dax said. Chuck began to mumble to himself before his words turned into deep, rumbling laughter. He tapped his hands together in weak applause. Bravo, my nigga. Well played. Chuck's eyes moved through the room. You heard, Dax. Drop the weapons. The thugs did as they were told, dropping the weapons to the ground. Dax spun Chuck around. Kick them across the floor toward the others. The thugs slid the weapons away, and members of Chloe's group, including Neil, picked them up. Dax kept the knife on Chuck's throat. He walked the man to the other side of the room, never turning away from the gang members. Lead them out of here, Neil. Isaac, stay with me and keep that gun pointed at them. Neil nodded at Dax before opening the door. Come on, everybody. Isaac stood next to Dax, keeping the gun aimed at the thugs.
"Sorry I hit you so hard."
"You didn't." Chuck wasn't laughing any longer. He began to hiss, and he spat his words like venom. "You're making a big mistake, boy. You, this motherfucker behind me, that cripple bitch, you're all dead." Dax dropped the knife from Chuck's throat and grabbed him by the arm, pinning it behind his back. Chuck screamed, and the gang members took a step forward, but Isaac raised his gun. Chuck groaned, gritting his teeth. Dax leaned forward so only Chuck could hear what he was going to say. "I could pull your fucking arm off right now if I wanted to. And I could have killed all of you. You better think about that before you come after us. You got me?" "Fuck you!" Dax pulled back harder on Chuck's arm. He jerked it one more time before throwing Chuck to the ground. The man hit the floor with a thump, the side of his head bouncing off the wall. Chuck's gang went to move toward him, but he yelled at them to back off. "Give me your keys," Dax said. Chuck nodded at his men. "Someone get the keys out of my pocket. I can't reach 'em." The man handed the keys to Dax as Isaac kept the gun trained on the thugs. "Now sit down and shut up. You got 2 minutes before I start shooting. Move it." Dax kicked one of the men in the ass as he dropped down to sit on the floor. "We gonna get you, motherfuckers," Leo said. Isaac lowered his weapon as the last man sat down. He shook his head and turned to Dax. "They're gonna get out when the rest of their crew comes back." "Yeah, but their crew might be out all night. That'll buy us some time." Dax shut the door, used Chuck's key to lock it, and then tucked the ring into his pocket. Muffled chuckling came from the other side. One of the thugs had come right up against the door to say something to Dax. Chuck. "You're dead. You fuckers are all dead." 14. The group found an abandoned office building several blocks away from the compound where they'd been imprisoned. Isaac and Dax went through every room and did their best to secure the doors and windows so everyone could try and rest for the night. Neil and Chloe had been talking about Dax and whether or not he could be trusted given that he had been lying about being a cop. Isaac wasn't even close to falling asleep, though. He kept replaying the events of the day, his mind showing him the scuffle with Dax over and over again. He had landed several good shots on that lying asshole, and it had felt good. If outsmarting thugs by beating the shit out of Dax was the answer, Isaac hoped the universe would ask the question more often. As others slept on the hard, thin carpeting of the office floor, Isaac stood and walked to the front of the building. He carefully stepped over arms and outstretched legs to get a look out of the window and into the street. Dawn was breaking behind the towering structures of steel and glass. The light reflected in a kaleidoscope of color as it passed through windows and accentuated the sun's morning rays. But as his eyes continued down to the street level, the scene felt much less inspiring. Isaac saw fires burning inside of cars. The empty storefront stared back at him with broken windows that looked like black eyes. Garbage, ash, and junk of all kinds littered the sidewalks among bloated corpses. Some lay face down where they'd died, but others had been dragged off to the side like common roadkill. The odor of burning plastic failed to mask the smell of death which Isaac could detect even with the window closed. A man ran down the sidewalk screaming, only inches from where Isaac stood behind the window, but Isaac couldn't see who or what the man was running from. He backed away from the window, hoping to fade into the darkness that still held in the deep recesses of the building. The man's cry faded as he continued running down the street. Isaac's racing heart slowed.
Mr. Isaac?
His heart skipped another beat at the sound of the young boy's voice behind him. He turned around, noticing that his own gasp had startled the boy in return. Darius's mother hadn't returned for him after the city had fallen. "You scared me."
I'm sorry.
Isaac sighed, winking at the young boy.
It's all right.
He sat down on the ground and patted a stain on the carpet. Darius sat cross-legged next to Isaac.
What are you doing here?
Looking outside, making sure nobody's going to try and hurt us. Why aren't you sleeping? Darius shook his head.
I couldn't sleep much.
You too, huh?
I want my bed. I want to go home.
We're going to get you home, little man. I promise. Isaac's stomach turned, possibly from making a promise to the boy he knew he couldn't keep, and he took a sip from his water. Luckily, he still had a quarter of a bottle left from a package they had found in one of the offices. Isaac smiled at Darius and handed the water bottle to him. Darius took a swig and handed it back to Isaac. Drink it. You can have the rest. Darius's eyes widened, and he chugged the rest of the water, his eyes on Isaac as he drank.
Thank you.
Isaac patted his head, lightly placing a hand on his shoulder. You're welcome.
What are we going to do now?
I don't know. Isaac ran his hand through his hair. I guess we'll try to find somewhere safe to stay, far away from those bad men. Then we'll come up with a plan to get you kids home. Darius sat next to Isaac for a few hours, occasionally drifting into a shallow sleep. Isaac felt the boy startle several times, moaning and calling for his mother. When Darius woke up for good, the two sat in silence. The floor cracked. Isaac and Darius looked toward the hallway as Neil entered. The others are waking up. Isaac looked to Darius, who smiled back at him. He offered the boy his hand, which he accepted. Together, they stood up and followed Neil into the other room where the rest of the group was talking. 15. They left the office building that morning as the sun rose. Dax led the group down the street, moving silently around the burnt-out shells of cars and rotting bodies. Chloe brought up the rear, hobbling along. She thought about the way Dax had protected her. He'd fought with an efficient savagery that had kept the situation from getting out of hand, and kept him in control. They wouldn't last long now without Dax, and she wasn't sure it mattered whether he was a cop or a convict. The world had changed, and men like Dax were the ones who would survive in it. Chuck had captured her, twice, and she'd seen what he did to anyone who threatened his new black market dealings. He wasn't going to let them simply walk away. He'd even said so, and, in her mind, she replayed him saying it. "You're all dead." There were only so many places to hide out, and finding a safe haven from the insanity was becoming more difficult. And what if things never went back to normal? What if this was the new normal? Chloe believed that Chuck had an extensive crew, a network of gangs spread across the city who delivered workers to his warehouse. He'd produce the meth when the grid came back up, and if it didn't, he'd always have the young women he'd captured. Chloe tried to push the thoughts out of her head as she kept pace with the rest of the group, taking in the broken city around her. Until now, Katrina had been the most devastating event New Orleans had ever seen. Whatever had blacked out the city must have been something huge, catastrophic. With Katrina, FEMA had rushed into the city faster than the media had portrayed it. The National Guard and relief trailers had been on the streets within days of the waters receding. But lately, nobody came to help. No police officers in riot gear. No National Guardsmen or helicopters flying over. The government had simply ceased to exist, leaving the street urchins to crawl from the sewers and do what they wanted to their fellow citizens. Chloe hadn't heard many rumors about what had caused the blackout or if the city could be saved. Based on what she saw, however, Chloe wouldn't have been surprised if this apocalyptic event was happening across the entire country, or maybe even the whole world. If the grid couldn't be restored, they might never even know what had started it all. "How are you doing?" Neil's question shook Chloe from her thoughts. She gave him a smile like one gives an old friend at another's funeral. "I'm all right." "No, I mean, how are you really doing?" Chloe stared into his eyes and shook her head. "I don't know. The last few days have been nothing but hell, and I'm worried sick that Chuck's gang is going to catch up with us. If that happens..." Neil sighed as if there wasn't anything they could do about Chuck catching up to them. He gestured toward the front of the group, toward Dax. "How well do you know him?" Chloe hesitated, not initially sure how to answer the question. She stared up the road as she shook her head. "I'm not too sure anymore." Neil sighed. "I guess the most important question I have is, can we trust him?" "I'm not sure we have much of a choice. How are we supposed to survive without him? He's so much stronger and more skilled than the rest of us. He might be the only thing keeping us alive." "That gang isn't going to stop until they find him. They might forget about us if we ditch him." Chloe laughed. "Those guys aren't going to stop until they find all of us. I can promise you that. I mean, they came back to the daycare center for me. They want to use us for slave labor. And it's personal now. Sure, they could find others, possibly even a group weaker than ours. But they'll want us now. I'm sure of it." Neil paused and then looked to the ground. "I don't know if I can trust Dax." "Why not?" "He lied about being a cop. That's a pretty big secret." "He was trying to survive. If you were an escaped convict, what would you have done?" "We would have turned him away. Besides, he saved me from that place to begin with." "Do you know what he did?" Chloe paused, unsure of how much she wanted to tell Neil about Dax. She had heard from others that Dax had murdered someone during Katrina. She also knew he'd been running with gangs after high school, and well into his 30s. She'd assumed the two things were related, but had never heard the motives behind exactly why Dax had done what he'd done. The Dax, or Jackson, she'd known in high school had never seemed capable of such crimes. She'd hoped to have the chance to ask him about it sometime soon. And without knowing more about what he'd done after they separated, she wasn't comfortable getting into it with Neil. "I don't know," Chloe said. "Eventually, the others are going to want to know." "Eventually isn't now. They need to learn to trust him like I'm having to do again." "So you're on the fence, too?" Chloe nodded. "But I don't see much choice. He can help us." Neil didn't respond. He'd been walking next to her for some time when his mouth suddenly turned down into a grimace. He winced and then stopped. "Hold up," Chloe said to the others in the group. Neil rubbed his left calf, waving the group on. "Don't wait up for me. Just a little cramp, that's all." Everyone stared, and he gestured again. "Really, I'm fine. Chloe and I will catch up. Keep moving." "Let's go, guys," Isaac said from up ahead, and the group continued on. Chloe's eyes tightened, and she lowered her voice. "You all right?" Neil stood straight up and nodded. "I'm fine," he said, whispering. "I need to tell you something." and I didn't want anyone else to hear. He started walking again, urging her to remain beside him. Chloe swallowed.
What is it?
I wasn't a security guard at the pump station. I was an engineer.
What?
When Isaac and a couple of the kids turned around, Neil reached down to grab his leg again, still faking a cramp. "We're okay," he said to the group. "Keep going." When they turned around again, Neil barked at Chloe with a harsh whisper.
"Keep it down." "Why did you lie about that?"
Neil's lie didn't seem to be of the same magnitude as Dax's, and yet she felt her face flushing and her pulse quickening. She shook her head back and forth, resisting the urge to scream at Neil for the apparent hypocrisy. "Look, all you need to know is that bad things are coming, Chloe. This city can only remain without power for so long." Chloe furrowed her brow.
"What are you talking about?" "Neil, you're scaring me."
"You should be scared. We all should."
"Neil, you have to tell me—"
"You know what? I shouldn't have said anything. I'm sorry." He sped up, catching the rest of the group and leaving Chloe behind as she called his name. But she knew. Everyone who lived in New Orleans knew, and perhaps just hadn't been thinking about it. The pumps. The backup systems. They'd fail, submerging the city underwater in a matter of hours. 16. Dax led the group to a house on the outskirts of town, in a district known for its drug deals and street shootings. The violence that had plagued many of the disadvantaged neighborhoods in New Orleans before the blackout was commonplace now. Bodies were piled up on the sidewalks of Bourbon Street, as they had on Paris Road in the crime-ridden neighborhood of Little Woods. He stopped in front of a single-story blue house with white shutters and boards nailed over one of the windows. "We're not stopping here," Neil said. "What if someone lives here?" "They don't," Dax said. "My cousin used to own this house. Been vacant for months." Dax crept through the tall weeds and pushed the chain-link gate open. It squealed louder than he'd expected. Dax looked around, but it didn't appear as though anyone else was hiding in the houses on this street. He put a foot on the first step, and the old wood creaked beneath his weight. Dax stepped over a gaping hole on the deck to the left of the door, grateful that it wasn't dark. He placed his fingers on the handle and slowly turned it, feeling no resistance from a lock or a deadbolt. Dax pushed the door open. Gripping his holstered sidearm, he entered the house. Ceiling tiles lay on the floor, and the walls had been covered with graffiti. The living room smelled of stale beer and urine. A rat scurried past his feet and into the kitchen. Dax noticed that the appliances had been stolen, leaving nothing but ghostly halos of dust and grime where they'd once stood. Dax moved through the 2 bedrooms and bathroom of the tiny, cramped house. The closet doors had all been torn off or stood open. The house had been stripped of everything, even the copper pipe torn from the laundry room walls, and that was probably before the world had gone to shit. Dax took a deep breath after making sure nobody was hiding in one of the rooms. He walked back to the living room to talk to the group from the front porch. They had gathered in the yard, but nobody was coming up the front steps. "It's vacant. It stinks, and it's not pretty, but it'll be a roof over our heads." The group looked around at the other houses on the street, and a few of them grumbled beneath their breath. But no one challenged Dax's decision to bring them here. Kevin and Darius made their way up the steps, followed by Monica. "Watch your step," Dax said. Isaac placed a foot on the step as if he expected a grenade to be hidden beneath it. When he stood on the porch, he stopped. "Yeah, Dax. We're going to be watching everything." Dax smiled and bowed like a butler inviting the master's guests inside. "None of them trust you. But at least the boy has a set of balls. Neil came up behind Isaac. He flashed a look back at Chloe, who was the last person to come through the gate. When Dax looked at her, he noticed the frown. "Thanks for bringing us here," Neil said. "I'm still not sure I can trust you, but I appreciate what you did in getting us out of that hellhole." He entered the house before Dax could respond. Dax held a hand out to Chloe as she came up the stairs, but she waved him off. She was hopping toward the door when Dax reached out and grabbed her by the arm. "Is everything all right?"
"It's fine."
"Are you sure?"
"Yes. Now please let me go inside."
Dax let go of her arm, and Chloe slid by, hobbling into the house. He took one last look down the street to see if anybody had seen them before ducking inside the house and shutting the door. Everyone stood in the living room when Dax entered the house. Isaac and Monica hissed and waved their hands at the rat droppings and dark stains on the carpet. The children held their noses and leaned against the wall. Chloe looked to Dax.
"So, what's the plan?"
"We stay here and look for some food and water. The street looks empty. I'm assuming that most people who lived here have gone into the city and are seeing what kind of trouble they can stir up. As y'all mentioned, this isn't the friendliest neighborhood. There's probably a few old people left, and maybe another few stragglers who didn't want to get caught up in the mess. But that's it." Neil turned and looked at the group while speaking to Dax. "This place is only going to work for so long before we have to find higher ground." Dax narrowed his eyes, and he glanced at Chloe, who lowered her head in turn and then averted her eyes to the wall, away from the group. "What do you mean?" Isaac asked. "Why would we need to find higher ground? The government took care of all that after Katrina." Neil shook his head. "Never mind. I shouldn't have even brought it up." The room burst into a whirlwind of chatter as Neil's face turned white. Everyone was asking him questions at once. "The pumps have backup power. The Army Corps of Engineers fixed that shit after Katrina." Dax kept trying to convince himself that he could continue to ignore the inevitable. "They rebuilt the levees. So tell us, Neil, why would we need to find higher ground?" Chloe hobbled over to stand between Dax and Neil.
"Because the backup power is about to run out. Isn't that right, Neil?"
Neil took his glasses off and cleaned the lenses in the bottom of his filthy t-shirt. "Yes." Dax sighed, and Isaac stood in the corner, his mouth hanging open but with no words coming out. Neil paced back and forth, looking up at the water-stained ceiling and dangling wires that no longer carried an electrical current. Dax stepped in front of Neil and stared at him as the man explained. "Of course, y'all know that most of New Orleans is 1 or 2 feet below sea level. In some places, it's as much as 20 feet. If you were here during Katrina, you know what kind of a nightmare that was. The pumps at the station run on backup power if a catastrophe like this occurs, but that power will eventually run out. It was designed under the assumption that the grid would come back up within a matter of days, or weeks at the most." "What are you saying?" Isaac asked. "I'm saying that with all of the recent storms, when the pumps go out, the city will flood. Completely. By my best calculations, that could happen at any moment. And to make matters worse, the water will be incredibly toxic. Chemicals from the oil refineries will leach into the reservoirs. It'll be like an acid bath. Everyone trapped in the city will die." The realization shot through the room. The children began to mumble, fully understanding what was about to happen. "Jesus Christ," Dax said, running his hand down his face as he turned around. "How do you know all this?" Isaac asked. "I thought you were a security guard at the pump station." Neil looked around the room before setting his eyes on Chloe. I lied. I was an engineer.
You lied? Monica asked.
Yes, and I'm sorry. Isaac slapped his right palm against the wall and kicked a beer bottle across the room.
We can't trust any of you fools.
I have to go. Right now, Dax said as he headed for the door.
Where?
Chloe asked him. I told you I need to get to my sister. I've got to get there before those pumps stop working. And when I do, I'm getting the hell out of this city. Where does she live? Neil asked. Over near Tremay. I know of a tunnel only a few blocks from there, Neil said. It'll get you guys safely out of the city and headed for Texas. Bullshit. Neil approached Dax. I'm a civil engineer. I know about parts of this city that not even the mayor knows exist. You can call me a liar because I said I was a security guard instead of an engineer. That's a little white lie I can live with. Not the same as hiding the fact that you're a convicted felon. Dax gritted his teeth. The man had some nerve reminding everyone in the room of Dax's past to soften his own lie. Everyone in the room had fallen silent. Even the children had stopped fussing. Neil looked at Chloe, and Dax followed his gaze. She looked to Neil and nodded. If you get us to higher ground, then I promise that I'll get you into that tunnel and you can get out of the city. But you have to get us out of the flood zone. Right now. Dax exhaled through his nose and stomped his foot down on the floor. A puff of dust motes floated in the air, forcing a cough from Monica. Motherfucker. Chloe stared at him, her eyes wide and shimmering. Neil stuck out his hand. So, do we have a deal? 17. Dax was halfway across the yard when he heard the high-pitched squeal of the front door's hinges. Seriously? You're really leaving us? Dax exhaled and turned around. Neil stood alone on the porch, the others beginning to gather in the open doorway. Dax looked into the long faces of the children. He could see Chloe in the back of the group, Isaac standing next to her with an arm around her shoulders. I'm sorry, Neil. I can't. I mean, I know you guys need help, but I can't be the one responsible for y'all while this city turns into a toxic shithole. My sister's out there, and I need to get to her. She's family. And what are you going to do when you find her? You said you want to get out of the city. I'm offering you an easier way to do that. I can get you into those tunnels, I promise. Dax scoffed. If I go now, I don't need to crawl through some rat-infested hole or worry about when Lake Pontchartrain is going to fill your tunnel. Me and my sister can walk out of here, straight down the middle of I-10. We'll probably stay at her place for a few days, gather supplies before heading out. If you want, you can come with us. But you gotta get there before the water rises. We'll never make it in time. Look at us, said Neil, not needing to point out Chloe's handicap. We're people too, and we need your help. You're really going to turn your back on all of these children? What about You don't know me. You don't know who I am or what I've done. I ran with some bad dudes in my day and did some shit I'll regret for the rest of my life. I'm sorry. This group ain't my problem. My sister needs me. Dax turned his back to Neil and walked away. He was almost to the curb when a more familiar voice called after him.
Not your problem.
He turned around to see Chloe standing on the porch. She moved down the steps, ignoring the attempts from Neil to assist her. Chloe hobbled across the yard, stopping in front of Dax.
So, that's all you got to say? That we're not your problem?
Dax sighed. Chloe, look, I've got to...
You know what? I should have known you'd be like this. I heard about all the shit you did. When you first showed up and freed me from those criminals, I told myself that everything I heard wasn't true. That you were the Jackson I loved and remembered. But you're just some dude named Dax. A selfish prick about to turn his back on a group of helpless people. I'm a guy who has to get to his sister. She needs me. She needs a fix. Your sister's a fucking junkie, Dax. She's probably already dead.
She has a medical condition. Chloe laughed and shook her head.
Yeah. You keep telling yourself that.
Dax stared into Chloe's eyes. Based on Gabby's erratic behavior during the last few months that she'd visited him in prison, Dax had known Gabby was strung out on something. The fact that Chloe knew meant everyone did. No matter what he told himself, Dax had a junkie for a sister, and that was if she was even still alive. Chloe hadn't blinked or looked away. He broke first, stepping away and looking at the roof of the house so he wouldn't have to see their faces. See ya, Chloe. Gabby's place isn't that far from here. We'll probably stay there a few days until we have enough supplies to head north. He turned around, stepped over the curb, and started walking away. When Dax reached the end of the street, he stopped at the intersection and looked both ways. Don't turn around. Gabby needs you. He took a breath and turned left. A blue plastic shopping bag tumbled across the street. Drapery fluttered from broken windows, and a pack of 3 hungry dogs had cornered something beneath a porch. Dax saw smoke spiraling into the sky from various places within the city, and he thought again about what Neil had said. At least the flood will put the fires out. He stopped in the middle of the street and closed his eyes. He could still see Chloe standing in front of the house, her gaze boring into him and stirring the guilt he'd buried for so long. Dax had gotten mixed up with the wrong dudes, and that had landed him in prison. He'd been locked up when his sister had needed him the most. He wouldn't let her down again. Not now. Dax opened his eyes to the sound of gunshots. He had become accustomed to those, though. It was the screams that followed which caught his attention. He hadn't seen any other people in this neighborhood when the group had arrived. Dax had been certain of that. He turned around and started running back toward the house. His mind skittered and skipped like a radio station dial bumped slightly out of tune. The hungry dogs ran, too, away from their prey trapped beneath the porch. More screams. Where are they coming from? What is happening? When he ran through the intersection and turned the corner, he saw people running. They weren't from Chloe's group, and Dax silently chided himself for thinking he had found an abandoned neighborhood. People crawled from their houses, some carrying as much as they could in soggy cardboard boxes and black garbage bags. Dax ran away from the house where he'd left Chloe's group and deeper into the neighborhood. Something had spooked the people who had before been barricaded into their homes. Something had driven them onto the streets where murder, fire, and chaos ensued. Water. Dax stopped in the middle of the street, both hands on his hips as he took huge gulps of air. At first, it looked like a malevolent black shadow spreading across the land. But as the floodwater crawled toward him, he could smell the oil and toxic brew roiling around on its surface. The floodwater turned the lawns black and oozed across the asphalt and between the curbs, transforming the street into a shallow but ever-growing canal. Black vultures took flight and rats crawled from the sewer, their fur already coated in a slick, dark fluid. The flood was coming. 18. Chloe stood in the yard and watched Dax stop at the end of the street.
Please, come back, she said under her breath.
But Dax kept walking. to the intersection and out of sight. Chloe pulled herself back toward the house, the bottom of her crutch dragging across the gravel and through the high grass of the lawn. She tilted to one side suddenly, but Neil ran over and grabbed her left arm before she could tumble to the ground. "Help me with her, Isaac." The teen jumped down the stairs and rushed across the yard, grabbing Chloe's right arm. The two straightened her up, and she sniffled. "I'm fine. I can handle myself." "Are you sure?" Isaac asked. "Yeah. Give me some space, please." The two men backed away. Isaac looked at Neil, but he shook his head quickly, communicating to the kid to leave her be. Chloe ran a hand through her curly hair while using the other to grip the crutch. Sweat had broken out on her brow, and she wiped her forehead. Kevin skipped down the walk to where Neil, Isaac, and Chloe stood. He turned his face up to Neil. "Mr. Neil, I think we found some food in the smelly house." "Go ahead," Isaac said to Neil. "I'll stay with her." Neil nodded and followed Kevin up the porch steps. "You can go too. I'll be fine. Give me 5 minutes to get some fresh air." "I'm not leaving you out here by yourself. We don't know who could be watching us from inside any of these houses." She turned when his hand touched her shoulder. "We can do this without him," Isaac said. "He's selfish, and we don't need him." But did she really believe that? Chloe's first thoughts had been of escaping the city. She'd wanted to get as far from the chaos as possible. Now she didn't have a choice. She had to stay and help them. But Dax didn't. "You're right." Chloe pushed another spiraling lock of hair out of her face. A slight breeze blew past them, and she caught a whiff of something strong, maybe natural gas or sulfur. "Screw him. We can figure this out ourselves." Isaac smiled, and Chloe put her hand over his, which was still on her shoulder. "Thanks for being here for me. And I appreciate what you did back at that compound to get us out of there." Isaac shrugged. It felt good to hit him. Chloe laughed, smiling at Isaac until she felt something on her foot. At first, it felt like a cat had pressed against her leg, but when she looked down, there was no animal. Water. It came toward them in a steady black flow, down the street and running between the curbs and splashing into the yard where Chloe and Isaac stood. "It's happening, Chloe. Neil said the pumps would stop soon. What are we going to do now?" She looked down at the water and back to Isaac, not knowing exactly what to say. 19. Chloe and Isaac had taken the kids outside and awaited him on the sidewalk. Neil took one last look around the room and grabbed the door and pulled it shut. He closed his eyes and exhaled before stepping away. Except Chloe, nobody in the group had spoken to him unless he'd spoken first since he'd confessed his little white lie. He wondered if they even cared. Maybe everyone had collectively decided they were resigned to whatever fate the universe handed them. They knew what it took to protect a group of teenagers and young kids. Whether it was Neil or Isaac or Dax or Chloe, nobody was going to be able to save them. Neil decided that he had become their scapegoat. They didn't know what had happened to their city, but they know that he had lied, and that misplaced anger would have to suffice. Neil stopped mulling over things he couldn't control and joined the others in the front of the house. He looked into the street to see the flowing water, rising high enough to spill over the curb and into the yard. "Stay close to us, guys," Chloe told Kevin and Darius. "I want you to hold hands and stay together." The two boys locked hands with Monica, and the group started down the sidewalk. The city of New Orleans sat at the bottom of a huge bowl, about a foot below sea level. The water would be coming from all directions as it flowed over the edge of the bowl and into the city. Neil scanned the front of every house. Now that the flood had begun, he knew bad people who had hunkered down in the homes would be flushed to the surface like sewer rats. Perhaps they'd jump out and come after them, though that was unlikely with Isaac carrying the assault rifle he had taken from a member of Chuck's gang.
"What's that smell?"
Monica asked. Neil had noticed it even before he'd seen the water, but had hoped the children somehow wouldn't. Foolish thinking. The stench oozed forth in the heavy, humid air.
"Keep moving," Chloe said.
She slowed, allowing Isaac and the kids to pass her and for Neil to catch up.
"Is that the water?"
Neil nodded.
"How much worse is it going to get?"
"I don't want to think about it. It could get so bad that we won't be able to come outside without wearing gas masks. And good luck finding even one of those." Chloe stared down the street. She didn't ask any other questions. Neil relished the relative silence, knowing that as the water rose, the questions would come with it, and nobody in the group would want to hear the answers. They wouldn't be able to make it out of the city before it flooded, which meant their only option was finding a place to wait it out and hope the National Guard or FEMA would rescue them. They walked for hours until the kids began asking for food. But the water kept coming, and it would soon force them to either swim or find higher ground in order to stop and rest. Finally, they approached an apartment building on the other side of the intersection, several stories taller than the surrounding houses and shops. Colorful yet unreadable graffiti covered the faded brown bricks. Trees grew through the foundation, and kudzu wrapped its way up the side of the building with tentacles crawling toward the windows. Neil saw a one-way steel door which most likely served as an emergency exit on the other side. The door had been propped open a few inches, but it was the spray-painted mural on the outside that caught his attention, a full-color depiction of a man stabbing a naked woman.
"We're going in there?" Darius asked. "I don't want to," Kevin said. "We have to go, guys," Chloe said. "We don't have any other choice. We've got to get to higher ground before more water comes. There's no way we can make it out of the city in time. We can wait on the top floor of the building until help arrives."
"We'll keep you safe," Isaac said. "Hold on to Monica's hands and stay close to us." Neil grimaced as he approached the graphic depiction on the emergency door. Several windows on the ground floor of the apartment building had been boarded up, so he wasn't about to take this vulnerable group strolling through the front door. They stopped about 50 feet away. If anyone was hiding on the other side, they'd certainly know a group of people was approaching. Apparently, Isaac had been thinking the same thing. "Neil, I need you to slowly open the door."
"Stay over here, kids," Chloe said.
Monica helped her usher them a half-block down the street, away from the door. Neil and Isaac advanced on the building, Isaac with his rifle raised and aimed at the door. Neil tiptoed and angled toward the hinged side of the door in case someone inside was watching them through the opening. Isaac stopped about 10 feet in front of it, his eye on the sight of the rifle. Neil mouthed silently to Isaac, "Ready?" Licking his lips, Isaac nodded. Neil leaned over and used his fingers to grab the edge of the door. He pulled it open. When he didn't see a muzzle flash or hear the crack of a rifle, Neil's tense shoulders relaxed. Although he couldn't see in the doorway, Isaac had lowered his weapon. "Let me take a quick look with the rifle." Neil watched as Isaac took 3 steps forward, the rifle at 45 degrees. He wasn't expecting a firefight, but he wasn't going to be caught off guard either. Isaac entered the building, and Neil held his breath.
It's clear! Isaac's voice came from within. Chloe and the kids approached. Let's move inside. Everyone stay behind me. Neil stepped out and then into the doorway with Chloe and the kids swiftly moving into the building. When the last person came through, Neil pushed the door shut. The panic bar still worked, and so when the door hit the frame, it locked. They were now safe from anyone following them, and they could still get out this way if they had to. Isaac kept the rifle in hand. Neil walked beside the kid as they entered the main lobby from a side hallway. The welcome desk sat at the building's entrance. Save a few sheets of paper, the main desk had been stripped of everything. A doorway behind the desk led to a single office. The main doors opened into a long, straight hallway now bathed in darkness. Whatever emergency lighting had lit the interior of the building had gone out. Let's head through here and see if we can find a staircase, Neil said. We need to get to the top level if we can. I can't see shit. Neil paused. The kid was right. Walking them into a dark hallway was probably not the safest move. But as he stood there, the windows on the external walls allowed a bit of sunlight to penetrate the darkness, and his eyes adjusted. He believed he could see enough to navigate the hallway, at least as far as they could go before finding the stairs. Don't worry, kid. I'm sure everyone fled this place like they did the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. We haven't seen anyone around. Isaac nodded, and Neil almost believed his own lie. There could definitely be people hiding in here. But what choice did they have? The stench of the water had intensified in his nose. Come on, then. Isaac led, with his rifle up and the safety off. Neil stayed a half-step behind, his eyes flitting back and forth from one side of the hallway to the other. Some of the apartment unit doors remained closed, while others had been flung open, revealing the littered chaos inside. Neil almost gagged on the odors of rotten eggs and spoiled poultry. As bad as it was, though, they had not seen any other people. They came to a door at the end of the corridor with a sign above. Stairs. Neil had to get his face within an inch of the plate to see what the sign said. Kids, stay close and hold hands, Chloe said. Neil turned toward the sound of Chloe's voice. Are you going to be able to climb to the top floor? I should be fine, she said, handing one of her crutches to him. Stay close and listen for anything out of the ordinary, Isaac said. They climbed the first set of stairs slowly. Neil listened for the sounds of the children. The darkness in the stairwell was so thick that Neil lost all sense of space. The stale air had to have been 20 degrees warmer than it was in the hallway, the humidity so high that even blinking made him sweat. When Neil felt his feet hit the landing between the first and second floor, he suggested that they stop to take a break. They jostled and groaned until they were sure everyone was there. Neil listened but heard nothing except everyone's labored breathing and the squeaks and groans of an old building. Let's keep moving. Neil felt a hand on his arm as Chloe spoke. He nodded, forgetting that she couldn't see him. We're going to keep going up with Isaac in the lead. We're not going to stop until the steps do. Is everyone okay with that? He heard a few mutters, but nobody protested. Good. If I counted right on the outside, that means 3 more floors until we reach the 4th. Let's go. They continued climbing. Neil heard squeaks and hisses coming from the darkness, and twice he felt something brush against his ankle. He shivered despite the heavy, cloying, humid air inside the stairwell. The children groaned too, knowing full well what was running around on the steps with them. Neil was now shoulder to shoulder with Isaac, climbing the steps with one hand on the railing and the other straight out in front of his body.
like a cop stopping traffic at an intersection. His palm hit the smooth surface of the steel door, and his feet kicked at the last step. Neil could almost taste the air trapped in the top of the building's stairwell. It stank of mold and garbage, and it choked his lungs no matter how deeply he inhaled. He heard the boys coughing, but nobody else had said a word despite the fact that he had stopped them on the fourth-floor landing. Now what? Isaac's question made Neil pause. He could almost feel the tension radiating from the teen. I've got the handle. You keep the rifle on the door. Neil turned slightly to address the rest of the group. Everyone else, go back down to the third-floor landing until we find out what's on the other side of this door. Stay out of the direct line of sight. If you can't see them, they can't shoot you. Isaac tensed. What? Neil said, whispering. I think I heard something. I've been hearing all kinds of things. Let's go. I can barely breathe in this stairwell, and I'll vomit if I feel another rat run across my foot. A shriek interrupted the conversation as someone stepped on a rat tail. Someone else's foot came down on a rat, the rodent's bones snapping under the pressure. Isaac hesitated and shook his head. All right. On the count of 3. On the mark, Neil pushed the bar, and the door swung open, revealing the long hallway of the 4th floor. Pockets of light shone through the doorways left open. Although not pitch black as the stairwell had been, the hallway was still dark enough to hide threats. He looked down the steps and saw hands on the railing, but everyone had stayed below the landing, as he had suggested. It doesn't look like anyone's in here, but we've got to be sure. Keep that rifle up and the safety off. Isaac started down the hallway, one slow step at a time. He turned to face the first open door on the right when a man stepped out, his arms in the air. Please don't shoot me. Isaac jumped back, and Neil braced himself for the blast. He'd covered his ears, but Isaac hadn't fired. What the hell, man? I could have shot you. Isaac gripped the gun and pointed the barrel at the man's face. Still might. Neil looked at Isaac and then at the man who appeared to be in his early 60s. He wore cut-off jeans and a faded T-shirt which had once been bright white. The man's hair hid his shoulders, and his beard extended almost to his chest. And he didn't appear to be armed. I don't want any trouble. The man now spoke to Neil, despite the fact that Isaac had the gun pointed in his face. Are you alone in here? Neil asked. Yeah. My buddy Cleveland left a few weeks ago. Don't know where he went, but I've been alone ever since. Please don't hurt me. I'm just a homeless guy trying to survive. I've got nothing. Neil turned as Chloe came down the hall with Monica and the boys behind her. They hadn't waited for him and Isaac to clear the floor, and Neil hoped she wouldn't regret her impatience. Put the gun down, Isaac, Chloe said. This guy isn't going to hurt us. You don't know that. She's right, the homeless man said, arms still raised. I've been staying here for months. If you want the place, you can have it. I promise I won't hurt nobody. Neil stepped past the man and into the unit he had been squatting in. Ragged and torn underwear hung from a rope strung from the window to the ceiling fan. A thin, dirty sheet had been draped over the window for privacy, but it still allowed natural light through. 2 couch cushions lay on the floor next to a pile of aluminum cans, and a shopping cart tipped onto its side. Put the rifle down, son. Neil pushed the gun down, aiming the barrel at the ground instead of the homeless man. Isaac winced but didn't resist. He took a step back to let Neil approach the man. Thank you, sir. Thought that kid was going to pop me one. Neil wrinkled his nose as he stood in the homeless man's unit. He was almost starting to miss the dank stairwell. "What's your name?"
"Douglas. But everyone at the shelter calls me Doug."
"Well, Doug, it doesn't look like you've been at the homeless shelter in a while. You've got yourself a sweet setup in this old abandoned building." Doug grinned, showing black spaces where many of his teeth had once been. He shrugged and leaned against the counter in the kitchenette attached to the open living room.
"I know, right?"
Isaac and Chloe stepped forward. "I'm Neil. The kid with the gun is Isaac, and the woman with the brains is Chloe." Doug nodded at everyone, even Monica and the boys who had gathered in the doorway but not worked up enough courage to brave the stench of Doug's makeshift home.
"Good to meet y'all."
"You're the only one in this building?" Chloe asked. Doug nodded. "You're sure?" Neil asked.
"Positive. I'm only up here now because I was checking to make sure no one snuck in. I usually sleep on the second floor. It's too hot up here."
He looked at the gun in Isaac's hands again.
"Can you please put that down? You're making me nervous."
Neil looked at Isaac, and he set the rifle in the corner of the room.
"So how bad is it out there now?"
Neil wasn't quite sure how to answer Doug. Instead, he walked into the apartment and to the window. Neil removed the dirty sheet from the window and opened it and looked out. Doug joined Neil and stood by his side. Black smoke billowed into the sky, and the gunshots continued at about the same rate they had been for weeks. But Neil immediately knew the last of the pumps had run out of diesel, and nobody was coming to refuel them. The water had risen over the curb, spilling onto the sidewalks and into the grass. Several people stood on the sidewalk, trying to figure out what was going on.
"Jesus!"
Isaac's voice startled Neil. The teen had crept up and was peering out of the window behind them.
"It's getting worse,"
Isaac said. Neil looked at Chloe, who now stood in the hallway talking to the kids. "It's going to continue to get worse," Neil said, keeping his voice low so only Isaac and Doug could hear him. "I think the last of the diesel has been delivered to the pump stations. I haven't heard a tanker truck in days."
"What does that mean?"
Doug asked. "It means that this entire city will be underwater, and without help from the government, we're all going to die." 20. Neil convinced them it would be safe to spend the night on the second floor. He told Chloe that the pumps would not all run out of fuel at the same time, so the water wouldn't rise as fast as it had during Hurricane Katrina. She hadn't been sure how she was going to be able to sleep on the fourth floor. Even with all of the doors and windows open, the heat smothered them. She could handle it, but she knew the children couldn't. Every summer, people died in this kind of extreme heat. Isaac had tried getting on the roof, but the access door was locked. Doug led them down to the second floor, into the room where he had been spending most of his time. He had spread his scavenged belongings into 2 rooms, but he had a free run of all of them. It had been years since the apartment building had fallen into disrepair, and at least a decade since people had lived there, other than homeless people who squatted on the first floor. One of Doug's rooms didn't have windows, but the other did. This was where he stayed when the heat intensified.
"That water smells awful."
Doug covered his nose with his hand. "It's only going to get worse," Neil said. Chloe poked her head through the open window. The water continued to crawl down the street. It now ran over the curbs and had begun to spread out into the lawns and parking lots like black ink. The sun had dropped to the horizon, and she guessed that they had about an hour and a half until it was fully dark. "We need fresh water," Neil said. "The more the water rises, the less likely it is we'll be able to get out and make runs. We won't survive without fresh water and food. Isaac looked at Doug. How much food and water do you have? No offense, kid, but you came to my home, Doug chuckled. This is my building. I don't think I'll be sharing anything with y'all. Isaac gritted his teeth and stepped toward the homeless man. You son of a... Chloe hobbled between them, placing her hand on Isaac's chest. He's right, Isaac. His food and water isn't ours to take. She saw a flicker of light in the teen's eyes. He shrugged off her hand, holding his gaze on Doug. Chloe then turned her attention to Doug. But I can tell you right now, if you don't help us, you won't survive this either. You're going to need more than what you have stashed. A great flood is coming, Neil said, and that water down there is toxic. Doug sniffed at the air and wrinkled his nose. So, then what do you suggest? Chloe turned back to Neil and Isaac. We need to send a search party out for food and water before the streets get any worse. Neil nodded. I'll go, Isaac said. The rest of you can stay here and look after the children. Chloe shook her head. You're not going out there by yourself. I'm going with you. Isaac rested his hand on her shoulder. No way. You can't go, it's too dangerous. And that's exactly why you can't go alone. Then Neil can go with me. Neil needs to stay with the children. He's the only one who really knows what's going on, and if something happens, he has 2 legs and can help them get out of danger. Chloe looked to Doug. He's going with us too. Me? No way, sister. You can count me out. I'm not getting caught up in your mess. Chloe narrowed her eyes. Our mess? Did you not hear what we've been talking about? This isn't only our mess. The whole city is going underwater. As far as we know, the whole country is offline. No one has come to New Orleans to help us. She stepped toward him, stopping inches from his face. Besides, you remember all that stuff you said about how you won't share your food and water? Well, if you don't come help us, then we won't be sharing what we find. What's ours is ours, and what's yours is yours. So I hope you've been able to keep the rats out of your food supply. Doug thought for a moment, then sighed. Fine, I'll go with you. I'm starting to catch a little bit of cabin fever anyway. Even got me a few of those fancy supermarket sacks we can take with us to carry the stuff. Then help Isaac gather whatever we're going to need on the streets, and let's go so we can get back before the sun goes down. Chloe could tell Doug had been on his own for a long time. The homeless man walked several yards ahead of Chloe and Isaac, splashing through the water without a care despite the foul stench rising from it. She struggled to maneuver through the sludge, but Isaac remained at her side. Dax ain't coming back, Isaac said. That's his problem, not mine. You and I need to get supplies back to Neil and the others. Isaac smirked and let loose with a light chuckle. Don't know what you saw in that guy in the first place. He's kind of a dick. He can be selfish. Chloe hobbled faster, trying her best to outrun the conversation and the rising water. He's more than selfish. He's reckless. I mean, does he really think he's going to find his sister and stroll out of NOLA? He can do what he wants, Isaac. Yeah, and that clearly don't involve you. The people who really care about you are still here. She didn't have the time or energy to deal with this now. They had found each other, yes, but Dax was from a long time ago. He was the past. not the future.
We need to catch up with Doug. I like that he's not holding back because I'm handicapped, but the three of us can't get too spread out.
Isaac nodded and skipped ahead without another word about Dax. They headed down the street, moving in the same direction as the water. As they'd witnessed from inside the apartment building, people had come outside to watch the streets flood. Each time a person hung around long enough to have a conversation, one of the three of them would ask if he had any spare water or food. Some folks gave them a bottle of water, and others laughed, asking what they had to offer in return. Nobody seemed to care how many legs Chloe had. Chloe thought Doug was going to hit one woman who called him a dumbass white boy after he'd thought she was going to give him fresh water. After a brief shouting match, though, Isaac pulled Doug away and down the sidewalk. Doug shrugged free of Isaac's grip, cursing and moving ahead of the teen and Chloe again. Chloe stopped on the sidewalk in front of a house to catch her breath. A woman had gone inside, slamming the door behind her.
Where are we going to find water? It seems impossible.
Isaac watched Doug stumble through another yard before answering Chloe. We'll find some. We have to. They turned onto the next street and stopped in front of a suite of old office buildings. The neighborhood had been mostly empty, which had raised the hairs on the back of Chloe's neck. Sure, people would be seeking higher ground once the city began to flood, but these neighborhoods had been home to thousands of people. Where were they now? Other than a sedan missing one of its wheels, there were no other vehicles in the parking lot. Doug was already standing at the front door, using a rock to pound at the doorknob. Wait for us, Isaac said. Doug ignored him, smashed the lock, and swung the door open and headed inside. Isaac scoffed. Idiot. The water hadn't yet crested the higher curb bordering the parking lot. Chloe hopped over it and used her crutches to swing up to the door. Doug had stepped into the building and through the darkness. Isaac had looked back to Chloe and taken a step forward just when a gunshot rang out from somewhere inside. The sound of the explosion sent Chloe stumbling backward, and Isaac instinctively held up his gun. He was about to take another step into the building when Chloe took hold of his arm.
What are you doing?
Doug might be hurt.
We need to go.
Isaac looked back at the door. He paused and ducked down, trying to see any movement inside. Chloe had climbed 2 steps and was already making her way across the raised parking lot. Isaac had turned to run when he heard the unmistakable click of a pump-action shotgun. Don't turn around and don't move. Chloe and Isaac stopped. They only looked at each other, then down to the AR-15 in Isaac's hands. Don't even think about it, the voice said as heavy footsteps marched toward them from behind. Get your hands in the air. They hesitated. I've got a shotgun aimed directly at Ms. Uno's leg, so I suggest you two fucking listen to me.
I can't raise my hands. I'll fall over.
Do you have a gun on you?
No.
You better not be lying to me, or I'll blow your other leg off. Either way, your boyfriend there needs to drop that gun and raise his hands. Then I want you both to turn around. Slowly.
Do it, Isaac.
The teen partially kneeled and dropped the gun. Then he raised his hands, and they both rotated to face the man. A white man with a goatee, wearing a camouflage hat and a black t-shirt, bent down and grabbed the assault rifle with one hand. He used his other to keep the shotgun on them. Was that your friend who went inside?
Did you kill him?
Chloe asked. Put a hole in his belly with this baby here, so you tell me, he said, shaking his shotgun. Chloe closed her eyes and shook her head. The man looked back and forth between the two of them and smiled. "This here your girlfriend, bud?" Isaac didn't respond. "No way," the man said, taking another step toward Chloe. "She's way too cute for you." The man raised his hand toward Chloe's cheek. "If you touch her, I'll fucking kill you." The man looked at Isaac. He slung Isaac's AR-15 over one shoulder before turning and pointing his shotgun at Isaac's midsection. Chloe's eyes went wide, and she was about to scream when the man pulled the trigger. Click! The man pulled the trigger twice more before Isaac drove a shoulder into him, knocking the empty shotgun to the ground. Isaac punched him in the face twice, until his third blow was blocked and countered by the man's own jab, knocking Isaac backward. The man reached down and drew a knife from a sheath on his hip. The man lunged at the teenager, the tip of the knife aimed at Isaac's chest. He caught the man's wrists, though, and stopped the blade from slicing right through his heart. Chloe saw Isaac's rifle on the ground, and she bit her lip in determination. She hopped toward it as the man tried driving the knife into Isaac's chest once again. She was almost past him when the man looked over his shoulder. He spun from Isaac and used his right leg to kick Chloe's out from beneath her. She let go of the crutches and fell to the ground. The man reached and grabbed at her ankle, giving Isaac a split second to make a move. He ran over and headbutted the man in the nose so that the man let out a muffled cry with the breaking of his nose against the teen's forehead. He fell to his knees and put his hands up to his face, dropping both the knife and Chloe's ankle. Isaac grabbed the knife and in one motion drove it straight into the man's stomach. The man cried out, blood spilling from his nose and his torso both, his t-shirt turning dark with blood. Isaac withdrew the knife and stabbed him again, this time jamming the weapon into the man's heart. He then backed away, leaving the blade in the man's chest. The man spat blood as he put both hands on the knife's hilt. Chloe and Isaac watched as he slumped, tilting to one side and then collapsing on the road. Blood poured from his stomach and chest. The man's leg twitched once before his entire body stopped moving. Chloe watched the man's upper body to see if he was breathing. No movement. Isaac stared at the body for a moment, breathing heavily. He shivered and began mumbling to himself. "Isaac?" The teen turned toward Chloe with wide eyes. He took one more look at the man, then shook his head and kneeled down next to Chloe. "Are you all right?" Isaac placed his hands on her ankle. "Is it broken?" "I don't think so. He got me good, though. I think I'll be able to make it back." Isaac stood up and grabbed the man's shotgun. He slid the chamber open and saw nothing inside. "Can you believe the guy used his last shell on Doug? In a way, that homeless guy saved my life." He tossed the shotgun onto the man's body and walked over to grab his assault rifle. Isaac had rounds in his pockets, but the shotgun was useless without shells. "Help me up." Isaac moved behind Chloe, lifting her up under her arms. She groaned as her weight fell onto her leg. "I'm good," she said before Isaac could ask. Isaac bent down and grabbed the nearest crutch, handing it to her. She used it to balance, and then he handed her the other one. "I need to check inside. He might have water or food in there." "I'm coming with you." "No. You stay here and tend to your leg. I'll be in and out quick." "We're not splitting up." She reached out and grabbed his hand. Isaac stared at her, a smile creeping across his face. "All right, let's go." Isaac led her across the parking lot and into the building. As soon as they stepped into the main hallway, they saw a body lying near the wall. Isaac led his rifle up and the safety off. As they got closer, Chloe called out Doug's name, but the man didn't reply. They stood over him and looked down. His eyes remained open, his white t-shirt now soaked red with blood. Isaac stepped in front of Chloe and turned her around toward the opposite wall where someone had left a desk turned into a makeshift bed with a few blankets and a single flat pillow.
"Look,"
Chloe said. Next to the makeshift bed stood a stack of cans. Green beans, 2 cans of soup, and a 12-pack of bottled water. Isaac smiled as he squatted down to pick up the water and the cans. "Let's get back to camp before things get any worse out here." When they exited the building, Chloe noticed that the floodwater had passed over the curb and begun to creep into the elevated parking lot.
"We've got to get back," Chloe said. "Now."
21. Dax saw more people and more devastation the deeper he traveled into the heart of New Orleans. The floodwaters rose faster in the French Quarter, and he wasn't sure exactly why. The oily, black, foul-smelling water now hit the middle of his shins. Gabby's house was near the Treme neighborhood and was only about 15 blocks from the Mississippi River. If the floodwaters surged or the levees broke, her house would be completely underwater in a matter of minutes. As Dax stepped around a dead body floating in the middle of the street, he saw 2 men ganging up on a smaller man in front of a building. One of the assailants punched the man in the stomach and dunked his head under the water. The other punk looked to Dax, lifting up his t-shirt and revealing a pistol in his waistband. "It's not your fight."
"Aren't you gonna help him?"
The question came from a woman standing on the balcony of a Creole townhouse. Dax looked up but kept walking. She yelled an obscenity at him and then went back inside. About time to get rid of this damn uniform. He kept moving, sloughing through the rising water and around the garbage floating on the surface. Dax had always had a love-hate relationship with the French Quarter. It was usually full of drunken, obnoxious tourists looking for cheap t-shirts. Yet the neighborhood represented the spirit of New Orleans, a rich and diverse blend of cultures revealed in some of the world's best culinary treats and live music. Thoughts of the liveliness of New Orleans faded away, though, as Dax's mind turned back to saving Gabby. Dax thought of her kids and hoped they had been staying with Darryl, their father who lived in Baton Rouge. When Dax had initially gone to prison, Gabby had been one of the only people to visit. She'd often brought her 3 children, the 4 names the only ones ever on his visitor manifest. Dax loved his 2 nieces, Kim and Kenesha, and his nephew, Anthony, more than anything in the world. So when Gabby had stopped coming to see Dax 5 years into his sentence, he tried not to think about them. Dax had told Gabby that she didn't have to visit every week like she did in the first 6 months of his sentence, although some part of him hoped she'd ignore that and keep coming. But weekly visits had faded into monthly visits, and Dax could see her physical condition deteriorating. Dax had felt responsible for his sister. He loved her despite her problems. Dax had spent enough time on the streets to spot an addict. And then she stopped visiting altogether. He decided it wasn't worth bothering her with a phone call. She knew where he was, and he wasn't going anywhere. Now, only blocks from her house, Dax wondered what he would say to his estranged sister who he hadn't seen in years. Would he bring up the fact that she had stopped coming to see him? That she was strung out on heroin or meth? Or would they both pretend like it had never happened and continue as if Dax had never gone to prison? Dax rounded another corner, and the end of Gabby's street came into view. As was the norm in this part of town, people had gathered on their front porches. Most were older folks who had lived there for years, even decades. One of Gabby's neighbors, a man named Donovan who lived in the house on the corner, squinted his eyes and stood up from his rocking chair.
"Jackson? Jackson Harper? Is that you?"
Dax crossed the street, pushing through the water and into Donovan's yard. The older man remained standing on his porch with two other older black men, both of whom Dax vaguely remembered.
"It is you,"
Donovan said with a laugh.
"What are you doing in that cop uniform, son?"
"Listen," Dax said. "There's no time. You guys need to leave."
"What? Slow down."
"Have you seen my sister?"
"Not in a few days. She's been staying locked up in her house. Can't blame her. Do you know something about all this flooding and why we got no power?"
"You have to trust me. You guys can't stay here. This flooding is only going to get worse." One of the other men scoffed.
"I ain't leave here during Katrina, so what make you think I leaving now, son?"
Dax turned his attention toward Donovan. "Please, sir, pack up and leave." Donovan waved Dax off and smiled.
"You crazy, son. I heard you gone to prison, and now you a cop? What's that about?"
"I'm sorry, but I have to get to my sister. If you want to live, you really should leave, right now." One of the other men smiled as he held up a flask.
"Yeah, we'll consider it, officer."
All three men laughed. You did what you could. It's their decision, ultimately. Dax rounded the corner, turning onto Johnson Street. A few houses down, he saw his sister's place. It looked worse than he remembered it. Weeds had sprouted alongside the porch, and an old Chevy sat parked in the yard, the rusted hulk having long since had its windows busted out. Tiles were missing from the roof. A window on the side of the house had been boarded up. Gabby had always taken pride in her home. She'd wake up every Sunday morning and cut the grass whether it needed it or not. The same window, which was boarded up now, had always had a row of flowers in front of it. But that had been sober Gabby. What the hell has happened to her? Dax trudged through the sopping front yard and approached the front door. He drew a deep breath. People nearby shouted. Dax turned to see a man and a woman arguing on the front porch across the street. The woman had a duffel bag over her shoulder and appeared to be leaving. The man grabbed onto her arm and screamed at her. Dax shook his head as he turned his attention back to his sister's front door. He pulled on the handle, but the door was locked. Dax stepped off the porch and went around the side of the house. He hopped over the chain-link fence and walked into the backyard. A mound in the corner had been built from a desk, broken rocking chairs, and piles of other junk. For a moment, Dax wondered if his sister had moved until he saw the children's bikes, each with their names on fake license plates mounted beneath the seats. Dax gripped the gun at his waist as he approached the back door. He didn't bother knocking, immediately opening it. He stepped back and hovered on the threshold for a moment, unsure whether or not to enter. Still, Dax saw nobody and heard no voices coming from inside, so he entered. He covered his face with a hand as he entered the kitchen. Dax looked over to the kitchen sink where dishes had been piled up, spilling over onto the floor. A mix of leftover slop had settled into the linoleum tile. He scanned the laundry nook, which was overflowing with piles of dirty clothes, before darting into the living room. The smell of rotten food wasn't quite as strong in this room, but the condition of the space was equally deplorable. The faded carpet looked like it hadn't been vacuumed in months. Magazines covered the coffee table along with open beer bottles, soda cans, and a spoon and lighter. He looked at the pictures of Gabby's children on the wall, including one with his sister hugging all three of her children. Dax smiled at the photograph for a moment before refocusing on the task at hand.
"Gabby?"
No reply. He headed down the narrow hallway. The bathroom door stood ajar, and he opened it before slamming it shut. Dax coughed, barely able to keep from vomiting. Kim and Kanesha shared a room across the hall. Dax opened the door. Their beds were made, and the room was clean. Too clean for a kid's room, let alone 2 children. He walked across the hall into Anthony's room. Dax saw a made bed and nothing lying on the floor. Dax walked from Anthony's room and stood before the last door at the end of the hallway, Gabby's bedroom. He called his sister's name once more, again garnering no reply before he turned the handle and slowly pushed on the door. It swung open with a loud, long creak. The bed was empty. Blankets had been tossed aside and onto the floor. A stench permeated the room. This one a different odor than the one in the kitchen created by spoiled food. This air smelled rotten, like when a mouse dies inside a wall. Dax walked around the bed and past the open closet door. He stopped there, his eyes wide and his lips parting as he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. The pale, desiccated face of his sister stared back, the tips of her toes off the ground and a noose around her neck, this having been tied to the attic's trapdoor hinge in the closet's ceiling. He tried to breathe, but his lungs felt like they had been filled with gauze. A cramp lodged itself in his stomach, and Dax turned to the side and retched onto the carpet. Dax cried, kneeling down. Bringing both of his fists to his chin, his tears clouded his vision. Oh, Gabby. What happened? When he lifted his head again, Dax glanced around the room, and his eyes stopped at the nightstand. He stood up and grabbed a prescription bottle that sat upon a single piece of paper. Dax recognized Gabby's elegant handwriting. It's all too much. Everyone will be better off without me. I couldn't protect you. I'm a failure as a mother and as a person. Dax tossed the suicide note on the bed. He wiped his eyes and massaged his temples with the first 2 fingers on each hand before he reached down and grabbed the pill bottle, holding it up to get a better look at the label. Sertraline. Zoloft. He closed his large hand over the bottle, nearly crushing it before he threw the bottle against the wall. Why the fuck would you do this? You had kids. How could you be so selfish? How could you... Dax's knees gave out, and he dropped to the floor. Why, Gabby, why? 22. Chloe was right. The drugs had taken Gabby's life, although not in the way she'd expected. Dax sat on the sagging couch, staring into the empty face of the television. His hands trembled, and he couldn't stop shaking his foot. He had set the note on the coffee table, and Gabby's handwriting stared back at him. None of this would have happened if I hadn't gone to prison. Their dad had split shortly after Gabby had been born, leaving Dax's mom with 2 kids, a mortgage, and a shitty future. And so, when their mother had died, Dax had become Gabby's parents, more or less. And then he had gone to prison, leaving her without any support. It was his fault that she'd turned to drugs. It was his fault her dead body was swinging from a noose in the other room. Dax yelled out, grabbed the gun, and withdrew the weapon from its holster. He opened his mouth and closed his lips around the barrel, his hand trembling as he held the gun. Fucking end it. Do it. Everyone you ever cared about is gone. Dax closed his eyes and began to squeeze the trigger. Goodbye, Anthony, Kim, and Kanesha. I'm sorry for failing you, Gabby, my beautiful sister. He paused and then thought of Chloe,
He could see her light brown eyes, the small beauty mark that highlighted the edge of her warm smile and her gorgeous curly hair. Chloe. Dax pulled the gun from his mouth and dropped it to the floor. He raised his head and stood up, wiping his face and pushing his shoulders back. He could make things right for Chloe. With Chloe. Gabby had made her own difficult decision, and she was gone. But Dax wasn't. He was still in the game, and so was Chloe. Dax bent down and picked up the Glock, then holstered the weapon. He stared down at the note on the table before picking it up, folding it, and shoving it into his pocket. He went back into Gabby's room then, walking to the closet with his eyes on the floor. Dax lifted her body and carried his sister over to her bed. He laid her down and pulled the comforter up and over her body. This ain't no way to leave someone you love. But it's the best I can do right now, hon. On his way out, Dax took up the framed photograph of Gabby and the kids. He broke the glass, grabbed the photo, and shoved it into his pocket before heading out the door. 23. The sun had slid beneath the horizon, and the floodwater had risen as high as the first porch step. The neighbors had gone inside, hiding from the gangs who would be coming out to prowl the dark streets. Dax patted the Glock on his hip and then the magazine in his pocket as he scanned the neighborhood before he turned around to shut the door to Gabby's house. Dax grabbed a 2x4 and a handful of nails from the corner of the porch and a hammer off the step. He used the 2x4 to nail the door shut. Enough of tending to the dead. Time to save the living. Dax headed back the way he'd come, cutting through the French Quarter. He considered taking back roads or alleys, but decided against it. With the city filling like a bathtub, he thought the main roads would more likely be clear. Two men stood at the top of the stairs leading into a restaurant. Both appeared to be white, despite the grime covering their faces. The man on the left stood about 5 feet tall and wore a trucker hat. The man on the right had long, greasy brown hair down his back with bangs in the front. They watched Dax as he trudged through the water and past the building. "Hi." Dax continued down the street, avoiding the men's gazes. "Can you not hear us, you fucking pig?" Dax glanced at them, but kept moving. "You deaf or something, copper?" Trucker Hat asked. "I ain't no fucking cop." "Nah, you ain't," Long Hair said. "Ain't like we'd let a nigger cop live." Dax stopped and put his hand on his gun. He took a deep breath. Stay focused. Get back to Chloe. "You see that, Glenn? I think I hurt the monkey's feelings." The two men laughed. Dax bit his bottom lip hard enough to nearly draw blood. "I think we pissed him off," Trucker Hat said, smiling. He picked up a wooden baseball bat while Long Hair drew a Bowie knife from his side. Long Hair said, "I'm gonna carve you up and peel that brown skin right off." Dax turned around and came back, stopping in front of the steps, grimacing and balling his hands into fists. He spread his feet shoulder-width apart and got up on the balls of his feet. Trucker Hat reared back, swinging the baseball bat in a downward arc at Dax even as he hopped back, dodging the blow while also keeping his balance. Long Hair lunged with the knife. Dax grabbed the man's wrists and threw him backward and into the water. Trucker Hat swung again, this time with both hands on the bat. Dax ducked, and the guy's own momentum spun him all the way around. Dax threw a punch into the man's kidney. Trucker Hat dropped the bat and clutched his back. Dax picked up the bat and drove the top of it into Trucker Hat's other kidney. The man collapsed into the water, moaning and writhing.
Dax turned as Longhair came at him again, the knife still in his hand. He swung the bat, striking the man in the hand and forcing him to drop the knife into the water. Dax swung again, this time hitting Longhair in the jaw. Blood sprayed from the man's face as he fell backward, landing in the water. He didn't move again. Trucker Hat had the knife in his hand and drove it straight down into Dax's thigh. Dax screamed and dropped the bat, trying to yank the knife from his leg. Trucker Hat punched him in the face, sending Dax toppling off the steps and into the water. He landed on the knife, jamming it deeper into his thigh. Dax tried to stand, but Trucker Hat grabbed him by the back of his shirt and dunked his head under the water. The toxic water stung his eyes and burned his face. Dax swung his arms, trying to fight his way to the surface, but the man held him down. Dax's vision began to fade, and his lungs felt as though he was breathing fire. Dax reached down to his thigh. At first, his hand slid off the hilt. But he tried again, this time pulling the blade out. He silenced a scream as the toxic water poured into the open wound. Dax swung the knife backward, feeling it lodge into flesh. He heard the muffled cry, and the man's grip loosened. Dax stood up, barely able to put weight on his leg. He looked over to see the knife sticking out of Trucker Hat's neck. Dax grabbed the man by the hair and dunked him under the water. Trucker Hat thrashed and kicked, but after about 30 seconds, he stopped moving. Dax held him under for another 30 seconds before letting go. The man's arms went out, and his lifeless body floated down the street, the blade still sticking out of his neck. Dax limped up the stairs, falling over onto his side and grimacing as he held his hands over the open knife wound. He pulled off the blue police shirt, tore the sleeve off at the shoulder and wrapped it around the wound to stop the bleeding. He then bundled up the rest of the shirt and pressed it over the makeshift bandage. A gunshot rang out, and somebody screamed. Several more shots followed. Dax grabbed the railing and pulled himself up on his good leg. He pushed on the restaurant's door, and it swung open. Dax stumbled inside, turned around, and locked the door. Pressing his back against the wall, he waited for his eyes to adjust to the darkness inside. He moved past the hostess stand and crossed the threshold into the dining room. Most of the tables had been flipped over, the chairs scattered. One table nearby stood upright with a burning candle on top. Dax saw 3 bottles of water and an open bag of almonds next to it. He stepped around 2 sleeping bags, knocking empty beer bottles across the floor. The room smelled of old fryer grease, stale beer, and chewed tobacco. Dax unscrewed the cap off the full bottle of water and chugged half. He then grabbed a chair from the floor and flipped it upright with one hand before sitting down. Dax moved the candle to the edge of the table and pulled his shirt away from the wound. The makeshift bandage had helped to stop the bleeding, but he still had to worry about infection. He emptied the contents of another water bottle over the wound. Dax grimaced and realized he really would have to wash it out with soap if there was any to be found. After several minutes, the pain lost its edge, and Dax stood up again. He was able to put enough weight on his injured leg that he didn't have to use the wall for support. He grabbed the candle and marched straight through the middle of the dining room and into the kitchen. The back of the place had been thoroughly ransacked. Dozens of open cans lay on the countertops. The refrigerator had been left ajar, a stink like dead fish now wafting through the entire space. Dax knew he was unlikely to find any edible food. His main goal was to find a medicine cabinet so he could properly treat his wound. On the other side of the kitchen, he found a cabinet labeled First Aid. He opened it. As with the rest of the restaurant, someone had rummaged through this cabinet. He saw the familiar brown plastic bottle of hydrogen peroxide, though, and grabbed it and headed back toward the dining room to escape the rank odor and hopefully have more light. He walked back through the dining room, this time spotting a bottle of whiskey on the floor, capped and half full. Dax grabbed it before sitting down at the same table where he'd found the water bottles. He unscrewed the cap off the hydrogen peroxide bottle and pulled the shirt away from his wound again. Dax grimaced as he looked at the brown bottle, anticipating the burn. He set it down on the table. Dax grabbed the whiskey bottle. It felt cool in his hand, and Dax knew the whiskey would feel differently going down his throat and warming his chest. He took a long drink and followed it with another. Fuck it. Dax grabbed the bottle of hydrogen peroxide, pouring the disinfectant over the wound. He screamed every four-letter obscenity he knew. He fell out of the chair and landed on one of the sleeping bags. Dax reached up and grabbed the whiskey bottle, taking another swig and trying to keep his mind off of his leg. Finally, Dax closed his eyes and passed out, letting the whiskey and pain take over. 24. Dax woke to the sound of a scream. He sat up, reaching for his Glock in the process. The sudden jolt reminded him of the injury to his leg. He grimaced. When the immediacy of the pain subsided, he noticed the makeshift bandage hadn't darkened any further, which meant the wound had finally stopped bleeding. Another scream. He used a chair to pull himself to his feet. Dax hobbled to the window. The candles had all gone out, and it seemed darker inside the restaurant than out on the streets. He scanned left to right but saw nobody out there. No one on the street or at the door. He opened the front door and slid through, standing at the top of the steps. The water had risen, now covering one more of the steps leading up to the restaurant. Someone screamed for the third time, and Dax knew it had come from the adjacent building. He bent down and tried to keep his body in the corner of the exterior wall as he looked at the windows in the building next door. No light came from within, and Dax was about to turn away when a fleeting shadow caught his eye. Leave it be. You got a big fucking hole in your leg. What he heard next made the hairs on his arms stand up. At first, Dax thought someone was killing a cat. The high-pitched shriek could have been an animal, too, but it sounded deeper and louder. A scream, like a human. Dax looked at the water and then to his thigh. He could hobble through it and be back to the restaurant before the water rose high enough to contaminate his wound. The last thing he wanted to do was clean it out, again. He hobbled down the steps, into the water and toward the building next door, the whole time keeping his eyes on the windows. He came to a door on the side of the building that stood open, left slightly ajar. Dax grabbed it, pulled it open, and stepped into the darkness. The aroma of tomato sauce and fried dough mixed with spoiled milk and wet garbage. Dax gagged as he took another step inside the Italian eatery. Like the restaurant he'd been in before, the eatery had been ransacked. Tables lay on their sides, and someone had built a mound of chairs in one corner of the room. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw more destruction. Signs had been thrown on the ground, and dozens of round aluminum pizza trays covered the floor toward the back wall. A weak, soft glow came from a back dining room, and it caught his attention. Dax limped toward it, his gun firmly in his grasp. The subtle illumination flashed on and off as he moved closer to the source. Then he heard a gentle whimper. The flashing light came through a square window set inside of a swinging door. Dax looked through it and could see the faint outlines of people standing in the corner. Leave. Get out of here right now. 4 men stood in a semicircle, facing another man who they had pinned against the wall. The light was too dim for Dax to see their faces. A sixth man approached the group. He carried a candle which helped to illuminate the scene. The man against the wall stood with his arms straight out, like Jesus on the cross. He continued to whimper as the others stood before him, silent.
"Please, let me go," the trapped man said.
The man with the candle moved closer. He stood before the hostage, and Dax could see nothing but the back of his head. But the candle lit the crucified man's face from beneath. At first, Dax thought the prisoner was wearing a Halloween mask, a rubbery face stretched into a horrified frown. But then he spoke again, and Dax could hear the tremble in his voice.
"Oh God, please stop, please!"
The figure holding the candle nodded, and the others shifted until they stood shoulder to shoulder in front of their prisoner.
"No! Stop!"
The man holding the candle blew it out, and darkness dropped into the room like a heavy cloak. And then Dax saw it. What the fuck is that? The trapped man's face remained hidden by the blackness, but Dax could see the faces of the assailants. Well, not their faces exactly. Their eyes. They had a subtle yet mesmerizing glow to them, like a cat's eyes, but in the shape of humans. Dax looked away, thinking that it had to be a trick of the light in the room, or the lack of it. But when he glanced back, he saw them again, and knew that what he saw was no optical illusion. Their eyes glowed. He ducked and stepped away from the swinging door, careful not to bump or nudge it into motion. Dax's adrenaline kicked in, and he forgot about the stab wound in his leg as he hurried through the Italian eatery, and then across the alley and back up the steps into the restaurant. He stepped inside and closed the door, locking it. Dax sat in the dark, clutching his gun with sweat pouring down his face. He had been breathing heavily, and he closed his eyes, trying to calm his fluttering heart. Dax counted to 20 and opened his eyes before lowering the gun. What the fuck was that? 25. Nobody cared about the poor. He wasn't being cold or callous. Neil knew it was how things were, especially in New Orleans. Years ago, during Katrina, he had overheard countless conversations about what was happening to the lower Ninth Ward. He had seen security cam footage from inside the Superdome. But most of the concern was for the Crescent City's property and its reputation, not its citizens. He couldn't afford to lose his job. That would put him out on the streets, and then he'd be another one of the poor sons of bitches the government cared about only when the lights of the news media were shining on them. As lead engineer, he had signed off on Diversion Plan, Section 4.3. He had approved the measure to protect New Orleans' greatest assets, the French Quarter and all of the tourist dollars it drew to the city. Neil had put his signature at the bottom of the document without too much thought. If he hadn't, some other guy in the engineering office would have. It was procedure. Policy. When the main station pumps redlined, Neil had authorized a diversion of power to those serving the French Quarter and the surrounding streets. This would route power away from New Orleans' most populated and poorest neighborhoods. They're mostly drug dealers and prostitutes anyways, he said to himself at the time. What good have they ever done for New Orleans? Also, he'd added a clause to Section 4.3 which said that if the situation became so dire that the backup diesel generators ran low on fuel, the pumps protecting the French Quarter would be refueled first. And then, the unthinkable happened again. Although it wasn't a hurricane this time, the city officials ordered an evacuation after the blackout had dropped the grid and all essential services associated with it. This new, unidentified threat frightened Neil as he walked down Rampart Street and then through the French Quarter, watching as Cadillac SUVs and sleek BMWs clogged the streets. Gone were the street performers and tourists. The wealthy residents had fled the chaos while the poor had been left behind to fight for whatever was left on the supermarket shelves. Neil didn't know if that was the ultimate irony. The very people he had chosen to save would be long gone by the time everything went to hell. But then again, city leadership was about saving the city of New Orleans, not the residents of New Orleans. "Watch where you walking, white boy!" The insult jarred Neil from his thoughts. He pushed his glasses up on his nose and stepped to the side, allowing two black men and a shopping cart full of smartphones to pass by. Neil glanced up at the street sign and saw that he was now in the 2500 block of Poydras Street. He looked to his right where some children drew chalk shapes on the sidewalk. Sirens blared along with the sound of breaking glass, and yet these kids kept playing. They looked so innocent. Neil hated the cliché, but it was true. "Hey, mister," one of them called out. "Want to draw with us?" Gunshots erupted from across the street, followed by screams. "Aren't you afraid? You should be inside where it's safe." "We're waiting here for my mama and aunt. They coming for us." Neil looked around, and he felt a pit forming in his stomach. Based on the rioting and looting he had seen, he didn't think anyone was coming for these kids. "You'll all die here." "Huh?" Neil smiled at the little girl looking up at him, not realizing he had said that out loud. "Nothing." Neil counted 7 kids, none older than 8. "Your mama would probably want me to make sure you were safe for when she gets back, right?" "Yes." "Okay. Then I think we need to go inside." Neil looked around and spotted the Love and Play Daycare Center at 2085 Poydras. "Let's go, everyone. I'm sure they have toys and games in the daycare center." A prepubescent girl smirked, and 2 younger boys pushed her from behind. "Come on, Monica. Let's go with the white man." "You know you don't go with strangers, boys. Especially you, Darius. You're supposed to be more responsible." Neil saw another fistfight break out on the corner, and he felt compelled to get these children inside and away from the chaos. He ushered them in the opposite direction of the fight, using his arms to keep them in a tight group. He hadn't felt guilt since his days as a Catholic altar boy, and Neil hated that the feeling had chosen to return now. He had been doing his job. He wasn't responsible for these people. But they were kids, and he knew they'd die when the pump stopped, and he wasn't sure he could handle that on his conscience. "Let's go inside." The boys ran inside, and Monica looked at Neil. "We ain't supposed to trust strangers." Neil shook his head. "I promise I won't hurt you. Now let's get inside before things out here get dangerous." Monica flicked her hair at Neil as she walked past. "This neighborhood's always been dangerous." 26. Dax woke up, his leg aching and his head throbbing. He tried to raise his hands to his face to rub his eyes, but found them to be bound together. His legs had also been bound, zip-tied at the ankles. His eyes adjusted quickly to the dark room lit by a handful of candles. He could see silhouettes of others nearby, but had trouble making out their faces. "Yo, the asshole's awake." Dax looked to his left, toward the voice. Something about it sounded familiar. A face appeared, illuminated by a candle in the man's hand. The same face he had last seen when locked in a basement. Yes, he is, Chuck said.
Dax leaned his head back against the wall but didn't speak. "We gonna kill you, motherfucker."
Cut him some slack, Leo, Chuck said. He's in the same shit we're in.
"Where are we?" Dax asked. "What are you guys doing here?"
You think if we knew where we were, we'd tell your punk ass? Leo asked. We don't know, Chuck said. Our place got raided in the middle of the night. We didn't even see them coming. Most of my men died along with the people we were holding in our basement. Got 4 of my men in this room, but that's it.
Did the men that caught you have... Dax hesitated as he began to cough. He didn't know how long he'd been lying on the floor, but his tailbone throbbed and his injured thigh screamed at him.
Speak up, Leo said.
Never mind. He'd hardly slept in days, and it had been so long since he'd eaten anything substantial that his stomach felt like it was starting to eat itself.
Did you see who took you?
Chuck asked Dax. No, I found a restaurant and went to sleep on the floor. And now I'm waking up here, bound, with you. Did you see who did this to your crew? Chuck shook his head.
Fuckers cracked me over the head before I could get a good look at them. Then I woke up here.
Dax nodded and looked around the room. Do you guys...
Don't think just because we trapped down here with you that we friends now or some shit, Chuck said. You still got a debt to pay. You escaped. Kill my man. I ain't forgetting that shit.
Wouldn't expect you to.
You wait, Leo said. You're a dead motherfucker. Gonna shank your ass like I should have done in prison.
Dax rolled his eyes, and Chuck saw it.
What? You think you're better than us? You're a bad dude, Dax. Almost as bad as me. You're a killer, like us. Don't think 'cause you got some pretty crippled hoe that you all good and shit.
People can change. Chuck laughed again.
You keep telling yourself that. Whatever makes you feel all nice and warm on the inside.
Dax leaned back into the light to where the men could see his face. Maybe we should cut the shit and figure out how we're going to get out of here. Then we'll see if you fools can live up to all this talk. The men looked at Chuck, and he waved a hand at Dax, cursing under his breath. He nodded hesitantly, Chuck's need to survive seeming to outweigh his pride.
Yeah, you right.
Muffled screams came from another room. Dax looked around at the room, trying to figure out where they were being held, but it looked like any room, anywhere. Nothing stood out or indicated a specific location within the city. Is that the first time that's happened?
Heard it one other time since we've been here, Chuck said.
What they doing to people, man? Leo asked. Dax thought back to the screams he'd heard at the restaurant. He remembered going to the Italian eatery next door and the man who'd been taken captive. 5 men surrounding him with those weird eyes. Dax decided to keep that information to himself for now. Is that a radiator over there?
Yeah, said Chuck. What about it?
Dax followed the piping along the floor and then saw the elbow where it cut through the floor and presumably down to the boiler. The pipe had been sawed off at the elbow by someone who had planned on stealing the copper but never quite finished the job. He slid his backside toward it. Reaching it, Dax felt backward and used his fingers to find the ragged, sharp edge of the cut pipe. He ran his arms up and down over it, working to cut the zip tie with the cut edge.
What are you doing over there, man? Leo asked. Someone screamed again. Heavy footsteps came down the hall. Dax stopped rubbing the plastic ties against the pipe. The door opened.
"Shit,"
Chuck said. A shadow entered the room. Dax couldn't see the man's face in the dark, but he saw the same unmistakable glow. The eyes.
"What the hell is that thing?"
Leo asked.
"Shut up,"
Chuck said. The man looked down and into each person's face. Chuck's gang members groaned and shuddered as the shadow passed them before stopping in front of Dax. He saw the man's pale face, his skin appearing gray in the dim light. Chuck looked at Leo and then at Dax. The gray man shrieked, and the sound of it felt like an insect crawling into Dax's ears. The fierceness and intensity of the voice sounded exactly like what Dax had heard in the Italian eatery. The gang member next to Leo kicked at the floor, trying to propel himself backward and away from the man standing before him.
"No! Please leave me alone!"
The shadow man reached down and picked up the gang member, dragging him across the floor.
"Bring him back here,"
Chuck said. But the man ignored him, dragging the guy through the door and then slamming it shut, the scream turning into nothing but a muffled cry. 27. Almost an hour had passed since Chuck's man had been dragged kicking and screaming out of the room. Dax continued working on the zip ties, but the plastic was stronger than he'd expected. He would glance at the door and then move the zip tie faster, up and down on the sharp edge of the pipe.
"How you gonna get us out of here?"
Chuck asked Dax. Dax ignored the question and continued working on the zip ties. He had to go by feel, unable to see how far into the plastic the pipe had cut. Dax pushed harder until he could feel the ties cutting into the soft flesh at his wrists. He felt a momentary bite from the binds and then a release as the zip tie fell away and his wrists came free. Dax opened his eyes and raised his hands in front of his face. A red line of blood stretched across each wrist, but the cuts didn't look deep. He then cut the ties from his ankles.
"You got 'em off?"
Chuck asked. Dax stood up, massaging his wrists.
"Get us the fuck out of here,"
Leo said. Dax hesitated, looking into their faces. Chuck had promised to kill him, and Dax had no doubt that he would. And although Dax had learned how to fight from his time in prison, 5 against 1 meant the odds were not in his favor. But he couldn't imagine getting out of the building on his own. He would need help. He walked around the perimeter of the room but found nothing he could use to cut their restraints. The top of the pipe he'd used went under the floor and was most likely soldered to another run of copper below. Dax walked over to the old radiator and leaned over. He spotted a copper fitting that had also been cut with a hacksaw and tossed to the side. It must have gotten kicked behind the radiator and out of sight. He reached down and grabbed the fitting, feeling the sharp burrs on the end.
"Come on, man,"
Leo softened his voice.
"Help a brother out."
Dax went to Chuck first. He pulled the gang leader to his feet, spun him around, and began sawing at the zip ties with the cut pipe.
"Right on," Chuck said. "I knew you wasn't stupid."
Dax sawed at the zip tie for another 30 seconds before it split and Chuck's hands were free. He then walked around, cutting the zip ties from every man's wrists and ankles. Chuck stood at the door, his ear pressed against it. He pulled away.
"I don't hear anything. I think it's clear."
"All right," Dax said. "Let's stick together. It's our best shot at getting out of here." Chuck stepped aside, smiled, and gestured toward the door.
"After you."
Dax looked at the other gang members who had walked around and stood behind Chuck. They gave him cold, hard stares, and Dax wasn't sure what they would do once he turned his back. Whatever. Let's go. Dax grabbed the handle, but it was locked.
Allow me.
Chuck pushed Dax aside. He used his boot to kick the old brass doorknob, which broke into several pieces. The door slid open a few inches. Sly. I'm sure nobody heard that.
We free, ain't we?
Dax shook his head. Chuck moved through the door.
Come on.
Dax led Chuck and the gang down a narrow hallway, using his hands to feel the walls and other doors. The emergency lights had gone dark, so Dax looked for the white frames of the exit signs to get them out of the building. "Where you taking us?" Leo asked. Dax turned around and glared at him. "How should I know? I'm trying to get us out of here." "Motherfucker, I'm gonna—" "Shut the fuck up, Leo. Are you that much of an idiot? Those damn things are gonna hear your dumb ass." Leo slammed a fist into a palm and grinned at Dax. He spread his arms wide and gave Dax a slow, deep bow. Dax ignored Leo and kept walking. The hallway angled 90 degrees to the right. Dax peeked around it and yanked his head back.
"What you see?"
Chuck asked. Dax held up 2 fingers and pointed toward the corner. He looked across the hallway and saw their escape. "We've got to make a run for that open door."
"But you seen 2 of those fuckers with the cat eyes. I ain't about to get my guys caught again."
"Then stay here, Chuck." "I'm not." Dax darted across the hall, glancing down the hallway toward where he'd last seen the glowing eyes. He didn't see anything and didn't hear movement either. He motioned at Chuck and his gang to follow him across the hallway. Chuck sprinted across the hall next and joined Dax in the room. Each of his men followed until they were all inside the space. They closed the door, bringing almost total darkness. "Well, what now?" Leo asked. "Do any of you smoke?"
"You want a cigarette? Right now?"
"Lighter?" Dax looked from Chuck to Leo. "Matches?" "We need to see where we are." One of Chuck's men reached into his pocket and sparked a Zippo. Dax grabbed the lighter from the man's hand and waved it around the room. He saw a desk with a computer and 2 chairs. A filing cabinet stood in one corner and a potted plant in the other. "I saw what these things can do." Chuck laughed.
"Things? These are people, yo, not things."
"I ain't so sure of that anymore. I saw a gang of them do something to this dude. Something weird."
"You out of your ever-loving mind, Holmes. This ain't some zombie movie."
"No, it was nothing like that. But it wasn't normal either."
"What do we do then?"
Chuck asked. Dax walked over to the filing cabinet, opened it, and pulled out a folder stuffed with papers. "We burn this fucking place to the ground."
"Fuck that," Leo said. "We don't know how to get out of here. We'll burn up with it, stupid." "Yeah, you crazy, man," Chuck said.
"We gotta take these things out while we can." Chuck sighed, and the rest of his crew waited for him to respond. Leo smacked Chuck on the arm.
"Yo, man, you ain't seriously thinking about listening to him, are you? This nigga crazy. Dude be going all X-Files on us and shit."
Chuck looked at Leo and then at the rest of his guys.
"Yeah, he's crazy. But he's right. These motherfuckers be wrecking our biz. They'll find us again. I just hope we can get out of here before the whole place goes up in flames."
Dax thought about what Leo had said and hesitated. Maybe lighting a fire here wasn't a good idea. They had no way of controlling it and still didn't know how to get out. Leo opened the filing cabinet and pulled out folder after folder, dumping them onto the ground. The other men spread the papers out, covering most of the office floor. Chuck fist-bumped Leo and then turned to face Dax.
Go on. Do it.
Dax thrust his head out of the door and scanned the hallway. He saw another open door on the other side of the hall, in the opposite direction from which they had come. After we light this, we'll run over and wait in that room. Hopefully, the fire here will draw most of those bastards, and we can make a run for it. He looked to the thug with the lighter. You ready? Chuck held up a folder filled with papers, and his man lit it. He waited for the flames to take hold and then dropped the folder onto the ground. The fire spread faster than Dax had thought it would. It rose, lighting the shuffled papers on the desk and then the furniture. Let's go! Dax took one more look down the hall before shooting down and into the other open room. Chuck and his men followed. They stood against the wall and out of sight. The orange glow grew, and it felt as though someone had turned the heat on in the building. Smoke poured from the burning room, the odor of burnt paper mixing with the bitter tang of melting plastic. An explosion rocked the building, and glass shot across the hallway. Dax heard a shriek come from where he had last seen the eyes. Footsteps followed as the gang, or creatures, or whatever they were, raced by and toward the burning room. Now!
Don't have to tell me twice.
Chuck exited the room first. The other thugs rushed out, following their boss. Leo stopped in the doorway and turned around to face Dax, who was the last man left. Come on! We've got to get the... Leo smiled before lifting his leg and slamming the heel of his boot into the stab wound on Dax's leg. Dax screamed as he doubled over and clutched his leg. Leo lunged forward to knock Dax to the ground. He kicked at Dax's leg 3 more times. Dax screamed and tried blocking the kicks with his hands. You stupid motherfucker, Leo said, laughing. You thought I was going to run out of here with you? We told you we was going to kill you. Leo turned and ran out of the room. Dax rolled over, doing his best to keep the pain from knocking him out. The smoke billowed into the room, heavy and black as it consumed the building. He felt the heat increasing, and his lungs burned as though the fire was already inside of him. 28. Neil stood at the window, looking out into the night. The city appeared calm, almost peaceful. With the grid down and the backup pump generators running out of diesel, there was no light pollution to compete with the moon. The reflected light sparkled off the surface of the toxic water that had slowly been strangling the city. Isaac and Chloe had returned, but things out there seemed to be getting worse. Neil knew the water would continue to rise. The rate and severity of the flood were completely unpredictable. He had seen diesel trucks in the first few days, delivering fuel to the backup generators at strategic pump stations. But like the rest of the governmental services, those had disappeared also. Once the last of the pump stations went down, the water would flow in, from Lake Pontchartrain and from the Gulf. What would happen then? Neil shivered as his mind pictured the scene in New Orleans, a week or 2 from now. They had survived by finding the apartment building, but unless they could escape the punch bowl that was central New Orleans, they would succumb to the floods. The water would ravage the French Quarter like it would the lower Ninth Ward. No amount of money, history, or privilege would protect the city's residents now. And even if they could live in the flooded city, they only had so much food and water, not nearly enough to keep 6 mouths fed and hydrated. Besides that, what would happen if another street gang found the place? Worse yet, what if the same gang found them? Neil tried to apply logic and math to the situation but each train of thought ended at the same conclusion. Their end would come sooner rather than later. The only variable was how. A knock on the door startled him. Neil turned to see crutches and big curly hair.
"I'm sorry. Is this a bad time?"
Neil smiled, rubbing his bald head. "No, it's all right. I was looking outside and doing some thinking." Chloe glided across the room and joined Neil at the window. She pointed to the sky.
"The moon is pretty tonight. I rarely see the sky this clear anymore."
"We should be thankful the weather is holding out. Any amount of rain is going to do some real damage now."
"Then let's keep our fingers crossed for dry weather."
Neil stared at the moon for a moment, then looked to Chloe. He hesitated before saying, "What are we going to do?" Chloe furrowed her brow.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, we can only stay up here so long. Eventually, we're going to run out of food and water."
"Shh,"
Chloe said, pointing outside the room.
"The kids. I don't want to worry them."
"That's exactly my point. Those children are going to become restless." He pointed down to the street. "It's only going to get harder out there. Whatever food is left will be spoiled by this flooding. It'll become more scarce. The city will be harder to navigate. You think people are violent now? Wait until everyone goes hungry." Chloe turned away. She shook her head as she looked outside.
"We should have never let Dax go. We're practically defenseless without him, even with a few guns."
Neil backed away from the window. "Then we should go to him. He said he'd wait for us."
"What?" Chloe said, laughing.
"You know where he went, right? You know where his sister lives."
"I know the neighborhood, not the exact house. But it's too far of a walk, and what if he decides not to wait around? What if he already left with his sister? All that water, me on crutches, the kids? Going to take a while to get there."
"You aren't going." The words had come from Isaac. Neil and Chloe turned to see him standing in the doorway.
"Of course I am," Chloe said. "You can't." Isaac entered the room. "And neither can the kids. You need to stay here where it's safe and let me and Neil go." "I'm not doing that. I'm not going to stand here while you—"
"We aren't talking about this," Isaac said, cutting her off. "Look what happened when you went out with Doug and me. We almost died."
"Isn't Dax's sister's house in the Treme neighborhood?"
Chloe nodded.
"You've got to let me and Neil do this. Stay here with the kids."
"He's right," Neil said. "We can get there and back a lot faster. We need to know if Dax is still there before we risk leaving the high ground to get out of New Orleans. This water is getting too high for you to get around the city now." Chloe looked back and forth between the two men, then shook her head. Isaac said, "You know this is the right thing,
Bring him and Gabby back here, all right?"
Neil exhaled and put a hand on her shoulder. "We will." 29. Isaac waited in the hallway for Neil. He had gone through a few of the apartment units and found a couple of bottles of water that he'd tossed into a canvas backpack, along with a pistol and a few clips he'd scavenged from the bloody bedside of someone who'd chosen a faster way out of this catastrophe. Neil came out of another unit and stopped in front of the stairwell, waiting for Isaac. He tossed his backpack over his shoulder and walked to the stairs, his eyes on Chloe. She stood in front of her room, with Monica at her side while Kevin and Darius stared out of the window. Neil looked at Isaac and then to Chloe. "I'll meet you downstairs." Isaac glanced up at Chloe, but then turned away quickly.
"Isaac, we can—" I got this. Me and the old dude. We'll find Dax and then come back for you. Get us all out of here before it's too late.
He reached underneath his shirt and drew out a pistol.
You know how to use this, right?
She nodded, and he handed the weapon over to her.
Only fire it if you have to. Don't worry about me. You guys find Dax and get back here if you can, and we'll figure a way out. And if he's not at Gabby's, get yourselves somewhere safe, and let's hope the government starts rescuing people.
Isaac nodded and then kneeled down to eye level with the boys.
Don't let Miss Chloe boss you around, all right?
The boys laughed, and Isaac looked up to see the question had even made Chloe smile. He spread his arms. Come here. Kevin and Darius leaned in to hug him.
How long will you be gone? Monica asked.
I don't know. Hopefully not long. He stood up, and the children stepped out of the way, clearing the space between him and Chloe.
I still don't like that you guys are doing this at night.
Neil's right. With the water rising, even the baddest gang members aren't going to trudge around in that stuff, in pitch-black darkness. This will likely be our best chance at finding Dax. Chloe pushed the curls from her face with her eyes still to the floor and nodded. She then looked up and leaned in to give Isaac a hug. He shook as she held him, his hands caressing her back. She ran her fingertips along the nape of his neck, and he shivered. When Chloe pulled away, she kissed him on the cheek.
Get back safe, all right?
He felt a fire in his belly, and the rest of the world drifted away as he stared at her. Isaac ignored his own thoughts and leaned back in, pressing his lips to Chloe's. He felt her breath hitch, and to him, she tasted like cherry candy. When he pulled back, Chloe was staring at him, her eyes open and her head tilted to the side. She hadn't said a word, but she stepped back, her face red. The boys chuckled and then followed up with a long, ooh. He turned around before Chloe could say anything. He ran to the doorway and then down the stairs without looking back. The water kept rising, but for the time being, Isaac could still manage to walk through the streets. Everyone in New Orleans lived with the legacy of Katrina, but Isaac had been only 5 years old when the hurricane and subsequent flooding had hammered the city. He remembered his mother handing him garbage bags full of clothes and telling him to get in the car. That was about it. They had driven to his grandmother's place in Bastrop, near the Louisiana-Arkansas state line. It would be 3 more years before they would return to New Orleans. His mother hadn't had much money, and their house had been totally ruined by the floodwater. And as devastating as that had been, for not only his family but for the entire city, he feared this latest incident would be much worse. FEMA had not shown up. The National Guard was nowhere to be found. As Neil had predicted, most people had left their neighborhood or bunkered down inside of their houses. The moon cast the only light on the empty streets, beams reflecting off of the water in bright sparkles. Isaac tried to pretend he was wading through a slow creek toward his favorite fishing hole until he remembered bits of 8th grade biology. Louisiana had an interesting and dangerous array of wildlife, given its climate and proximity to the ocean. Of course, there had to be snakes in the water, but that's not what made Isaac shiver. He hated gators, and they were common in the creeks and swamps.
Fucking gators.
He said it under his breath and then noticed Neil staring at him. Sorry. Was only thinking about what could be in the water. Best not to do that. At least we can see gators. Snakes, on the other hand. Neil stopped and put his hands on his hips, turning his head left and right. You know where we're going?
Yeah. I had an aunt who lived in Tremay for a while.
I know those streets.
All right.
Neil hadn't said much since they'd left Chloe and the gang. The old white dude was never one to keep his opinions to himself. You okay?
Me? I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes, goddammit,
Neil said.
I want to get this over with and get back to the apartment building. I didn't want to come, but it's necessary. We need him.
Isaac huffed and nodded. He wasn't ready to admit that the group needed Dax. He'd only agreed to come because if he hadn't, Chloe would have convinced Neil again that she should go. Isaac kept walking, glancing up at street signs he had seen hundreds of times. He moved through the water with a steady, consistent stride. We're only a few blocks away from the quarter. Hopefully it's not flooded too bad yet. Neil stopped suddenly and doubled over. He coughed a few times, breathing heavily and crouching down with his hands on his knees. You sure you're all right? Isaac stopped and bent down to get a closer look at Neil's face.
I'm fine.
Isaac backed away. Neil stood straight up, inhaling and exhaling 3 times as if trying to prevent hyperventilation.
Let's keep going,
Neil said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. They continued toward Dax's sister's house, but Isaac had only walked 5 feet further when Neil grabbed him by the arm and spun him around.
I'm not all right. There's something I've got to tell you.
Isaac waited. He saw the sweat on Neil's forehead and his eyes flittering back and forth. He had thought that maybe the old dude was having a heart attack, but there seemed to be something else going on.
I've done something that I regret, Isaac.
Isaac swallowed. He hadn't heard Neil speak in such a somber tone.
When the power first went out, it wasn't that big of a deal. But once it had been a couple of days and we found out how widespread it was, I realized the consequences of a decision I had made. I was just doing my job.
Okay, Isaac said.
Tell me what you did. We learned a lot from Hurricane Katrina. Our local economy took such a hit. People died. Lots of poor people.
Isaac felt a pit growing in his stomach.
Neil continued. There was only one way we could think of to buy the city some time if a catastrophe like Katrina happened again, and I had to authorize it. We would have to divert power to the main pumps. But in doing that, we would have to shut off the pumps that fed other parts of the city.
You mean like the hood? Places like my neighborhood, like Little Woods?
Yes, Isaac. I'm sorry.
Isaac's heart raced, and he stared past Neil. Those people are going to die first. Neil was crying now.
I didn't have a choice. If I didn't do that, the French Quarter could have been underwater in hours.
You mean where all the tourists go? You decided to save that part of the city instead of the poor neighborhoods.
No, son. You don't understand. That's also the financial center of New Orleans. The city's emergency services are concentrated there as well. Keeping the floodwater out of the quarter would help the other neighborhoods too. And let's not fool ourselves. If we get any help from the federal government, you know they're coming to the quarter first. I made the best decision I could in a hypothetical worst-case scenario. If the pumps stop, people die, no matter what.
Isaac wrinkled his nose. He felt his heart slamming against his rib cage. Neil took a step back and brought his arms up, palms facing Isaac. You're going to send the flood into the hood. You're cool with drowning the poor black people, Neil. Look around, son. Who's been helping Chloe with this group of African-American women and kids? Who's been trying to get them to higher ground? You see me helping any white people?" Isaac wanted to call the old man a racist and then punch him in the face. But that wouldn't help them find Dax. It wouldn't get him back to Chloe any faster either. "Whatever, man. You can explain that later. To all of the black folks whose neighborhoods you've decided to flood. For now, we gotta find Dax." Isaac saw a flash of anger in Neil's eyes. But the man swallowed it and nodded, taking a step toward Isaac. "Okay. You're right, kid. Let's keep going and find Dax. And quit calling me kid." Neil nodded. A bright flash of orange lit the sky, followed by the muffled rumbling of an explosion inside of a building. Several men approached, running from the burning building. Isaac brought his gun up and pointed it at the man walking past. "Well, well," Chuck said. "How about this shit?" Isaac kept the gun aimed at Chuck. "You two ain't worth our time. But that," he said, pointing at the fire, "that's where your boy Dax is gonna die." Chuck's crew walked past Neil and Isaac without saying another word. "You think Dax is really in there?" "I don't know," said Isaac. "But we're gonna find out. Come on." 30. Chloe had retreated to her room when Isaac and Neil left to find Dax. She sat on the windowsill, staring out into the darkness. Never had she seen anything like the spectacle in front of her, and she wondered if she was experiencing the apocalypse. She felt an ache in her ankle, and her biceps throbbed with a dull pain. Chloe put her hand over her rumbling stomach. For the first time since the blackout, she had a moment to process everything that had happened. She had arrived at the daycare center thinking that everything would blow over. She'd be back at her job and living her normal life in no time. The place was supposed to be a temporary refuge until the government restored order. But at the end of that first week, the thought of returning to a normal life had begun to fade. By the time the second week had rolled around, those thoughts had given way to survival instincts. Those same instincts had led her out into the city, searching for food and water for the group at the daycare center, mostly children and elderly folk, and that had, in turn, landed her in a holding cell with other captured women. Although she didn't know exactly what the street gang had planned, Chloe was smart enough to realize it would most likely involve drugs or prostitution, if not both. Then Jackson/Dax had stumbled upon her. She hadn't seen him since they'd dated in high school. He'd rescued her from the gang, only to be recaptured by them and escape once more before he'd popped right back out of her life. Chloe lowered her head into her hands and began to cry, thinking about all that had happened in the past few weeks. She tried choking back the tears, determined not to let the children see how distraught and hopeless she had become. Still, she tasted the salty tears as they ran down her face and over her lips, and couldn't help smiling bitterly as the release of her emotions brought a sense of relief. She hadn't cried like this since the accident, and remembered her vow from then to live, no matter what life handed her. "Miss Chloe?" The sound of her name pulled Chloe's eyes from the floor. She turned to see Monica standing in the doorway. Chloe wiped her eyes and stood up straight, putting on a huge smile for the girl.
Hey, Monica.
"Is everything okay?"
Yeah, I'm fine, sweetie. What are you still doing up?
"I can't sleep, and I heard you crying, so I wanted to make sure you were all right." Chloe chuckled.
I thought I was doing a better job of being quiet.
Monica crossed the threshold and sat beside Chloe on the windowsill, rubbing shoulders with her.
"Do you want to talk?"
Monica asked.
"I think I'm okay. You don't want to hear my adult drama." "I'm 13, you know. I'm practically an adult myself."
Chloe laughed.
"I'm going to give you one important piece of advice. Don't grow up too fast. Trust me. I know it seems like it's cool or hip or whatever, but believe me when I say it's not all it's cracked up to be." "Is this about Isaac?"
Chloe paused and turned away from the city below to look into Monica's eyes.
"No. What do you mean?"
"Well, he likes you, and he left. Do you like him? Do you miss him?"
"Of course I miss him. I miss Neil, too. I wish they hadn't had to go. I want them to get back safe."
"Yeah, but you miss Isaac more, right?"
"Isaac is nearly half my age."
"That doesn't matter. Half of my mom's boyfriends are way younger than she is. And believe me, he does like you. I know that look. Friends don't kiss on the lips."
Chloe had always been clueless when it came to crushes and love interests. She treated men with such kindness and compassion that, without fail, they all thought she wanted to date them. Monica giggled and put her hand on Chloe's.
"All I'm saying is that he likes you. Like, a lot. And boys do crazy things when they like girls."
"It's okay," Chloe said. "Trust me. Isaac and I are just friends."
Monica shrugged.
"Whatever you say, Miss Chloe."
The girl yawned, and Chloe smiled at her again.
"Why don't you go and get some rest, kiddo?"
The girl leaned in and wrapped her arm around Chloe, who returned the side hug.
"Love you, Miss Chloe."
"Love you too, sweetie."
31. Dax sat in a cloud of smoke, listening as the news continued to blare from the radio. The worst of the storm had passed, but the real horrors had only begun. Everyone who had stayed in New Orleans was now trapped there. Rumors circulated about how bad the conditions had gotten inside of the Superdome, and the authorities were pulling bodies out of flooded homes by the hour. People had even been rumored to have been shooting at cops from the rooftops of their submerged homes. "Man, I'm tired of listening to the news," Russell said. "Turn that shit off." Dax looked over to his friend as he took another drag from the joint. He reached over to the radio and, as a compromise, turned it down, but not all the way off.
"What the hell we doing, man?" Chris asked. "We really gonna sit here and do nothing?"
"Man, Club are gonna have our asses for sitting around here like this," Russell said. "Fuck Clubber," Dax said. "That nigga ain't gonna do shit." The three men owed money to their dealer, Clubber. Dax had been selling Clubber's brand of cocaine since he'd dropped out of college, but recently, Dax and his crew had run behind on payments. The deadline to get the dealer his money had come and gone during the storm.
"We gotta get him that money," Chris said.
Dax swiped the beer cans off the table as he stood up, startling his friends. "Motherfucker gonna get his money, but he can wait. Look around you, dog. We got much bigger problems going on. We got no power. It's hot as shit in this place. And if you fools would pay attention to the radio, you'd know that ain't no one coming to help us. Not the police, not that motherfucker Bush and his band of white knights. No one." He sat down again. "Clubber can wait." The men looked at Dax. They sighed, but nobody said another word. "I'm gonna get some sleep."
Could be a few long nights of work ahead of us, yo.
Dax walked down the hall of the abandoned house they had taken over and turned into a distribution center. He fell on the couch in his office, kicking up a cloud of dust. Dax set his Glock down on the nightstand and drifted off. A tiny click woke him up. Before he had even opened his eyes, Dax thrust a hand out to grab his loaded handgun.
Don't even think about it.
He stopped his hand inches from the weapon. Dax opened his eyes and saw Clubber standing in the middle of his room. Clubber's right-hand man, Axel, shoved a gun in Dax's face.
How the fuck did you get in here?
Clubber scoffed.
You think I can't break through a damn chain lock? Come on now, Dax.
What do you want?
Do you know how to use a calendar?
Dax started to sit up, but Axel placed the end of the barrel on Dax's forehead and used it to push him back down onto the couch.
Look, Clubber, I know I owe you money, but have you looked outside?
Clubber took 2 steps toward the couch and punched Dax right in the face.
You've been dealing with me for a long time, Jackson. You ought to know better than to think some fucking storm's gonna get between me and my money.
Dax wiped a dribble of blood from his left nostril. He glared at Clubber. Axel smiled, the gun still pointed at Dax's face.
You've got until tomorrow night to get me my $8,000.
8, Dax said. I owe you 6.
No, you owed me 6 2 days ago. Now you owe me 8.
How am I supposed to get you $8,000 with all this shit going on?
Not my problem. But if you don't...
Clubber walked over to the table in the corner that Dax used as a desk. He picked up a framed picture of Gabby, turning it so Axel could see.
Well, might hate to see something happen to your sister.
Axel used the barrel of the gun to smash the picture from Clubber's hand. The dealer laughed and then stomped on the frame with the heel of his boot.
Tomorrow night, Dax. All of it. Cash. Or I'm paying a visit to this beautiful woman.
32. Dax crawled behind a stack of boxes. The howling continued, and the temperature rose as the fire spread. His leg throbbed. It hurt more now than it had when the knife blade had first cut into his thigh. No weapon, bum leg, and some weird-ass shit going down in a building on fire. Dax shook his head and cursed at himself for trusting Chuck and his men, especially Leo. He had spent enough time in prison to know better. But the next time he saw those thugs, if he could make it out of this building alive, he'd make sure they knew how angry he was. The smoke thickened, forcing him to cough and pull his shirt up over his mouth. Dax climbed out from behind the boxes and poked his head to the side so that he could see into the hallway. He saw the shadows on the wall created by people running past. They hadn't been yelling or talking, which Dax thought was odd given that the building was on fire. Someone turned in Dax's direction, and his eyes met a pair glowing with a faint orange tint, like the others he'd seen earlier. Dax ducked out of sight again, wiping the sweat from his brow and trying to cough into his arm so he wouldn't draw attention. The temperature in the room had to have climbed past 100 degrees. Flames licked the walls, and Dax heard a sound like a falling tree, which he assumed was part of the building collapsing in on itself. He listened, but couldn't hear any of the howling he had heard earlier. He took a step toward the hallway and groaned, using his hand to apply slight pressure to his wound. Dax winced and felt the moist, sticky blood that had begun to flow again. He'd taken 2 steps into the hall when a massive flame burst from the room to his right. Dax covered his face and dove to the side, throwing his back against the wall. He felt the heat on his face and smelled burning hair before he realized it was his own eyebrows, He rubbed at them, feeling the brittle, singed hair on his fingers. The fire crawled down the hallway. Tiles fell from the ceiling, and flames scorched the walls. Dax kept moving, hoping that he could make it to an exit before the smoke and fire brought him to his knees. He rounded a corner and saw the exit at the end of a long hallway. The fire bit at his heels as he charged forward, practically dragging his injured leg along. "Get the fuck out of here, Dax. Hurry up." Dax limped to the end of the hall, scanning each open room as he passed and looking up to make sure the flaming ceiling tile didn't fall on his head. One came down toward him like a wounded bird with burning wings. He dove out of the way. The smoking tile crashed to the floor, sending more flames up the walls and along the carpet. He passed the receptionist's desk and pushed through the front door, sucking in fresh air and coughing out the carbon monoxide. Doubling over, he gasped for air as he tried to get the poison out of his lungs. Dax looked around but saw nobody on the street. Whoever was in the building was either still in there or had already taken cover. He stood up and put his hands on his head, trying to expand his lungs and take in as much clean air as he could. Something moved to his right, and Dax turned in time to see a dark figure running at him. He threw his hands up at the last moment, grabbing his attacker's shirt as they both toppled to the ground. Dax landed on his back, the man on top of him, and looked up and into the face that was only inches from his own. Holy fuck. The man's eyes glowed. When Dax had first seen this inside the other building, he'd thought it had to be an optical illusion, or perhaps the reflected light of the fire. But being nose to nose with the eyes now, it was clear there was no trickery involved. The man's eyes glowed orange. Dax stared into the man's face and felt a sense of loss, emptiness. It was as if the man was no longer inside of his body like he had become an animal. A sudden ache gripped Dax's temples, squeezing his head in an invisible vice and cranking it tighter. Memories flashed in silent explosions. His sister's dead body hanging by a rope. Chloe trapped behind that fence. A fight in the prison yard. The memories felt as real as they'd been in the moments when they had happened. "What are you doing to me?" The man said nothing, his glowing eyes fixed on Dax. Without warning, the man tilted his head to the side and screamed. The shrill cry sounded like it came from a rabid raccoon. Dax let go of the man's collar and slapped his hands over his ears, trying to keep the scream from piercing his eardrums. Dax shifted his weight to one side and pushed up as hard as he could, creating some separation between them. But the man slammed Dax back down, leering over him and now growling like a wolf. This lunatic is going to kill me. A burst of gunfire exploded to his right. At least 4 shots, probably 5. Dax felt the man's grip loosen before he screamed and rolled off. Dax watched as the man took off into the street, running down a nearby alley. When he looked the other way, 2 men stepped forward. "You all right, man?" Isaac said. When he got closer, his eyes widened. "Dax?" Neil knelt down next to him. "Are you hurt?" Dax pointed to his leg, showing the men the stab wound. "Just this, but I'm managing." "Who was that guy?" Isaac asked. "I put 5 rounds into him. No way someone would up and run away from that." "I don't think that was a man. At least not anymore." "What was it then, Dax?" Neil asked. Dax grabbed onto the older man's shoulder. "Get me out of here, and I'll explain on the way." 33. "What are you doing out this late?" "We came to look for you," Neil said. "Yeah, you're welcome," Isaac said. "Where's Chloe? Is she all right?" She's fine, Neil said. She's back at our camp with the kids. Did you guys leave that house? Neil nodded. We found a 4-story apartment building nearby that we're staying in. Isaac pushed between the two men. How are you guys not asking the most obvious question? What was that back there? I don't know, Dax said. Their eyes. Something with their eyes. Dax looked at Neil. You said this water is pretty toxic, right? Yeah? You don't want to know what all's in it. Do you think it could spread some sort of virus we've never seen before? Of course. But what virus could turn someone's eyes into Christmas lights? They passed a 2-story apartment building. A shriek came from somewhere on the ground floor. We've got to keep moving, Dax said. And keep your eyes peeled for danger, human or not. On their way back to the building, Dax told Neil about the encounter with the 2 men in front of the restaurant, and how he'd ended up with a knife in his leg and what he'd seen in the Italian eatery next door. When Neil asked Dax why he'd been in a burning building, he explained how he had been knocked out and woken up in the room with Chuck and his gang, that they had set the fire together but then left Dax to die in it. Jesus, Isaac said. He walked on the other side of Dax, with Neil between them. Wait, Neil said. So did you get to your sisters? Dax stopped. The other 2 men walked a few more yards before turning back to him. What? Neil said. Is everything all right? Dax kept walking, staring off into the distance. She's dead. We're here, Neil said. None of the men had said a word since Dax's revelation about his sister. Dax looked up to see the old building. Even the graffiti-splattered plywood covering the windows had begun to brown and peel back at the corners. The floodwater had risen. Neil pulled the handle as hard as he could, the bottom of the door fighting against the water surrounding it. Get in, quick. Dax and Isaac rushed inside, and Neil shut the door. Water covered the concrete floor of the lobby. It ran down the hallway and beneath the door of each unit on the ground floor. We've been staying on the 2nd level for now, Neil said. We'll move up as the water rises, but it's too darn hot up there right now. Isaac! The kids at the top of the staircase shouted the teen's name. Isaac rushed up the stairs, nearly slipping when his wet boots hit the dry stairs. When he reached the landing, Isaac brought all 3 kids into his embrace. Dax was looking up at the kids when Chloe appeared from behind them. She looked down at Dax, her eyes bright and wet, but her mouth turned upward into a slight smile. He didn't move. They stared at each other for several moments until Chloe began to cry. Dax climbed the stairs while Isaac and the children stepped aside. When he reached Chloe, Dax raised his hand to her face to wipe away the tears, but she grabbed onto his wrist. Then, using her other hand, she slapped him. Don't leave us again. Rubbing his cheek where the blow had connected, Dax nodded. Chloe threw her arms around his neck as she began to cry. He held her, his hands caressing her back. Chloe led Dax into her room. As she re-cleaned his wound, Dax told her about everything he'd been through. He explained what had happened at Gabby's, and she listened without asking questions or interrupting him. I'm so sorry, Dax. He grimaced as she wrapped his wound. She apologized, but he waved her off. You were right about her being a junkie. It doesn't matter now. Chloe pulled the cloth bandage tight. I'm worried about her kids. They probably don't know their mother is dead, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it.
All we can do is hope the phones are back up soon.
Doubtful. Look, I need to talk to you about everything else that happened to me. Chloe finished wrapping the wound and then sat back, her eyes fully focused on Dax. He told her about what he had seen in the Italian eatery and then inside the burning building. Her smile faded as the story went on.
Glowing orange eyes?
She tilted her head to the side and shrugged.
What do you think could have caused that?
I don't know. Neil and I talked about it on the way over here. It's possible there's something in the water, but there's no way to know for sure. The worst part is that they seem to be able to sense humans. They'll know we're here, and then they'll come for us.
What then?
Dax stood, placing his hands on his hips as he turned away from Chloe. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Isaac pumped several rounds into that man, and he ran off, screaming but in one piece. He went to the door, placed his hand in the door frame, and looked out into the hallway.
What are we going to do, Dax? We don't know how many of those things are out there, and we're eventually going to run out of food here.
Before he could answer, Neil and Isaac came to the door of Chloe's room. Dax stepped to the side and let them in. I don't know what we're going to do. For now, we need to hang low here, ration what little food and water we have. At least until we have a better idea what we're dealing with. Dax looked to Neil. How much more time do you think we have before the flood gets worse? I'd say a couple of days, tops. And that's all assuming, again, that it doesn't rain. We're pretty much up the creek if that happens. No pun intended.
We've got to get out of the city, Isaac said.
We can't, Dax said. Not yet. Isaac approached Dax with a scowl on his face.
Who put you in charge?
I'm not in charge. But if you're not going to listen to what I have to say, then why did you go out in the middle of the night looking for me?
I'm not going to stay here, said Isaac. Not when the city is flooding and those monsters are out there.
Screamers, Dax said.
What? Chloe said.
That's what I've been calling them in my head. They don't talk or growl. They scream. Isaac stomped his foot and pointed at Chloe.
Well, whatever you want to call them, I'm not going to let them get us.
Look, Dax said, we're not going to... Screams from outside cut him off. Dax ran to the window and stood next to Chloe, who was looking down into the streets.
Oh my God, Chloe said.
Pairs of orange dots moved through the darkness, dashing and darting like possessed fireflies.
The eyes, Chloe said. Just like you described.
The door to the kids' room burst open, and they came running into Chloe's room.
What was that?
Monica asked. We have to get as high into the building as we can, Dax said. Is there somewhere upstairs we can hide? There's plenty of rooms up there, Neil said. Chloe started to grab some of her things, but when screams came from the outside again, Dax grabbed onto her arm. Leave it. He held onto her while he pulled her crutches from under her arms. He tossed them one by one across the room to Isaac. Make yourself useful and carry those.
What are you doing?
Chloe asked. Dax wrapped his arm around her waist and picked her up, tossing her over his shoulder like a sack of laundry. Sorry, but we have to move, quick. 34. Chloe was at her desk assisting a client with a loan when the power went out. A collective gasp spread throughout the bank, and people looked around at each other in confusion.
One moment, please,
Chloe said to the client sitting in the chair across from her. She stood up.
Everyone, please stay calm.
The generator rumbled to life, which turned on the emergency lighting. The rest of the bank's electronics, computers, phones, video displays, and main lighting were all out. She stepped into her boss's office on the other side of the bank. He didn't even see her come in, with his cell phone in one hand and his desk phone in the other.
Mr. Sanderson?
They're dead. Both of them,
he said as he held up the phones.
We need to get our backup power on.
Right.
Sanderson stood up from his desk, wiped the sweat from his brow, and stepped into the lobby. A large man, Mr. Sanderson had instantly begun to sweat when the AC went off. The bank manager waved a hand in the air to get everyone's attention.
We'll have the main power back up in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Please bear with us.
He looked to the tellers.
Jody, can you get some bottled water from the fridge in the back for these folks?
As Chloe walked into the lobby, she noticed some people moving toward the front of the bank. The security guard had locked the door, and a few men began to complain about it, demanding that he let them go. She remembered reading about emergency protocol in her employee manual, but Chloe couldn't recall how long they could keep people locked inside of the bank. She followed a group of customers to the full-length windows facing the street. Chloe looked across the street and in both directions. People were running everywhere, pouring out of shops and restaurants and forcing traffic to a standstill. She looked to the corner and saw that the traffic lights were dead, all three colors black. The door opened behind her, and Megan, one of the tellers and Chloe's closest friend at work, stood next to her.
Wow, looks like the whole street lost power. This is crazy. I've seen this on my street, but never with this many commercial businesses. Not without some sort of catastrophe like Katrina or something.
Well, something is going on because they can't get the backup power to turn on either. Chloe turned.
Seriously?
Megan nodded. The doors opened again behind her, and Chloe heard her boss's voice.
I'm sorry, folks, but for security reasons, we have to ask you to leave. We apologize for holding you here and for any inconvenience it may have caused.
Several men glared at the security guard as he unlocked the door and began ushering people out only moments after he had locked them inside. Others walked out of the bank, some cursing beneath their breath and immediately reaching for their phones. Mr. Sanderson approached the two women.
I only need a couple of employees to stay. If one of you wants to leave, that's fine.
I'll stay, Megan said. No, you go home, Chloe said. I don't mind staying.
Girl, just go. I know you don't want to hang around here. Chloe laughed.
All right, but I owe you. I'll get you one of those frozen frap things you like.
With almond milk? Megan said, winking at her friend. Chloe headed back inside, grabbed her things, and then waved goodbye to her friends as she left work for the day. Outside, traffic had come to a crawl. People honked. A cab driver poked his head out of his window, raising his arms in the air as he shouted obscenities at whoever would listen. A sizable crowd had begun to gather on the sidewalk. Chloe felt her stomach tighten, and she noticed that the notifications on her phone had stopped. No bars on it either. She headed down the sidewalk on a short walk to the bus stop. When she turned the corner, Chloe saw a horde of people gathering there. A bus sat there, unable to move due to the gridlock. Some people banged on the side of the bus with their fists, hollering at the driver to let them in. The inside appeared to be full. "I have to get home and save my things," a man shouted, banging on the door. Chloe furrowed her brow and leaned over to a man nearby.
Do you know what he's talking about?
The man looked her up and down, hesitating on seeing her prosthetic leg and then looking away with a nervous twitch. "Yeah, Apparently, the grid is down. Chloe looked to the bright sky.
Why? The weather is perfect. Is the power out elsewhere in the city?
The man shrugged. I don't know, lady. That's what I've heard. He scanned the nearby buildings. Look around you. Ain't none of these places have any power. Chloe looked around. The power outage stretched as far down the street as she could see. People continued to gather while the sirens of the emergency vehicles echoed off of the surrounding buildings. She glanced at the bus and saw that more people had arrived, all hoping to board a vehicle that was already full to capacity. She pushed past the crowd and continued down the street. Chloe knew the routes well and decided to try a different stop that was a bit closer to her place. She glanced at her phone again. Still no service. Chloe shoved it back into her purse. Chloe continued down the street. Each bus stop she passed was as congested as the last. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became fast and shallow. She started telling herself that she'd never make it home. Come that night, she'd be sleeping in the streets, taking cover in an alley. A bang followed a fury of screams behind her. Chloe turned to see people racing away from a body lying on the sidewalk. She picked up her pace, moving as fast as she could with one prosthetic leg. Chloe had one that was made for running, but it wasn't something she wore to work. The mob gained on her, and she knew she wouldn't be able to outrun it. People pushed her to the side in a mad scramble, and though Chloe managed to keep her balance at first, she wasn't able to withstand the crushing force. She fell face first onto the concrete and covered her head with her arms. She felt people stepping on her leg, and another boot landed on her hip. A hand reached down and grabbed her by the arm, pulling her to her feet. A man picked her up and carried her to the sidewalk and out of the way of the stampede. Before Chloe could thank him, he'd already disappeared back into the crowd. Chloe looked around and spotted the first building without a crowd of people out front or looters running from the back. It was a rectangular-shaped building with the side parking lot surrounded by a fence. Chloe hobbled to the building, stopping to stare up at the sign that read, Love and Play Daycare. She knocked on the door. More gunshots came from the street, followed by more screams. Let me in! Please? Chloe knocked harder. She watched through the tiny window as a black teenager approached the door from the other side. He stared at Chloe through the window. Please? Help me? He looked past her, scanning for others in the mob who might be running for the building. When none came, he opened the door. Come on in. Hurry. Chloe stepped past him, the guy putting his hand on her back and gently pushing her inside. He closed the door, locked it, and scanned the street again. Are you all right? Chloe nodded. I'm fine now. He guided her to a chair and sat down next to her. The boy looked at her prosthetic, and his eyes grew. I lost my leg, she said before smiling through fresh tears. Not now. I mean, I lost my leg years ago. The teenager frowned and then giggled, putting a hand over his mouth to stifle it. It's okay. It would be awkward under normal circumstances. With all of this going on, you'll be safe here. Chloe smiled and wiped a tear from her face. Thanks. I don't know what's going on or when the police are going to get this under control, but I appreciate you letting me in. It's a bit crazy out there. Yeah, like batshit. Chloe chuckled, and the boy turned his grin to the floor. She stuck out her hand. I'm Chloe. Isaac. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Nice to meet you as well. 35. Dax was pulled out of his thoughts when he heard footsteps coming down the hallway and into the room. I haven't heard any of those awful screams this morning. Have you? Neil asked. Dax shook his head. Haven't been any. Ain't seen many people on the streets once the sun came up. Neil stood by the kitchen sink and faced Dax. Strange. Dax hadn't shaved in days, and his eyes looked puffy and red. You look tired. Did you get any sleep? Dax looked away, staring out the window and into the flooded streets. When he didn't respond, Neil continued. We can't be at our best if we don't rest, Dax. I don't need sleep. It was nearly impossible to sleep behind bars. Got really good at running without rest. This isn't prison. No. Dax turned to look at Neil. It's much worse. Isaac walked into the room. He yawned and rubbed his eyes. Morning, Dax said. The teen groaned. I'm glad you're both here, Dax said. We need to talk. Dax took a seat on the windowsill while Neil and Isaac sat in chairs across the room. I've been doing a lot of thinking. Dax looked to Isaac and shook his head. You were right. We can't stay here. Isaac shrugged. I'm not so sure that's the best idea anymore. We've got a good thing here. Maybe we can ride this out. Why you gotta change your heart all of a sudden? This kid is hell-bent on fighting me on everything. Because the flooding is only going to get worse. We have 3 kids with us and a woman with 1 leg. We're running low on food and fresh water. Isaac crossed his arms. And what makes you think leaving here is going to help any of that? We're in a 4-story building, as safe from the flood as we can be. Dax is right, Neil said. Things aren't going to get any better around here. I've been waiting for the government or the military to show up and rescue people, but that doesn't seem to be happening. We have to face the fact that we're probably on our own. So where can we go? Every part of the city we've seen has looked like this. It has to be out of the city, Neil said. The water in the streets is only going to get more toxic and more dangerous. Soon we won't even be able to move around in it. If we can't go down there, we won't be finding any food. Isaac laughed. All right. So we'll all jump into a car, hop on I-10, and head right on out of town. Not a car, Dax said. A boat. And where do you think we're going to find a boat? Isaac asked. Look around you, dog. We're in the hood. Ain't no one around here got a damn boat. I know where we can get a boat, Neil said. Dax looked at Isaac and then at Neil. Neil removed his glasses, wiping down the lenses with the tail of his shirt. My brother-in-law has one. Pretty sure they would have gotten out of town when all this happened. The motor seized up last season, but the thing floats. I worked on combustion engines while I was in prison, Dax said. I can get it running. Where's this place at? South, in the Garden District. You think we can make it there? Neil nodded. Hold up, Isaac said. Last night we were hiding from those damn things outside. Now you want to go running around out there with them? Dax explained to Isaac how he'd stayed up all night and hadn't heard the screamers since before dawn. He shared his theory that most of the screamers might be hiding during the day and looting at night, although he had seen some of the creatures on the streets in the daylight. Dax couldn't quite put it all together yet. What? Maybe you should get some sleep, Dax. They be people. Like us. You saw their eyes. You know something is going on here that ain't right. Isaac laughed. You got a problem? Dax asked. Isaac stood up. You know what? I do. He looked back and forth between the 2 men. How am I supposed to trust either of you? He stared at Dax. You're nothing but a thug, man. I don't care what your past with Chloe is. You're not the same guy. I mean, shit. The only reason you're out of prison is that the world is falling apart. You're no better than those gangsters who kidnapped us. Dax scowled at the teen, breathing heavily but not responding. And you, Isaac continued, looking to Neil. You think I didn't hear all that shit you admitted to me last night? What stuff? The question came from Chloe, who stood in the doorway. The men hadn't noticed her until she spoke. Isaac pointed at Neil. He signed some bullshit order to flood my neighborhood if the main pumps ran out of gas. Because of Neil, the people working the pumps diverted the power so the damn rich white people would be all right, but the poor folk drowned. Chloe looked to Neil, frowning. What's he talking about? Tell her, Isaac said. Tell her what you did. Neil's face turned red as he stumbled for a response. I didn't think it all the way through, he said, stuttering. I was just doing my job. We had to have a plan to get the power from somewhere, or the French Quarter would flood, and our tourism dollars would never return. When the pumps run out of gas, the outlying neighborhoods will flood first. Yeah? And what about the people in my neighborhood? Isaac moved closer to Neil, tilting his head to stare the man in the face. Answer me! After Isaac had yelled, Dax grabbed the teen by the shirt and yanked him away from Neil. You need to calm down. Isaac shrugged, pushing Dax's hand off of him. Screw you, man. We should have never came and got your ass. We should have let you burn with that damn building. We don't need you. Right, Chloe? Chloe looked from Dax to Isaac. Both of you, stop. We're never going to make it out of this unless we can work together. Isaac glanced back to Dax and shook his head. Yeah, whatever. He left the room, ignoring Chloe's pleas to come back. In the midst of the commotion, the door to Darius and Kevin's room swung open, Monica having been in there with the boys. All three of the kids entered the room with the adults. What's going on? Monica asked. Nothing, sweetie, Chloe said. Everything's fine. But we heard yelling, Darius said, and bad words. We're okay. Chloe put her hand on Monica's shoulder and led the children away. Dax waited for Chloe to leave before he sat down again and took a deep breath. Neil approached him, but Dax didn't turn to look at him. Give them some time. Everything will be fine. Dax looked out the window, shaking his head. I hope so. Because if we stay here, we're totally fucked. There ain't much food or water left to scavenge in this building. Screamers are running around, the floodwaters are rising, and I ain't seen a cop or EMS in weeks. 36. Isaac walked down the sidewalk as he had every evening, on his way to work the fryer at Church's Chicken between Felicity Street and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. But he wouldn't be punching in tonight. The old men at the Harmony Oaks housing development complex had been preaching. Whitey done left us to die again, they had said as soon as the blackout had extended into its second day. Isaac had few white friends, but he understood what the old-timers were talking about. He had never attended Booker T. Washington High School because Katrina had destroyed it. And then the government had revealed a few years ago that the school sat upon the old Silver City waste dump that had leached toxic metals into the soil. The city had set up a new high school, and Isaac attended, going through the motions, understanding that even a diploma from his high school would mean little in the real world. All of those worries about jobs and a future seemed insignificant compared to what happened after the blackout. School, girls, comics. None of that seemed to matter much now, and Isaac could only hope he'd be proved wrong. He secretly prayed to the old white men in Washington, asking them to send food and water soon. It wouldn't take long for the situation to worsen. He passed churches where fire raged from the front doors, curling up and over the neon sign. People ran back and forth on the streets, and Isaac kept looking, hoping to spot his mother. He hadn't heard from her since the morning of the blackout. "Be home at 7. Isaac checked his text messages every hour, still able to read the one his mother had sent, but his phone hadn't had a signal for days. He turned north on South Claiborne Avenue, moving past the Superdome, and then left onto the 2500 block of Poydras Street, where his friend Geezy lived. The super geek knew how to jailbreak phones and hack corporate websites. If anyone would have news about the blackout, it was Geezy. But Isaac knew as he approached his friend's apartment building that he wouldn't find him there. The ground floor windows of the entire block had been shattered. People ran out of businesses and apartments alike, their arms full of televisions and game consoles. "Yo, what you got on you, motherfucker?" Isaac turned to see a burly black man sporting a thick gold chain. He wore a baseball cap low on his forehead and held a long pipe in one hand. "You know a kid named Geezy?" The man chuckled and shook his head. "Huh? Who the fuck be named Geezy? I asked you a question. What you got on you?" Isaac flipped out the front pockets of his jeans and held his arms out, palms up. "Fucking waste." The big guy turned and walked away, but a group of 3 teenagers approached Isaac. They appeared to be about the same age, but they each had tattoos and piercings in places that made Isaac shiver. "We know Geezy." "Yeah," said another kid. "What you want with him?" Isaac took a step back. "I want to see if he can get my phone working, so I can call my mom." "Fuck your mama, and fuck you. Give us that phone." Isaac took another step back as the 3 teenagers came toward him. A woman screamed, and gunshots rang out in the near distance. Isaac licked his lips and started to extend his right hand, which clutched his phone, before ducking low and scampering between 2 of the assailants. They yelled and gave chase. Isaac hopped a fence and dodged a truck driving the wrong way down the street, men with shotguns standing in the bed of it. He looked over his shoulder and saw one of the kids aiming at him. Before Isaac could decide which way to run, a bullet whizzed past his ear. He saw a chain-link fence at the end of an alley. Isaac ran, leaped at the fence, and grabbed on with both hands. He crawled toward the top, where a single line of barbed wire forced him to slow down and carefully move one leg over at a time. The 3 teenagers in pursuit turned the corner, and as Isaac dropped from the top of the fence to the other side, another bullet blew past and lodged into the brick wall. Isaac ran and turned from the alley back onto Poydras Street, looking over his shoulder and expecting more gunshots. He hesitated then and took a deep breath. But the 3 assailants appeared and ran for him. Isaac turned and jumped over an overturned newspaper vending machine. Glass shattered, and people screamed. He saw the top of the Superdome in the distance and wondered if he should be running toward it or away from it. That arena wasn't exactly the refuge it was supposed to have been during Katrina, and Isaac had little faith things would be different now. He ran harder, putting a half-block of distance between himself and the thugs. Isaac doubted they still wanted his shitty phone. The chase had become personal. A sedan screeched to a halt in the middle of Poydras Street. Another car slammed into it from behind. Men jumped out of both vehicles, firing at each other with handguns. Isaac ran beneath a collapsed canopy on the sidewalk and turned the corner, heading toward where a white building sat at the end of an asphalt parking lot. He turned but didn't see the teenagers coming. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and ran across the parking lot to the front of the building. Isaac saw the sign above the door which read, "The Love and Play Daycare." As he approached, The door opened, and a woman with a gray bun and an eyeglass chain smiled.
"Come on in. This street ain't no place for a child."
Isaac stepped through the door, and she shut it behind him.
"My name is Marie."
"I'm Isaac."
"Welcome, Isaac. Do you know how to play canasta?"
37.
"I need to talk to you."
Monica had a strand of Chloe's curly hair in each hand, trying to braid it into a fashionable new look. Chloe shifted her eyes to glare at Isaac without moving her head.
"Look, Isaac, I'm busy It'll only take a few minutes."
Chloe patted Monica on the hand and then stood up. She moved across the hallway, entering Isaac's room before him. She stopped in the middle of the room and turned around as the teen shut the door.
"What?" "We have to leave."
Chloe stared at him.
"Why now?"
"Those guys lied to us. Both of them.
We need to take the children and get out of here. It's not safe anymore. Not with those two lunatics." "Look, I know what we found out from Neil is disturbing. I don't disagree with you there. And I know it hurts you to know what's going to happen to your neighborhood. But we also don't know what kind of position he was in at the time. What kind of choice he had to make. And as for Dax, he's
a monster," Isaac said, cutting her off. Chloe shook her head.
"He's not a monster. You don't even know him, Isaac."
"No," Isaac said, moving closer to her. "You don't know him.
You might think you do, but that guy in there isn't the Jackson you knew in high school. He's an escaped convict. Have you forgotten that? You knew all of this before. Why didn't you say this to me before you went looking for him?"
Isaac paused, and Chloe could see the confusion in his eyes. He was, after all, still a teenager. Like most kids his age, he didn't always act logically. "Honestly, I don't know. But I do know we have to leave. I'm sure of it." Chloe considered Isaac's words. She wanted to believe Dax was the same guy she had dated in high school, and not the convict who'd stolen a police officer's uniform and could kill men with his bare hands. She shook her head, pushing the negative thoughts aside.
"Dax saved me from the gang. He helped this group. And even though he left, he's here with us now."
Silence.
"I'm not leaving. I can't."
"You don't know what he did to end up in prison. Maybe he stole a car or got caught for armed robbery. It's possible. But what if he raped someone? What if he killed someone?" Chloe shook her head.
"He wouldn't do that."
Isaac sighed and shook his head. "Then you're more naive than I'd thought." Chloe moved closer to Isaac, her lip quivering and her voice beginning to crack as she spoke louder.
"You know, you don't really know me. For some reason, you think you do, but you don't know the first thing about me. You don't know how hard all this has been, to have him come back into my life. And you don't know how I'm feeling, at all."
"Maybe not," Isaac said, shrugging. "But I can tell you one thing. I know a bad dude when I see one. And Dax, he's no good." She stared at him for a moment and then moved past Isaac and headed for the door. "Where are you going?"
"Away from you."
Chloe left the room without looking back. She headed down the hallway and into the stairwell, away from everyone. Once out of sight, she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes, content to be by herself for a while. 38. Dax sat near the door, his back against the wall. He'd been quiet so he could listen to Chloe and Isaac arguing down the hall. When it stopped, he listened to her crutches slapping against the old floor as she headed down the hall toward the stairs. He considered following her, to see where she had gone and exactly what their fight had been about. Chloe and Isaac had kept their voices low for most of the argument. Even so, Dax had heard his name more than once. Let her go. Give her some space. You remember what used to happen when she wanted to be alone, and you barged in, demanding a resolution to some fight? He stood up and went to the window. The sun peeked through gray clouds scattered in the sky. The day was threatening rain again. Dax looked to the floodwaters in the streets and sighed. After Katrina, Dax had never thought he'd live through such an experience again. But here he was, staring down at the city as it flooded, again. Bodies floated in the water, and the stink was becoming unbearable. But things were different this time, displaying something much worse than when Katrina had befallen the Crescent City. He couldn't stop thinking about the eyes. Those glowing eyes. There had to be a scientific explanation. Bacteria, a virus, something. And it was more than the glow. The people he had fought and seen running through the streets acted more like savages than humans. Like monsters. I can't turn my back on them. Chloe, Isaac, Neil, the kids. They'll all die without my help. Dax turned from the window and marched out of his room to Neil's. He knocked on the door. Come on in. Neil sat up on the mattress as Dax entered the room, shutting the door behind him. What's up, Dax? How far did you say your brother-in-law's place is? I don't know, maybe a few miles? I need you to tell me where it is. Did Chloe and Isaac decide they want to leave? It doesn't matter. I'm going alone. Neil stood up. What? I thought we weren't going to split up again. This isn't splitting up. This is me finding the boat so we can all get out of here. Did you run this by Chloe? Dax put his hands on his hips and looked to the ground. She's gonna flip out if you leave again, Dax. It doesn't matter, man. Did you hear those two down the hall? We ain't got time for all that shit. You looked outside lately? Neil sighed and nodded. Didn't you say we're as good as fucked once that rain comes? Yes. Then I've got to do this. If that boat is a few miles away, I should be able to get over there, fix it, and get back before nightfall. Neil turned his back to Dax and stepped to the other end of the room. He stopped at the wall, staring at it. You're right. You have to go do this. It's the only way we'll survive. And we can't let Chloe and Isaac know. Neil nodded as he turned around. I know. You should go alone. We'll only slow you down. There needs to be a plan in case I don't come back. You guys can't stay here. You'll have to lead them out, Neil. The kid is too emotional, and Chloe's too stubborn. So what's your plan? After thinking for a moment, Dax said, I'm going to try to get back tonight. But if I'm not back by noon tomorrow, you'll have to leave. Noon? That's not enough time. You'll need time to get everyone out of this city before the sun sets. Head as far north as you can. Try to find somewhere safe to sleep if you guys can't make it out by nightfall. Once you get to dry land, find a car. Steal it if you have to. Then drive north. Neil shook his head. You need to make it back. But if I don't, that's what you have to do. You understand? Neil nodded. Dax went to a desk on the other side of the room and grabbed a pen and paper off the top. He took it to Neil. Here, write down your brother-in-law's address and how I get there. Neil pressed the paper against the wall and scribbled down the address. along with directions. When he was done, he turned and handed the paper to Dax. "There you go." "Thanks." He turned and headed for the door. "You're leaving now?" Neil asked. "Don't want to waste any time." Dax turned around when he reached the door. "Remember the plan in case I don't come back." "I will." Dax walked back to his room, where he checked to see that his pistol was loaded and stuffed an extra magazine into his pocket. He unwrapped his leg to check on his wound. Although the skin around it was still red, it didn't hurt as much, and there was no pus or swelling. Dax holstered the pistol and stood up then, heading for the door. He went down the steps, through the lobby, and out the front door to where the flooded city waited for him. 39. The three men stopped in front of the mansion. "This is it," Dax said. "Ma'am, what's so special about this place compared to the others?" Chris asked. "I have a feeling about it." Russell laughed. "Whatever, bro. Let's do this and get out of here." "No one's going to be home," Dax said, shaking his head. "No way people like this stuck around during the hurricane. They're long gone to their vacation mountain home or some shit." A few trees had fallen on the road and debris lay in the yard. Shingles had been ripped from the roof. Windows were blown out. However, the neighborhood had been spared from much of the flooding and looting. "You really think they're going to have cash lying around in there?" Chris asked. "We're not looking for cash. We're looking for fancy jewelry, family heirlooms, shit like that." "Who we gonna sell that shit to once we get it, Dax?" "Leave that to me. Let's get the shit first." The two men shrugged. "Russell, you stay out here and keep a lookout. Chris, you're going inside with me." The three men approached the house, heading up the 5 stairs that led to the porch. Russell took a seat in a rocking chair near the front door. Dax rolled his eyes. "You holler if you see someone coming." As Dax had expected, the front door was locked. He thought about breaking a window, assuming no one was around to hear it, but decided against it. "Get us inside," he said to Chris. Chris was the best of the three at picking locks, and he pulled his tool set out of his pocket and went to work. Within a few seconds, the mechanism clicked, and Chris pushed the door open. Its hinges creaked, echoing through the vast open entrance to the home. Dax crossed the threshold and entered. He clicked on his flashlight, glancing around the room. He spotted a wraparound leather couch facing a 65-inch projection television. In the dining room, he saw a glass cabinet filled with plates, teacups, and other collectibles. "Maybe some of that is worth something," Chris said. "Nah, we gotta go upstairs and find the good shit." The hardwood groaned beneath their feet as the men headed for the staircase. When they reached the top of the stairs, Dax shined his light down to each end of the hall. Several doors lined both sides, most of them closed. "You check down there," Dax told Chris, pointing one way. "I'll go the other way." Chris nodded, and the two men separated. Dax walked down the hall, opening the first door on his right, a linen closet filled with blankets. The open door he came to next was a bathroom. He aimed his flashlight into the room and onto the vanity. He focused the beam on the countertop where a child's toothbrush lay face up. Water had pooled on the surface. Dax picked up the toothbrush and touched the bristles. The toothbrush was wet. Shit! He heard a crash down the hall. Fuck! The house shook, and Dax immediately recognized the noises as a shotgun blast, followed by the sickening thud of a body hitting the floor. He froze as the smell of gunpowder filled the air. "If there's anyone else in here, you better get out of my house right now,"
Unless you want to end up with a hole the size of a watermelon in your belly, like your friend here.
Dax stood still against the wall, eyes wide. He grabbed the Glock on his waist. He heard footsteps coming down the hallway, toward him. Across the hall, a door opened.
"Daddy?" a little boy said.
"Hayden! Get back in your room, now!"
Dax bolted out of the restroom, lowering his shoulder as he rushed across the hall. He barreled into the man, sending him into the wall. The shotgun fell to the floor as the man's head cracked against the wall. Dax ran. He'd leaped over Chris's body and to the stairs when a figure appeared in the doorway of the open bedroom. Dax aimed his flashlight at the doorway. A woman had a gun pointed at his head. She cried out. Instinct took over, and Dax had fired his weapon before he could think twice about it. He hit her square in the chest, knocking her back into the room and to the floor.
"Tina!"
Dax turned around to see the man on all fours, reaching for the shotgun. Before he could grab it, Dax fired 3 times into the man's back. The guy yelled out, and then stopped moving. Dax stood still. The boy appeared in the hallway. Tears ran down the kid's face. Dax shook his head and tried to say something, but his mind had gone blank. He rushed down the stairs, his heart threatening to beat through his chest. As he reached the porch, 4 police cars pulled up in front of the house. Russell was gone.
"Put your hands up!"
Dax dropped the weapon, placing his hands behind his head. He fell to his knees and looked at the front door where the boy stood, the blue light splashing on the kid's face. 40. The sirens had stopped, and although fires still burned throughout New Orleans, the sounds of gunfire had quieted as well. Compared to what he had seen in the past few weeks, the city looked empty. Dead. Dax's mind kept coming back to the men with the eyes, the ones he had been calling screamers. Did they have something to do with the disappearance of people? He shook his head, trying not to think about that insanity. He focused on trudging through the streets instead, the water approaching waist deep. He felt relieved in his decision to look for the boat alone. It would have been nearly impossible for the children to navigate the streets, and Chloe might not have been able to get around in it at all. The clouds pressed down on the city, threatening rain but not delivering, yet. Even a moderate thunderstorm could compound the flooding and make escaping the city almost impossible. You need to get that boat. Neil's relatives lived on the southern side of town in the Garden District. Dax hadn't visited the neighborhood much, but he knew it well enough to be able to find the address along with Neil's directions. Floating bodies began to gather, the soft current of the floodwater pushing them into the doorways of buildings. Dax knew that the water had to be even more dangerous than Neil had said before, now that there was no safe way of handling the dead. And yet, Dax still expected to see more people. Thieves, thugs, looters. Where had they gone? He had given up on the police or government, especially in the poor neighborhoods, but those looking to take advantage of the disaster had seemingly disappeared as well. He remembered Katrina and knew that many citizens of New Orleans had to still be in their homes, or dead, unable to leave and stranded without clean water or food. Dax thought about his sister and her kids. Gabby was gone, but was it possible his niece and nephew had also died? What about the prison? Where had all the convicts gone? He had escaped with some despicable men, rapists and murderers. Yes, he was a murderer too, but a victim of circumstance. He hadn't intended on hurting anyone. A couple of blocks away from his destination, Dax stopped and squinted at a nearby one-story house. A woman sat on top of the roof, the first person he'd seen in hours. The white woman wore a loose dress which hung over her gaunt figure. Her tangled hair was managing to stay out of her face enough for Dax to see pale cheeks and bags under her eyes. She had her knees up to her chin. He paused, waiting to see if she would notice him. The woman gazed out at the flooded street, appearing to look at him. No. Through him. "Are you okay?" Her body spasmed, and she turned her head to face him. Dax walked beneath. "Are you stuck up there? Do you need me to help you down?" The woman mumbled something under her breath. "What?"
"I can hear them."
The woman spoke louder now, but her eyes continued to focus on something in the distance. "Hear what?"
"It's worse in the house. I close my eyes, and it's like the walls have me trapped. I can hear them. They're so loud."
She hears voices? "Is there anything I can do to help you?" The woman finally looked down, making direct eye contact with Dax. He shivered. The woman gave him a long, cold stare. She turned her head sideways as if Dax had said something she didn't quite understand. Then she snapped her head upright and spoke.
"You've seen them too."
A statement and not a question. "The screamers?"
"Those screams. Those vicious screams. They're in my head."
"Have you heard any today?" The woman shrugged.
"It doesn't matter. They're all in here."
She used her index finger to poke at her temple.
"And they'll have it all, eventually."
He stepped back and put his hands on his hips. Dax turned around, almost expecting someone to yell, "Gotcha!" But he realized that the city was no longer in a joking mood. This woman was not a prank. She seemed to be mentally broken, and Dax wasn't sure what more he could do for her. "Look, I'm going to get a boat. I'll come get you on my way back." The woman stared at him for another moment. She cracked a small smile and then looked out into the distance again without responding.
"I can hear them. They're coming for me. And they're coming for you."
"I'll come back for you," he said again, trying to absolve himself of whatever guilt would come for leaving her now. Dax walked past her house, turning around a few times to look back. The woman's lips continued moving, her gaze drifting off into the distance. He continued down the street, looking at the sheet of paper with the scribbled address and then looking up to check the house numbers as he moved. Dax finally stopped in front of the right house, looked both ways, and then walked up to the front door. He cupped his hands on the window, trying to look between the blinds, but it was too dark for him to see anything inside. Dax knocked on the door. "Hello? I'm a friend of your brother-in-law, Neil Warren. Is anyone home?" No one replied. As Neil had told Dax, his sister and brother-in-law must have fled before things became dangerous. Dax walked around the side of the house, slogging through the muddy yard, the water over his knees. A chain-link fence surrounded the backyard. Dax hopped it. When he walked along the side of the house and looked into the center of the yard, he saw the boat. Jackpot. A simple fishing boat sat on a rusty trailer. If, for some reason, Dax couldn't get the motor to work, the group could row it to safety. But they would need oars for that, and it wasn't like he could walk into the nearest sporting goods store and purchase them. Fix the engine, and that's not a problem we have to face. He walked to the rear of the boat and ran his hands over the engine, checking all of the valves and connections. Dax pulled the starter cord, The engine belched a puff of blue smoke, and he heard a grinding noise, but the thing wouldn't turn over. He tried 2 more times. The engine wouldn't start, and he didn't want to flood it with gasoline, so he dropped the starter cord and decided to see what, if any, tools were inside a steel shed in the backyard. Dax pulled on the door and managed to open it half a foot despite the rising waters. A snake slithered out on the surface of the water. Dax jumped back. The snake kept going, into the neighbor's yard through the gaps in the chain-link fence.
Ugh, fucking snakes.
Dax aimed his flashlight into the shed. It seemed empty except for a 10-gallon gasoline can that was 3/4 full and 2 red toolboxes against the side wall. He waded into the water-filled shed until he was close enough to flip the latches on both boxes. Wrenches, socket drivers, screwdrivers, some rope, and a chain wrapped around a padlock with a key. He decided to take the lock and chain in case he had to moor the boat. Dax checked to make sure the tools weren't rusted together or broken. They were not. Yeah, I can work with this. Back in the yard, Dax stuck his tongue out to the side of his mouth and started working on the engine as he felt the first trickle of rain rolling down his arm. 41. Chloe woke up sometime in mid-afternoon. The argument and the worsening situation had exhausted her. She hadn't meant to doze when she had gone back to her room to lie down, but sleep had taken hold of her nonetheless. She opened her eyes and saw Monica standing in the room. Chloe shot up. "What's wrong?"
"Mr. Warren and Isaac are fighting again."
Chloe sighed. Monica already had the crutches in her hands and handed them to Chloe. As they exited the room, Chloe could hear the 2 men shouting from a room down the hall.
"Go to your room,"
Chloe told Monica.
"Is everything okay?"
"Everything's fine. Please, go to your room, and I'll come see you in a little bit, all right?"
The girl nodded and joined Kevin and Darius in their room. Chloe went through the door without knocking. Neil was rubbing at his forehead while Isaac pointed his finger at the man. Isaac stopped shouting when Chloe entered the room.
"What's going on? You guys are scaring the kids."
"Tell her," Isaac said to Neil.
"Tell me what?" "Where's Dax?"
Isaac let out a small laugh. "Go on. Tell her." Chloe walked over and stood right in front of Neil.
"Tell me."
"He left."
"What? Where did he go?"
"See?" Isaac said. "I told you he'd leave us again."
"Tell me where he went."
"He went to my sister's house to get the boat, like we talked about earlier."
"By himself?"
"He didn't want any of us to go." Isaac scoffed. "Yeah, because he isn't going to come back because he's a selfish
"Isaac, shut up for a minute,"
Chloe said.
"Jesus Christ!"
She rubbed her own forehead, trying to shake off a blossoming headache.
"Why didn't you tell us?"
"He asked me not to. I don't think he wanted to worry you guys." "Yeah, that's what he wanted," Isaac said. Chloe looked at the teen.
"Isaac, I swear to God, if you make one more sarcastic remark like that, I'm going to beat you with these crutches until you can't talk anymore."
Isaac crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, lips pursed into a tight smirk. Chloe turned her attention back to Neil.
"How long ago did he leave?"
"This morning, not long after we talked about all this. You were by yourself when he left." Chloe sat down on the nearby bed, her leg feeling weak.
"Why would he leave by himself?"
she said to herself under her breath. "Because he knows what needs to happen for us to survive," Neil said. He knew that getting to that boat was the only way we're going to get out of this city and that we couldn't make it there as a group. Bullshit! Isaac pushed off the wall and balled his hands into fists. Isaac! The children, Neil said. Keep your voice down. Isaac looked to Chloe, his voice getting louder and cracking. Are you hearing this? Don't tell me you believe he's coming back. Chloe looked at Isaac and nodded her head. He'll be back. I can't believe this. Isaac headed for the door. Isaac, wait. Let him go, Neil said. Chloe sat down on the bed and Neil sat next to her. That boy worries me. Who? Chloe asked. Dax? Neil shook his head. Isaac. He's an emotional kid. And there's a lot going on. Like the rest of us, he's trying to process it all. He's an emotional kid who's in love. Chloe looked at Neil and laughed. What are you talking about? Come on, Neil said. I'm not an idiot, and I know you're not either. That boy is head over heels for you. You can see it in the way he looks at you, the way he talks about you, the way he looks at and talks to Dax. He's an emotional wreck teetering on the edge. It's not good. He'll calm down. And what if he doesn't? Neil asked. Love can lead boys to do some crazy things. Believe me. Chloe sighed. I'll wait for him to calm down, and then I'll talk to him. Neil stood up. No need. I'm going to have a chat with him right now. Are you sure that's a good idea? Neil nodded. We all need to be on the same page when Dax comes back. If he comes back. Don't believe what Isaac was saying. Dax is going to come back. Trust me. Chloe looked up at him as he walked away. And if he doesn't? Neil looked back from the door. Then we head out of here on our own tomorrow afternoon. Do the best we can. 42. Neil marched into Isaac's room without knocking. What? Isaac said. Neil grabbed the boy by the collar and pulled him toward the door. Let me go, old man! What's your problem? Neil stopped and let go, pointing at the door to the stairwell. We need to talk. Downstairs. Isaac followed him down the stairs and through the second-floor door, mumbling and cursing under his breath the entire time. When they were standing in the deserted hallway of the second floor, Neil slammed the door behind him. What is wrong with you? Isaac asked. That's what I want to ask you. Huh? You know what I'm talking about. Why did you say all that stuff to Chloe? Why were you being such a jerk to her and saying all those things about Dax? Oh, you mean why was I telling the truth? A boom of thunder interrupted their conversation. They both looked out of the window and saw the sky turning from light gray to charcoal. Do you know what happens when that rain comes down? The water is going to rise. Fast. There's nothing stopping it now. No pumps to get the water out. Do you know what that means? I guess it means that the rest of the city is going to look like my hood. Neil clenched his jaw. Do you want that girl to like you? What are you talking about? Oh, please. I've been married twice. You can't fool me. Now, do you want her to like you or not? Isaac paused for a moment, and then shrugged. Well, yeah. Then you gotta cut out all this passive-aggressive crap. None of it is helping our situation. I know you're trying to do the right thing, and you want the best for the group. But all you're managing to do is show us that you're not mature enough to be involved in the decisions we make." Isaac bit his lip, and his jaw clenched as if he had been eating lemons. The boy leaned in closer to Neil. "I don't know who you think you are, but fuck you and your advice. With all the shit you've done, you have no right to talk to me like that." Neil took a step back. "You have no idea what you're talking about, Isaac. You think you do, but you don't. You know nothing about me, or the things I was forced to do. So don't stand here and pretend like you do." Isaac moved even closer, now nearly nose to nose with the man. Neil pushed up his glasses, and the boy's breath fogged them. "I know one thing. I know that you can barely stand to live with yourself because of what you did. Knowing that you're responsible for destroying people's homes, that you killed people. You're no different than Dax. I'm sure you've even thought about killing yourself. Maybe you should consider taking a swan dive from your window tonight. If the fall doesn't kill you, you'll drown with the rest of the rats." Neil licked his lips, and his words quickened. "Look, Isaac, I need you to—" A scream cut off Neil's sentence. "The kids!" said Isaac as he rushed through the door with Neil on his heels. 43. Isaac rushed up the stairs as the scream sounded again. His heart lurched in his chest and leaped up the steps, 2 at a time, leaving Neil behind. He burst through the door at the stairwell and raced down the hall to the boys' open room. 2 men had Chloe and the kids trapped in the corner. They each stood 6 feet tall and were wearing blue jeans darkened by water above the knee. T-shirts hung from their frames like filthy rags, and he could see debris and garbage tangled in their hair. They faced Chloe. It was at that moment that Isaac realized he'd been in such a hurry that he hadn't stopped by his room to grab the assault rifle. Chloe had pushed the kids behind her and was holding her hands out to the men, screaming and repeating to them, "No!" Isaac charged toward the intruders, barreling into the back of the first man and sending him to the ground. Isaac jumped on the man's back and punched him twice in the ribs before someone lifted the teenager into the air. "Let me go!" Isaac kicked at the man on the ground as he was pulled away. When he rolled over and got to his feet, Isaac stopped yelling. His mouth went dry, and he felt his stomach lurch. A third man had emerged from a dark corner. His black jeans and black hoodie looked clean, unlike the clothes of the other 3 screamers in the room. His hood was covering his face except for a wide grin. The man smiled at Isaac as he pulled the hood back. Isaac looked at the man's face, his skin gray and tight on his skull. Isaac looked at the other 2 next, each one holding him by an arm. The screamer standing before him nodded his head toward the wall, and the other 2 threw Isaac into the corner with Chloe and the children. "What do you want?" he asked. The screamer in the black hoodie walked up to the boy, sneering in his face. His eyes pulsed like a flickering light bulb in a basement full of cobwebs.
"Where is he?"
The screamer's voice felt greasy, and Isaac turned his head to avoid a stench like hot garbage. Isaac cocked his head and narrowed his eyes. "You can talk?" The screamer opened his jaws and let loose with a thunderous howl that forced Isaac's hands to his ears. He fell to the floor, as did Chloe and the kids, all of them trying to keep the sound from splitting their skulls. When the scream ended, the 2 men lifted Isaac to his feet while Chloe and the children cried and cowered together in the corner.
"Where is he?"
"Who? Where's who?" The screamer grabbed Isaac by the throat and began to squeeze. He gasped and felt his airway constricting, but he managed to speak, although he thought his voice box was about to burst.
Wait! I think I know who you're talking about.
Isaac felt the man's grip on his throat let up. Slightly.
Tell me,
the screamer said.
Where is the police officer?
Don't, Isaac! Don't tell them anything, Chloe said. The creature looked over to her, then back at Isaac.
You know where he is.
Don't tell him, Chloe said. Isaac looked at Chloe and then back at the screamer holding him by the throat. His vision swam, and Isaac thought for a second that he might pass out. But it wasn't the screamer's hand that was constricting his airways. It was the man's eyes. When Isaac looked into them, he felt a pain in his head like a migraine, and his muscles ached. Isaac licked his dry lips, nodding at the screamer dressed in black. He's gone to... A guttural bark interrupted Isaac as Neil ran through the doorway, the assault rifle firm in his hands. The screamers turned around.
Doc!
He shouted at Isaac, Chloe, and the children. Isaac broke the screamer's grip and threw his body on top of Chloe and the kids, doing his best to protect them from what was about to happen. The rifle jumped in Neil's hands as he sprayed the wall with gunfire. Blue smoke filled the room, and his ears rang so loudly that Isaac wasn't sure when Neil had stopped firing. "Neil?" Isaac couldn't hear his own question. He lifted his head and waited for the smoke to clear. The assault rifle lay on the ground, and the three screamers remained standing with their backs to Isaac. The screamer in the black hoodie had Neil pinned to the wall by the neck, the man's feet dangling a foot off the ground. Neil had his hands wrapped around the screamer's fingers, trying to pry them from his throat. His face turned red and then blue as his feet kicked at the air. "Stop it!" Chloe yelled. "You're killing him!" The screamer looked over his shoulder and smiled at Chloe before turning his attention back to Neil. Neil looked to Isaac with his eyes all but popping from their sockets. He squeezed harder, the screamer digging his fingers into the side of Neil's neck. Neil tried to talk, but nothing came out. Isaac watched as the screamer's hand tightened around Neil's throat, crushing his windpipe and cutting off the oxygen to his brain. Neil had kicked one last time before his hands dropped to his sides, his eyes open in a glassy stare. The screamer shook him twice before tossing the man to the ground. Neil's dead body collapsed to the floor. Chloe and the children cried out. Isaac stared into Neil's wide, dead eyes. The screamer turned, and this time he came forth and grabbed Chloe by the hair. She grunted, and the kids held onto her leg. "No," Isaac said. "Don't!"
"I'm going to kill you, one at a time until you tell me what I want to know. Starting with her."
Isaac looked at the kids, who now held each other, curled in a ball and crying in the corner. Then he looked back to Chloe. Tears flowed from her eyes as she looked into the screamer's face. "Okay," Isaac said. "Don't tell them anything, Isaac!" The screamer wrapped his hand around Chloe's throat and slammed her against the wall. She closed her eyes and raised her hands to her throat. "I said okay! Stop hurting her! I'll tell you where he is!" The screamer looked over his shoulder to Isaac, his hand still choking Chloe. The man grinned, and his eyes flared. The screamer dropped Chloe, and she fell to the ground, gasping and coughing. He grabbed Isaac and shoved him into the wall.
Tell me where he is. Now.
44. God damn it! Dax had pulled the starter cord several times, but the engine wouldn't turn over. He tossed the screwdriver into the toolbox and backed away. The rain fell steadily now, contributing to the rising floodwaters. The tools had slipped twice from his hands, numbed by the cold water, and the odor of the lake forming around him made Dax lightheaded. Now the sun had dropped lower in the sky. His stomach rumbled as he emptied the last of his water bottle into his mouth. Dax felt a shiver course through his body. Something's wrong. He looked around but hadn't seen another person since he'd arrived at the house. Something's off with the group. With Chloe. Dax bit his lip and grabbed the wrench from the toolbox. He turned his attention to the motor again. Think, motherfucker. This ain't the first engine you've ever worked on. He wiped the rain from his face, took hold of the starter cord, and pulled hard and fast. Nothing. And again. And again. Start, you son of a bitch! An ache settled in his bicep and his fingers burned, blisters forming on his palms. Dax reared back and gave the starter cord one last yank. The plug fired and then coughed, and the motor came to life. Blue smoke seeped from the side, and the engine stuttered. But it was running. He saw the fuel gauge at a half tank and grabbed the 10-gallon gas can, setting it inside the boat. Fuck yeah! Dax pushed the boat off the trailer and into the water, maneuvering it toward the chain-link fence at the back of the yard. He jumped inside, sitting at the stern near the motor. Even with his added weight, the water had risen enough to where the boat didn't bottom out. He accelerated and the boat moved toward the house, coming to a stop before crawling through the gate and out into the street. He smiled as he reached the corner and turned. He thought again of Chloe and the kids, Neil and Isaac. It was time to get them the hell out of the city. But he had one stop to make first. Dax slowed as he approached the crazy woman's house, but she was no longer sitting on the roof. Dax wondered if the rain had finally forced her inside. He knew it was probably not a good idea to stop. He hadn't known the woman, and she acted like a lunatic. She wouldn't last long on her own anyway. And yet, he couldn't leave her. Neil, Chloe, Isaac, they at least had each other. This woman had nobody. He docked the boat in front of her porch, securing it to the banister with the padlock and chain he'd found in the tool shed. Dax kept the engine running. The sound of the motor, even at idle, would draw attention, so Dax would quickly check on the woman and get back before anyone else could get to the boat. He hopped out and walked up onto the porch. A puddle had formed, rising up from the crawl space and through the cracks between the wooden slats. Dax cupped his hands and looked through the front window. When he didn't see anybody through the curtains, he went over to the front door and knocked. Hello? No answer. Dax knocked again, harder this time. The door creaked as it opened. Water surged over the threshold as Dax entered the house. His feet splashed on the linoleum floor. He scanned the living room and saw nothing except piles of mail on the coffee table and cardboard boxes stacked on the floor. Several tied trash bags sat next to the couch. Hello? Is anybody here? Ma'am? Are you around? Dax waited for several seconds until a sound came from the rear of the house. He clicked on his flashlight and went toward the noise, past the kitchen, and down a narrow hallway to the last open door on the right. Dax stopped next to the door, standing with his back against the wall as he listened. A gentle moan sounded from inside the bedroom. It definitely came from a woman, and it was almost sexual in nature. Dax wanted to walk away, but he couldn't. He took hold of the Glock on his hip and then turned into the room. The woman stood in the corner with her eyes rolled back in her head and her arms straight out, both of them shaking. In front of her stood a man with ripped jeans and no shirt. He had tattoos on his back that crawled up his neck and onto his shaven head. He turned around to look at Dax with glowing orange eyes. Dax raised the Glock and aimed it directly at the screamer's head. But he hesitated, worried that his shot would miss and hit the woman. Or his shot would hit his target and the woman. The man screamed, and then the woman cried out as well, a piercing howl that echoed off the walls and rattled Dax's teeth. He dropped both the gun and the flashlight in a desperate attempt to cover his ears. The man's bare feet slapped against the floor, and when Dax looked up, the screamer was rushing straight at him. The man punched him in the stomach and wrapped both his arms around Dax's waist. They both crashed through the door, and the man landed on Dax, driving him straight into the floor. Dax felt the back of his head slam against the thinly carpeted floor. He blinked as the room twisted and his vision blurred. He tried to talk, but a second pain ripped through his head, and he could do nothing but lay on the floor. The screamer knelt over Dax and punched him in the jaw. "Don't pass out or you're dead. Don't pass out." Dax sat up and threw a long punch at the man's head. The screamer deflected it with his forearm, letting loose with a shrill cry and grabbing Dax by the straps of his tank top. "He's been looking for you!" His ears were ringing, and his head was cloudy, but Dax had heard the screamer's words. "Who?" The man turned Dax's arm and pinned it behind his back as if he were about to handcuff him. "Come on, Dax. Dig deep." He spun and shifted his weight to the left. The screamer stumbled and let go of Dax's arm. He bent down and grabbed a sharp-edged piece of wood from a chest of drawers that had broken. Dax stood up, leaning against the wall to keep the room from spinning. The screamer ran at him. Dax kept the makeshift dagger at his side, raising it at the last minute. The man's orange eyes shot open as he crashed into Dax, who looked down and saw the stake had pierced the man's chest and skewered his heart. The screamer's face froze. He let go of Dax and fumbled at the hunk of wood stuck in his chest, blood oozing out and around the stake and dripping to the floor. The man screamed, but this time it was more of a moan. Dax watched as the man fell to his knees, his face twisting into a grimace. The screamer panted like a dog on a hot August afternoon. His eyes turned to Dax, and he watched as they flickered. The screamer blinked, and each time his eyes morphed in color, glowing from orange to a dull brown and then returning to their normal color. The man's shoulders dropped, and he looked into Dax's eyes as if the two men had just met. "Help me!" The man rolled onto his back, arms sprawled out as he stared at the ceiling. Dax dropped to his knees and put his hands on the man's chest. "Why are you like this? What happened to you?" The man blinked, and his mouth moved, but he didn't utter another word, his now bloodshot eyes open and still. Dax took hold of the man's wrist, searching for a pulse. Dead. He knelt down where the woman lay in the corner and felt her neck for a pulse. Also dead. Dax stood up and looked out the window as the rain continued to fall. The heavy storm clouds ushered in the night. What the fuck is going on? Dax grabbed the flashlight and the Glock off the ground and raced out the door. 45. Chloe jerked sideways as her captor carried her down a hallway. She heard the rain disappear behind a slammed door. The air tasted thick and musty. She blinked several times, but her head remained in darkness, covered with a cotton bag that smelled like dirty socks. The children were crying from a nearby room. She sucked in as much air as she could from the loose cinch around her neck. Her wrists throbbed where the zip ties cut into her soft flesh and sweat collected on her brow, causing her curly hair to stick to the front of her face. In her mind, she kept telling herself to breathe and stay calm. Another door opened, and she was marched down a set of stairs. She heard what sounded like heavy footsteps going in the opposite direction. "You'll be fine," she heard Isaac call out. "I got this." Someone yanked her away, the voices of the crying children fading. She heard a fumbling of keys and then the sound of a deadbolt turning. Her captor swiftly pulled her upright. Her neck popped with the sudden shifting in her position. Rough hands grabbed her by the arms and pushed her down. She winced, smacking her tailbone on the cold, hard concrete floor. The bag flew off of her head, and it took a moment for her eyes to adjust, even with only dim candlelight illuminating the space. A screamer stood before her, his eyes glowing. Like the others, this man wore torn and soiled clothing. Hunks of food stuck in his wild hair. He growled at her and then walked toward the door.
Wait!
The man ignored her.
Please?
Chloe said, pleading.
There were 3 kids with me. Can you bring them here?
The screamer stared at Chloe but said nothing. He walked through the door and shut it, the deadbolt beyond it turning with a click.
They'll never listen.
Chloe jumped at the sound of the faint voice coming from a darkened corner of the room. She stared, seeing the outline of a person.
Who's there?
Chloe asked.
The howlers. Those things. They never answer your pleas. They rarely talk, and when they do, it's to each other.
Chloe's eyes adjusted to the light in the room, and she could see a shape. A woman, based on the timbre of the voice, turned toward her, strands of greasy black hair dangling in front of her face. Wrinkles appeared as black lines on her light skin. She appeared to be of mixed race, possibly Asian.
How long have you been down here?
The woman let out a small laugh, and she coughed.
It doesn't matter. We're never getting out. I can assure you of that, dear.
Chloe looked at the door, hoping to see Isaac and the kids appear at any moment.
Have you seen it happen yet?
The old woman pressed on, not waiting for Chloe to speak.
Have you watched them do it? Do what? Feed.
Chloe had seen all she wanted to see in the old apartment building. The man with the black hoodie had murdered Neil with his bare hands.
One of them strangled my friend.
Oh, honey. Then you haven't. You've only seen them kill.
Chloe swallowed.
Their eyes, sugar. Have you seen 'em do that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The old woman leaned forward and cackled.
You won't ever get out. And they'll make you do their work. You won't be able to refuse them.
Chloe watched the woman crawl out of the dark. The cracks in her face made her look nearly 100 years old, but she possessed much younger eyes, and they twinkled with an orange glow.
Don't be afraid, my dear. I'm not ready yet, and I'm sure they'll come get you before I am. They wouldn't want to waste your pretty little flesh on an old hag like me, now would they?
The woman slunk back into the darkness, laughing as if she had gravel in her mouth. Chloe looked at the door and couldn't decide if she wanted to be on the inside or outside of it. 46. Isaac looked through the open doorways as the screamers led him down the hall. Dozens of orange eyes stared at him. His heartbeat quickened as he did the math. He estimated there could be almost 100 of the things holed up in the building. As he passed one room, Isaac heard screaming. When he looked inside, he saw screamers surrounding a woman. Her limbs went stiff, and she dropped to the floor. Men and women with glowing orange eyes stood over the body. He wanted to stop and get a better look, but the screamers escorting him pushed him onward. At the end of the hall, they came to a doorway. The screamer put a key in the deadbolt and unlocked the door. He pushed Isaac through, turned, and slammed Isaac's only exit shut. Isaac looked around the windowless room. A desk sat in the corner, and piles of white boxes and old newspapers sat on freestanding shelves. A steel folding chair sat in the middle of the room. The deadbolt clicked again. The door opened, and 3 screamers entered. The third and last to enter, Isaac recognized as the one in the black hoodie, the one who had killed Neil.
I did not properly introduce myself, the screamer said. My name is Serafino.
Isaac felt cold sweat breaking on his forehead. He looked around the room. The other 2 screamers grinned, their eyes pulsing in unison. What did you do with them? Where's Chloe? Serafino chuckled, and the sound made Isaac shiver.
What happens to the girl and the children depends heavily on how this conversation progresses and the choices you make.
Don't hurt them. I'll do anything you want if you let us out of here.
And you will walk out of here unharmed.
How?
You bring me the police officer alive. I know that he is a friend of yours. And I know you know where he is.
Isaac gave the screamer a puzzled look. What did they want with Dax? He isn't any friend of mine. But I don't know where he is exactly. He ditched us a while ago. Seems like you should be able to find him without my help. Serafino stood in front of the teen, staring through him with orange eyes. He reached down and grabbed Isaac by the neck. Isaac's eyes bulged as he gasped, fighting for a single breath. The screamer lifted him off the ground as Isaac's feet kicked in midair. The man's voice wavered, and dark circles appeared at the edges of Isaac's vision.
That man seems to be able to mask his own vibrations, and therefore we cannot pinpoint his location. I know that you have seen him lately.
He was with you in the building. Our scouts lost him, but we know he was with you. So do not lie to me. This will be your last warning.
The screamer dropped Isaac, who fell straight to the ground, where he bawled into a fetal position and rubbed his throat. After several moments, Serafino reached down and picked Isaac back up onto his feet. He grabbed him by his shirt and leaned in, his face only inches from Isaac's.
You will find him and bring him back to me. He is not to be harmed. Do you understand me?
Isaac turned his head to cough, and then he looked back at Serafino.
What's so special about Dax?
Serafino let go and pushed Isaac back with one hand.
You will bring him to me. If you fail to do so, you will never see the girl or the children again.
And if I do this, you'll let us all go?
The screamer nodded. 47. Dax may as well have been traveling through the streets blind. Night had descended upon New Orleans, the clouds blotting out any light from the moon. Rain continued to fall, having just relented to a light sprinkle. The boat's engine coughed and sputtered several times, but didn't stall. The sound reverberated back to Dax off of the fronts of the empty buildings. He turned onto Jackson Avenue, and his focus shifted back to Chloe and the others. Dax had the boat and could get them out of the city now. All he had to do was go down a block to the apartment building, find a place to hide the boat, and then they could load into it first thing in the morning, presumably when it would be safer to travel. He wasn't sure where they would go. Perhaps they could find where Neil's sister and brother-in-law had gone to and join them. Or maybe head to Metairie, Kenner, or as far as Baton Rouge. As he approached the building, the rain slowed to a fine mist. He stared up at the windows and was surprised when he didn't see candlelight flickering from inside. They had been sure to keep the light inside to a minimum, not wanting to attract anyone, or anything, but he knew where to look, so it should have been easy to spot. He steered the boat around to the back of the building, parking it behind a concrete wall which stretched across the back side of the property. No one would see the boat from the street. He grabbed some rope he'd taken from the shed at Neil's sister's house and tied the oarlock to a post so the boat wouldn't float away. Dax hopped out then and trudged through the water, which had risen to his waist, heading to the front of the building. He tried not to think about the things that could be swimming around him, like more snakes. The water had forced the door open, or that's what he told himself at the moment. The entire ground floor was flooded. Dax sloshed through the water and headed for the stairwell. As he climbed the stairs, he knew something was wrong. Silence. Kids are never this quiet. Dax reached to his waist and grabbed the Glock.
Hello? Chloe? Neil?
No reply. He continued climbing, shouting their names again toward the upper floors of the building in case they'd decided to take to higher ground. Dax headed straight for their hallway. He clicked on the flashlight, pointing the light into each room as he passed. He reached the children's room first. Their bags remained on the floor, their few possessions spread throughout the room. Next, he came to Isaac's room. Again, his belongings were left, and his small bag sat on top of the bed. As Dax approached Chloe's room, he slowed. He caught the unmistakable coppery scent of fresh blood. His pulse quickened, and he felt a shiver along the back of his neck. He stepped toward her room with legs that felt as if they were still walking through waist-deep water.
Chloe?
Dax shined the light around the room, coming to a stop as it illuminated the other side. Neil's body hung from the wall. Someone had driven nails through the man's clothing, his arms and legs spread wide. Neil's stomach had been splayed open. His innards spilled from the cavity, over his slacks, and down his legs. The man's mouth had been pried open into a silent scream. His glasses remained on his face, although one of the lenses had been cracked. Rats ran over the man's corpse, hissing at Dax as they protected their find. Dax turned away, unable to look at the body any longer. He gagged, and his stomach flipped. Who did this? It ain't something a gang would do. And then he thought about the only other people he had seen in the past few days. Screamers. Dax snapped the flashlight at Neil and then around the rest of the room, hoping to God that he was the only one they had killed. The silence in this place. You know they must have killed the others too, including Chloe. He took a step forward and then stopped. His legs wanted to move him into the hallway to check on the others, but his mind was paralyzed. Dax spun and then cursed, the Glock still in one hand and the flashlight in his other. As the beam spun past Neil's desecrated corpse, something caught Dax's eye. A small white object sticking out of the dead man's shirt pocket. Dax crept toward the body. He reached up and grabbed a piece of paper from the pocket, avoiding Neil's dead face. Dax's fingers smeared the blotches of blood across the paper as he unfolded it. The note was written in blood.
Come, or the rest suffer the same fate.
Dax recognized the name of the building scribbled beneath the threatening words. If he remembered correctly, it was only a few blocks away. He folded the note and shoved it into his pocket. Dax paused for a moment and closed his eyes then, trying to recite a prayer for Neil. But he couldn't remember one. I'm sorry, Neil. Rest in peace. Dax took one last look at the old man and left the room. He had to get to the address on the note. He had to save Isaac, Chloe, and the kids. 48. Dax understood that his size alone provided him with an advantage. 3 Mexicans had jumped him in the prison yard as part of a gang initiation, and still, he had been able to stay alive until the guards arrived. He remembered standing tall and holding his own in that fight, never showing fear. He would never wish prison time on anyone, though. Dax regretted his actions and had accepted what he had done. Every night, he saw the face of the child whose parents he had killed. But through all of it, Dax believed in himself. He was a survivor. No matter who came at him, Dax would fight to the death. But that had been prison, and those threats had been human. What exactly was happening now? Was this how the world would end? He'd seen people with glowing eyes and impossible strength. He'd watched one of those infected men die, the orange light fade, and the real man came back. Or had he? And of everything he'd seen from these people, the Screamers, it hadn't been random. They moved in packs and attacked together. It was like they had been coordinated, organized. Dax's hands shook as he untied the boat from the fence. He tugged the starter cord, and the motor roared to life. The rain had stopped, but the clouds still eclipsed the moon. Dax pulled out the flashlight and shined the beam ahead so he could steer the boat around the side of the building and back out into the street. At the end of the road, he turned toward the name of the building scribbled on the bloody note left in Neil's shirt pocket. Don't think about him or what they did. Stay focused. He had no idea how many people had been killed, or how many had fled New Orleans. Dax wasn't sure how far out this catastrophe was spread, but he hadn't heard a single airplane or helicopter in days, maybe weeks.
Help!
He flashed the light in the direction of the cry. A blonde woman in her late 40s or early 50s waved at him from the front porch of a tiny, rectangular house with a door and a single window, what they called a shotgun shack in old New Orleans. She jumped up and down, frantically swinging both arms in the air. You don't have time for this. Remember what happened last time you stopped? Stay focused, Dax. He ignored her and maneuvered the boat down the street as the woman continued to cry out for help. Dax heard splashing water coming from her direction, and when he shined the light that way, he saw the woman swimming toward him. God damn it, I can't help you! Get back to your house!
Please,
the woman said, swimming closer to the boat.
It's my 6-year-old son. His foot is stuck in a hole in the floor and I can't get it out.
She arrived at the boat, holding on to the side as Dax slowed down. Look, I'm sorry, but my friends are in trouble.
Please, you have to help him. I can't pull him free, and the water is rising. He'll die if you don't help. It'll only take a minute.
Dax sighed. He reached down and took the woman's hand, helping her into the boat. Once he had her inside, he steered the craft toward the woman's house, and she thanked him repeatedly. He pulled to the porch and tied the boat to a post. The woman jumped out first and ran for the door, and Dax followed her into the house. Inside, it was flooded to about a foot high. Depending on how fast the water rose, the boy could be in real danger. The woman stopped in the living room and spun to face Dax.
Where did you get the boat?
He thought it seemed like an odd question, but he answered quickly before thinking too much about it. It's a friend's. I had to work on the engine to get it started.
Really?
The woman paused as a smile crept across her face.
So you can fix engines?
Yeah, said Dax. He turned his head sideways, wondering why the woman was so fascinated with his mechanical skills when her son was in danger. Now where's your boy?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. This way.
She continued down a hallway. At the end of the corridor, the woman stepped aside and gestured Dax toward the open room.
He's in there.
Dax poked his head in and used the flashlight to check the room. Like the rest of the house, a foot of water covered the floor. The colorful bed sheets were still on the bed, and posters of cartoon characters hung on the wall. He heard nothing and didn't see anyone else in the room. What kind of shit is this, lady? Are you playing? Dax heard the hunk of wood connect with his skull a split second before he felt a sudden pain in the back of his head. The room blurred and several voices mumbled together, including the woman's. A dark figure appeared in front of Dax, but before he could make it out, his world went black. 49. Chloe lay in the corner opposite of her cellmate. She was thinking about Dax, wondering if he had made it back to the apartment building yet. She assumed he had, and knew he had to be worried about them. What had been his reaction when he had seen Neil? The old woman had gone silent. In fact, she hadn't moved in hours. Based on what she'd said earlier, Chloe thought she was safe for the time being. The door opened slowly. A single person walked into the room. "Chloe?" Chloe raised her head from her arms and glanced up.
"Isaac? What are you doing here?"
The teen squatted down.
"There isn't much time." "For what? Did you escape?"
"No, they let me come see you."
"Who?"
Isaac looked back through the open doorway to where 2 pairs of glowing orange eyes peered back at him.
"Where are the children?"
"Safe. I asked them to keep Monica, Kevin, and Darius out of here until we talked. I didn't want the kids to hear our conversation. And keep it down, because I think there are 2 screamers in the hallway trying to listen in." Chloe's mouth went dry.
"What is going on, Isaac?"
"We're leaving."
"Exactly how?"
"You have to listen to me. We don't have a lot of time." Chloe clenched her jaw, her face turning red. "Look, I know you're upset about the kids, but I'm going to get all of us out of here. I have to do something for the screamers. And when I come back, they'll set us free."
"Where do you have to go?"
Isaac sighed, averting his eyes.
"You heard them, Chloe.
They didn't come to that apartment building looking for us." Chloe sat up straight as the realization of what Isaac was saying hit her.
"Dax? Why do they want him? You can't do that."
"I have no idea. But I have to help them. It's the only way we're going to get out of here."
"He'll come get us," Chloe said. "Just wait."
"Yep. They left him a note on Neil's body. And I think they expected him to have shown up by now. But he hasn't."
"So you're going looking for Dax, tricking him into coming here?"
Isaac shook his head again. "No trick. He's coming anyway. They want to make sure he shows up. But don't worry about how it happens. I got this. I'm going to get us all out." Chloe growled.
"Except Dax. You can't turn your back on him. He's a real person, a human. You're making a deal with those things."
"Turn my back on him? Listen to yourself. He left us. Do you remember that? Twice. And you're saying I'm turning my back on him?" Isaac stood, putting his hands on his hips as he turned from Chloe.
"He was going to get a boat to help us. Dax is a good man.
"No," Isaac said, yelling now and pointing down at Chloe. "That's what you fail to understand. He's a fucking criminal, Chloe. He's not the same guy you fucked in high school." Chloe's eyes went wide as she stared up at him. Isaac stood tall, his chest heaving as he scowled at her.
"You're a monster, too. Like those things."
Isaac shook his head. "I'm doing what has to be done to keep us alive."
"Even if that means selling out someone who's helped us?"
"It's him or us, Chloe. And they want him for some reason. Besides, he made his choice when he got himself locked up. People don't change."
"Yeah? Maybe you should look in the mirror."
Isaac stared down at her for another moment before turning and walking away, back down the hall. Chloe whispered to herself.
"Isaac, don't do this, please."
Chloe crawled back to her corner, her body shaking. Several moments later, the door opened again. The guards shoved the children into the room.
"Are you guys all right?"
"We're fine," Monica said. "They took us to some room and left us alone. Didn't tell us what they were doing. Then they brought us back here."
"Did you see Isaac?"
Monica shook her head. Chloe relaxed next to the children as they huddled together on the floor. Monica rubbed their heads and told them everything was going to be fine. Chloe looked at the woman in the corner who had her back to them.
His love won't save you.
What?
They're going to kill that boy.
Chloe stared at the old woman as she rolled over. They made eye contact.
Are you one of them?
Chloe had known the answer to the question before she'd asked it. As the woman's eyes had begun glowing again, the orange hue now a bit brighter. The woman ignored her question.
You're never going to get out of here. And that boy, he's going to die.
The woman's eyes flickered for a moment before she took a deep breath and rolled back over toward the wall. 50. Dax's eyes fluttered open, and he heard chatter and dripping water. His head throbbed, and he touched the back of it. The pain felt like an electric shock, and his hand came away sticky with blood.
Hey, y'all. I think he's awake.
Dax felt a pair of hands on each wrist, followed by the sound of the ripping plastic teeth of zip ties.
Yeah, he awake. Now we're gonna have to kill the bitch.
Dax winced and turned away as the beam of a flashlight hit his face and sent shivers of pain through his throbbing head.
We should have left his ass in the house to drown,
someone said. He closed his eyes until someone lightly slapped his face.
Open your eyes, nigga.
Dax opened them, still seeing flashes of white. When they finally went away, he turned to see the men standing in front of him.
Son of a bitch.
What the fuck you say?
Leo said back. The gang member slapped Dax with an open palm hard enough to get his attention.
Yeah, you stupid. Ain't nowhere for your bitch ass to go, and we got your boat.
He laughed. Dax looked up to see Chuck standing with several more men around him, a black cap facing forward on his head.
Surprised to see us?
Chuck asked. Dax groaned, still trying to shake off the cobwebs and get his bearings.
Yeah, you wasn't supposed to wake up until we was gone. But you was in and out, so we had to take you along for the ride, just in case. Now you're making more work for my crew.
Where am I? Chuck stuck his arms out, a smile lighting up his face.
This is my new pad, nigga,
he said with excitement.
Isn't she pretty? The main floor is up on risers, so we don't even have to deal with a flood.
Dax looked around. The warehouse smelled of spoiled shrimp and diesel fuel. A generator powered 3 freestanding work lights surrounding a long tabletop sitting on 2 55-gallon drums.
Where's the woman? Oh, she cool. Right back at the house where she's supposed to be. Got her gathering people as they come by. I gotta tell you, I can't believe you fell for that shit about the kid getting his foot stuck.
Leo scoffed. Dumbass.
I wish you could have seen my face when they told me it was you riding in a motherfucking boat, Chuck said. I thought for sure the fire burnt your ass up. But you delivering a boat to my new digs? That was like Christmas come early.
You're insane. Chuck shrugged.
Maybe. But I'm smart. Already got me a new crew together and starting to round up more folks to make meth. Hell, with the few generators we found, we might even be able to get a head start. People gonna start being real desperate for a fix with all this shit going on. I'll be able to make a fortune long before things get back to normal. How you gonna distribute shit with the way everything is out there? Chuck sighed. Why you think we stole your boat? He turned around and nodded at his men. One of the gangsters came forward, pulled Dax up on his knees, and then punched him in the gut. Another drove fists into his kidneys. Dax coughed, his body leaning forward and threatening to topple over. Leo stepped up, stopping a couple of feet in front of Dax. Dax lifted his head to look at the thug.
You're gonna fix all the engines we bring to you. We heard you tell our girl that you got that boat running, Leo said. And if you don't help us, we gonna kill your punk ass.
Dax stifled his coughing fit long enough to spit on the man's face. Fuck you. I'll die before I fix shit for you.
Nah, nigga. You won't die. But we'll hurt you so bad you'll wish you had.
Leo put his hand up, and one of the new gang members approached, dropping a 2x4 into his open palm. He slapped the plank in his other hand several times as he stared at Dax. He circled him, running the corner of the board up Dax's back. A chill rode up Dax's spine. He trembled.
Oh, you scared now? Leo said. I see you shaking like a fucking pussy. You should be scared, 'cause this shit's gonna hurt.
Leo stood beside Dax now, rearing back and slapping the bandage covering Dax's thigh with the board. The smack echoed through the warehouse, and the members of Chuck's gang laughed.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about.
Leo lifted the board, showing Dax the blood splatter on its edge. Leo pulled back again, this time striking Dax on the other leg, hitting him directly in the knee with the edge of the board. Dax screamed, and his knee went numb.
You had enough yet, bitch? You gonna help us fix boat engines, or are you gonna sit there and bleed?
Leo dropped the board and punched Dax in the mouth. Blood spurted from his split lip. He turned and spat a bloody wad at Chuck's feet. That's enough, Chuck said. I got 3 pontoon boats moored out back that this fucker needs to look at tonight. I need his head right. One of the men walked up with a pair of wire cutters and bent down to cut the zip ties off of Dax's hands. Someone put a gun on him. Right now. Shoot him in the leg if he makes a move. Don't fuck up his hands, just in case we need him to repair the boat. A single scream ripped through the warehouse. Chuck's gang drew their weapons, clips sliding into place as they looked up into the dark rafters. A stench like stagnant pond water blew through the building despite the locked doors.
What's making those sounds? One of the men asked.
Screamers. They're in the building. We're all fucked now. Shut up. Chuck turned and pointed his handgun at Dax's head. Shut the fuck up. Right now.
Boss, Leo said to Chuck. What's he mean? Screamers.
Infected people. Glowing orange eyes. They scream, and then they kill you. Dax spoke to Leo, but he stared at Chuck. I ain't telling you again. Shut the fuck up. Another scream cut the air, and the men shuffled, each pointing their weapons at nothing but the darkness. Dax waited, his heart racing in his chest. He stood up and licked the blood from his lip, taking deep breaths and trying to get the fuzz out of his head. A thud hit the steel door separating the office from the warehouse. I told you. The screamers are coming. Chuck had walked over and lifted his handgun to pistol whip Dax when the door burst open, scattering pieces of metal hinges across the floor. At first, a gateway to outer space seemed to appear, the entrance to a real black hole.
The men took a step back as the foul stench returned, blowing into the warehouse. Dax took a step to the side as Chuck and the others stared, their weapons aimed at the door. "You come through there," said Chuck, "and we're gonna open fire on your ass." Dax took another step back, so he was farthest from the open door, guarded by Chuck's gang. He looked at the door and saw the faintest glow oozing from the black. An orange glow. The muzzles exploded with bright flashes of thunder as the men fired at the doorway. The screams came again then, piercing Dax's ears and forcing him to the ground. Smoke and the reek of gunpowder filled the air, and Dax could no longer tell whether it was Chuck's gang crying out in pain or the screamers shrieking in delight. He thought it was probably both. 51. Dax gasped for air, his eyes open and his mind clearing. If his body still hurt, he didn't feel it. All he knew now was that the room was filled with bullets and screamers. Through the haze of the firefight, Dax caught glimpses of flashing muzzles and glowing eyes. The screamers danced through the chaos, appearing to float through the fog to attack the gang. They would grab a man by the throat, rip the weapon from his hand, and a moment later drop him to the floor. Poison gas? But Dax realized it couldn't be. He would have already collapsed. The screamers were taking the men and doing something to them. He thought he saw Chuck run past, his handgun recoiling after every shot. Leo's body sat crumpled in a corner, his eyes open in a dead stare. Blood covered the man's chest from the hole in his throat. The frequency of the gunfire and the screams had slowed, but the warehouse was filled with gunpowder smoke. Dax could see movement and still shapes on the floor. He had been sitting on the floor when the steel door had burst open, and now he laid his head back and closed his eyes. The pain from the hit to the back of the head and the punch to his jaw returned. Might be easier to give up. Gonna die anyway. Not like I'm getting out of here. He felt hands on his shoulders, but he didn't open his eyes. He thought of his sister, of Chloe. "Dax, wake up!" He opened his eyes and looked up. "Isaac?" "Jesus! Thank God you're alive." "How did you get in here?" "Stay still, bro. I'm gonna get you out of here." Isaac put his hands underneath Dax's arms, but he didn't have the strength to raise the man off the ground. "You gotta get up! Come on, man!" Dax gritted his teeth and held his hands out to Isaac, who gripped him and leaned back with all of his weight to help Dax up from a sitting position. He swayed, and Isaac put Dax's left arm over his right shoulder. "I'll lead us out." "How did you know I was here?" "Shh! Not now. We need to move. Quietly." Isaac led Dax toward the back of the warehouse, away from the carnage. They maneuvered behind a few crates and boxes before coming to a door. Isaac pushed through it, and they stood in a hallway. "This way!" At the end of the corridor was a double set of doors. The screams continued behind them, but there weren't as many. Isaac opened a door and pulled Dax inside. The boy turned and locked them in. They stood in a windowless room with a single candle sitting on top of a table. It cast flickering shadows on a folding chair. "What the fuck is this?" "Sit down, Dax," Isaac said. "He needs to talk to you." 52. Dax sat in the chair, staring at the burning candle. The wax ran down the stick in slow, long drips and pooled on the table. Isaac had been gone for what felt like hours, and Dax chuckled when he looked around. like casinos. Without natural light, you lose track of time. He had to trust the boy. Isaac had let him out of the warehouse area where the Screamers had slaughtered Chuck's gang. Isaac knew something important. And it was enough for him to spare Dax's life, although Dax guessed there was more to it than their shared love of Chloe. Isaac had led him out of harm's way and into a locked room. The push bar on the door rattled and then opened, slowly filling the room with the rancid air from the warehouse. This time, Dax could smell blood, too. From this far away, it had to be a lot of blood. 2 men entered, and a third stood on the threshold as if unsure whether or not to enter. The first 2 men wore pedestrian clothes, dirty jeans and ripped t-shirts, probably the uniform of New Orleans by now. It wasn't until they lifted their heads that he knew for sure they were Screamers. 2 sets of orange flickered like the lone candle on the desk in front of Dax. Dax felt a power emanating from the third man even before he stepped into the low light of the room. He wore black jeans and a black sweatshirt, the hood up and covering his forehead but allowing the orange of his eyes to shine through. Dax detected a vibration coming from this Screamer, a buzz as if someone had an electric bug zapper hanging in the room. He took a step toward Dax, and the other 2 Screamers took another step to the side as if they were keeping their distance out of respect, or possibly fear. "You can ask Chuck. I'm nobody's bitch. You might as well kill me if you think I'm going to do some evil shit for you." The Screamer looked at Dax, his orange eyes flaring to red before a slow smile crept across his face.
"We've been looking for you."
Unlike the Screamers Dax had encountered on the streets, this one spoke in an elegant and poised tone. The words purred from his lips like blue notes from an electric guitar. "Why? What do you want with me?" The Screamer chuckled, the sound of ice being crushed coming from his throat. He ignored Dax's question and continued.
"You destroyed one of us. Impressive."
If this was about revenge, I'd already be dead. The Screamer waved an arm at one of his men. The subordinate left for several seconds before returning with a wooden folding chair, which he sat on the other side of the table from Dax.
"You can call me Serafino,"
the Screamer in the black hoodie said before sitting down. The light from the candle danced across Serafino's face, the tip of the flame being pulled toward his eyes.
"At first, I had no hope. There are millions in this city. But then our scouts started reporting sightings. And then, once we made the bargain, all we had to do was draw in our net, so to speak."
Serafino made a clicking sound with his tongue, and Dax saw movement in the dark hallway on the other side of the door. A man entered, more like a teenage boy. "Son of a bitch!" Isaac sauntered over to the table. He grinned and stared at Dax while standing next to Serafino.
"It was you for Chloe and the kids. You would have done the same thing, Jackson."
"Fuck you. You're a selfish kid. You don't know what you're doing."
"Selfish? You bailed on us. Twice, motherfucker."
Dax saw the anger that creased lines in Isaac's forehead and turned his grin into a snarl. The kid's got the hots for Chloe, and he ain't thinking with the right head. Isaac, listen to me. You can't trust them. They're going to kill you as soon as they're done with me. Haven't you been watching what they've been doing on the streets? Ain't you seen what they did to Chuck's gang? They took out a bunch of thugs and criminals. And now they're going to take out another. Isaac licked his lips and looked at Serafino. Besides, don't worry. I'm going to take really good care of Chloe. I promise. Dax looked into Serafino's face before turning back to Isaac. You're making a big mistake. You're not worth shit to them now. They used you to find me. Isaac turned to the screamer in the black hoodie. Deal's a deal, Serafino. I'm leaving, and I'm taking Chloe and the kids with me. The black hoodie fell off the screamer's head as he leaned back in his chair and laughed.
Yes, of course. You did exactly as I asked.
The other two screamers approached Isaac from behind and grabbed him by his arms. Hey, what is this shit? Dax looked at Isaac and then turned to Serafino. What are you doing with them? Serafino never took his eyes off of Dax, even as Isaac began to thrash and kick within the tight clutches of the other screamers.
You were right, Jackson,
he said, shaking his head.
You can't trust us.
Isaac whimpered, and his foot kicked the leg of the table, the candle wobbling and sending wax sizzling to the tabletop. Let me go!
Soon we'll set you free, and then you'll serve him with us.
Serafino turned to face Isaac. Don't look, Isaac! Dax wanted to rise and attack the screamers, but his legs wouldn't move. It was as if he'd been paralyzed from the waist down. Don't look into his eyes! At first, Dax saw only the top of the kid's head. He thought the teenager might be smart enough to save himself. But that all changed in the next moment. Isaac raised his head, and his eyes went wide and rolled back. Serafino mumbled something, his eyes casting a sickly glow on Isaac's face. The boy spasmed, and then moaned. Stop! Don't do that to him! The words sounded helpless even to him, and Dax regretted saying them. Isaac shook, his arms shooting out and his fingers clawing at thin air. Dax could smell the boy's piss as it darkened the crotch of his jeans. The screamers in the room made a unified buzzing sound, like a swarm of angry bees. Their eyes intensified, now lighting up the room with an orange glow. After one final pulse, Isaac's arms fell, and his chin slapped against his chest. Dax waited, holding his breath and balling his hands into fists. Isaac? The boy lifted his head, and Dax felt a moment of relief that he'd responded to his name, until Dax saw the orange glow in his eyes. 53. Isaac stood in the middle of the street, looking at his neighborhood from another time. Every house looked exactly as he'd remembered. Children's bikes cluttered the yard of the Johnsons' house across the street. Ms. Hernandez's garden bloomed in vibrant shades of yellow and green, the lively mix accenting her purple shutters. And the two ragged Oldsmobile sedans, relics of another decade, sat above oil stains in the driveway of Ronald's house next door. Isaac turned to face his own house, and it, too, stood exactly as he remembered it. But the streets were empty, silent. Michael and LaToya Miller were not sitting on their front porch, chatting and sipping coffee. There were no kids playing in the streets, no music blaring from booming sound systems, no cars driving down the road, no custom-built motorcycles shaking the windows. Isaac stepped onto the sidewalk and walked toward his house. He couldn't see any lights on inside, but his mother's green Corolla sat in the driveway. A bellowing thunderclap tore through the sky. Isaac stopped and looked up. The sun shone down on the city of New Orleans, the crystal blue sky as clear and calm as pictures of the Caribbean Sea. He looked to the north and noticed a flicker of light high in the sky, near the zenith. At first, Isaac thought it could be the sun reflecting off a commercial jet. But the light grew, and the hue shifted from white to orange. Not the gorgeous tint of a day's dawn, but a dull, dark orange. It moved across the sky, roiling like a bank of massive storm clouds. Isaac couldn't move. All he could do was stare at its majesty. The entire sky had turned into a blanket of orange. Doors opened, and people ran from their houses, staring up at the miraculous scene. Isaac smiled as he saw the Johnsons, the Millers, Ms. Hernandez. They all came out of their houses to stand in the middle of the street and gaze up into the sky. He heard a door swing open behind him. "Mom?" She ignored him, staring into the sky. Her skin had become tinted orange, like the skies above. Isaac heard a rumble, and the ground beneath his feet began to vibrate. He looked around, but the others, including his mother, seemed transfixed by what was happening above. Nobody seemed to be paying attention to what was happening below. "Mom? Can you feel that?" She looked down to her feet and then to her right. Isaac followed her gaze. My God! A gigantic wave rose from the horizon. At first, Isaac tried to process what he was seeing, scrambling to think of an event in the Gulf of Mexico that would send a wall of water over New Orleans. The water accelerated, and Isaac realized that it didn't really matter what had caused the tidal wave. What mattered was that his entire neighborhood, including his mother, stood right in its path. "Mom, we have to run! Right now!" Isaac's mother never responded. She didn't even look at him. Instead, the woman began walking toward the wave. "No! We have to go the other way!" Isaac saw the crest crashing over the tops of tall buildings, the water rushing down open avenues and tossing cars around like they were toys. Isaac's mother stopped and turned around to face her son. "I love you." He reached out to hug her, but his hands passed through her body as if she were made of smoke. The wave towered above them, now seconds from crashing into Isaac's neighborhood and obliterating everything in its path. His mother turned and walked into the rushing wall of water. As it came down, Isaac dropped to the ground, curled into a ball, and screamed. 54. Chloe lost all sense of direction as the screamers dragged her down several twisting hallways. Back in her room, she had heard what sounded like World War III erupting from somewhere in the building. Gunshots and distant screams had echoed back, and when the screamers had come for her, she could see the excitement in their orange eyes. Some even had blood splattered on their clothing. They ushered her past the main warehouse space where she saw screamers standing over dead bodies on the floor. One man had crawled into the hallway, where he'd died. Chloe looked down and recognized him as a member of Chuck's gang. Why were they here? Two screamers turned her down one last hallway with an open door at the end. She could see the flicker of candlelight coming from within. They walked her to the doorway and pushed her inside. She fell to the ground, her hair covering her face. Chloe? She looked up at the man sitting on a chair at the table.
Dax?
They kept you in here? I thought this was Chuck's headquarters. She thought about the gunfire and the body she'd passed on the way to the room.
So did he. Guess he didn't realize the warehouse already had tenants.
A man in black jeans and a black hoodie stepped from the darkness. And for the first time since entering the room, Chloe looked around. Two men stood in one corner, facing the middle. But in the other corner, she saw the shape of a young man, facing the wall as if he was being punished.
I've spoken to him. He is afraid that if the woman is not dealt with, that you will not cooperate.
Who is this guy, Dax? And what is he talking about?
Let her go, Dax said. She's done nothing.
His will must be done. This you will learn.
Serafino walked over to Chloe. She saw the orange glow from beneath his hoodie, and yet he spoke his words with a measured precision as if carving each one from a block of wood.
Hold him down.
One of the screamers watching from the corner walked over and put a hand on Dax's shoulder to keep him pinned in the chair.
You're in for a treat, dear.
Serafino turned to the other screamer.
Bring him over.
The screamer walked over to the young man who was facing the wall. He took him by the arm and walked him to Chloe. This figure was shorter than the rest. He wore a gray hoodie and his chin rested on his chest, obscuring his face.
It is time you serve him and prove your allegiance.
Dax tried to get up, but the screamer wrapped a hand around his neck and squeezed. Get out, Chloe! She watched as the short figure in the gray hoodie raised his head, his orange eyes staring directly into hers.
Present her to him.
Isaac looked at Serafino and then back to Chloe. The corners of his mouth turned up into a slow, wide grin. God damn it, Isaac, that's Chloe! Stop! But Isaac seemed not to hear Dax's plea. He leaned in closer, his eyes never leaving hers.
She is beautiful, and that will please him.
Isaac? Can you hear me, hon? It's Chloe.
Isaac's head twitched, but his facial expression remained frozen in a toothy grin.
Snap out of it, all right? I know you're in there and that you can hear me.
But Isaac didn't respond. Serafino turned to Isaac.
It is time.
Chloe looked at Dax and saw a single tear rolling down his cheek. She smiled at him, tilting her head to one side and brushing the hair from her face. When she mouthed,
"I'll be okay,"
he responded with, "I'm so sorry." Isaac squatted down, his face now an inch from Chloe's. She could smell sweat and foul breath that reeked like a backed-up sewer. Isaac looked up to Serafino, who nodded at him. "No!" Dax said. Isaac blinked. He screamed. Chloe's entire body shook, and the darkness took hold of her. 55. Chloe sat on the bench with her eyes closed, her elbows resting on her knees as she drew in deep breaths. Sweat dripped from her forehead. The Louisiana heat pressed down and suffocated the stadium, even in the early spring. With her mind clear, Chloe opened her eyes and stood up. She jogged in place and looked around. Both of her parents sat in the stands, and she smiled as she waved to them. Her mother blew her kisses, and her father's smile could have been seen from miles away.
The next event will be the 400-meter sprint,
the stadium announcer said.
All the racers should make their way to the starting blocks.
Chloe gave her parents one last smile before turning away to focus. It was one of the most important races of her life. She needed to place third or better to move to the NCAA National Championships. Louisiana State University had been on quite a winning streak, and as a freshman, she felt the pressure. As she walked to the starting line, she studied the other racers. The runners mostly ignored each other, their eyes on the finish line. She bowed her head, staring down at her purple and gold running shoes. Chloe rotated her shoulders and then grabbed her foot to stretch her quad. As she switched legs, she looked around again. The crowd was larger than normal, filled with fans of several Southeastern Conference schools. Chloe resisted the urge to glance at her parents again, wanting to stay focused. She jogged in place for another moment before the stadium announcer came over the PA again.
Ladies, please assume your start positions.
Chloe exhaled one last deep breath. This was going to be her moment. Her coach had embarrassed her at practice early in the season, speaking to her in front of the older and more experienced runners on the team.
"Chloe blocks out everything," he had said. "She can't hear the crowd. Doesn't see the other runners. Chloe's racing against herself, and that is what's going to make her a champion."
And now here she was, in the final heat to determine if she was headed to the national championships. Chloe positioned her feet onto the starting blocks and lunged forward. Her hands gripped the warm brown dirt. She heard the mark. Then the gunshot. Her muscles contracted as she pushed off the blocks. She focused on her breathing. In a long sprint like the 400-meter, winning came down to managing your breath. Chloe rounded the first turn, then the second, with no one in front of her. The freshman runner thought of nothing. She blocked out the crowd noise and the sight of the people on their feet in the bleachers, pounding their fists in the air. Her feet barely touched the dirt, and all she saw was more brown track in front of her. Chloe rounded the third turn and approached the final one. She reached the home stretch. Every muscle in Chloe's legs screamed as she approached the finish line. She didn't need to look ahead at the girl in the lead. Every other runner was behind her. Chloe reached down and found another gear, pushing herself even harder toward the finish line and the big win. Until she felt the snap in her leg. Chloe fell face first into the dirt, barely able to catch herself with her hands. Her palms skidded across the track and stung with the force of 1,000 bees. Her face bounced off the ground. As if someone had unmuted the volume in her world, All of the sounds in the stadium flooded her ears at once. A collective gasp passed through the crowd. Gripping the dirt, Chloe picked her head up to see all of the other runners crossing the finish line. She put her face back down on the track to hide her tears. What seemed like several minutes passed, and no one had yet come to Chloe's aid. She remained in her lane, listening to the noise of the crowd as the sun continued to beat down on her. Tears swam with the sweat on her face and dripped down onto the track. When she was finally able to pick her head up, she glanced into the crowd where her parents had been, but they were gone. She looked around but didn't see them. She thought they had to be heading her way. It wasn't until she looked back to the finish line that she saw them. Her mother and father smiled and embraced the girl who had won the race. Chloe didn't recognize the winner, could not remember seeing her on the starting line. The pain in her broken leg swelled, and she sobbed uncontrollably. Her parents ignored her, and she watched through her tears as they walked off the track and toward the stadium exit.
Mom! Dad! Help me!
They ignored her and kept walking. Chloe rolled onto her back, wiped her eyes, and looked down at her legs. She screamed. Only rounded nubs above the knee remained. She looked up at the winner, who was now smiling and waving to the crowd. The girl jogged past Chloe as if she wasn't even there. She scanned the crowd and realized that everyone in the stands was now looking in the same direction, past Chloe and toward the starting line. She glanced over her shoulder. A wave of orange tinted the sky and approached the stadium. Chloe pushed herself up to turn all the way around to face it. The glow covered the sky slowly, like milk spilling onto a hardwood floor. Chloe looked up as it passed overhead and then had to turn herself back around to watch it spread through the rest of the sky. Chloe gasped as her parents appeared on the side of the track. They stood over her. Chloe smiled.
Mom? Dad?
Neither responded. Chloe looked beyond them. Everyone in the stadium had turned away from the sky to look at Chloe.
Why won't you answer me? I don't know what's going on. Please?
A smile formed on her parents' faces. A glimmer of hope rose in Chloe's chest. Then they started laughing. Chloe furrowed her brow as she stared back at them. Not only were her parents laughing at her, but they now pointed to her missing legs.
Why are you laughing at me?
The girl who had won the race stood beside them. Chloe's eyes widened when she saw her. The runner wore the same uniform as she did, and had eyes she had seen in a mirror her entire life. Chloe stared into her own face. This version of herself was laughing and pointing along with her parents.
Stop it,
she said, her face flush with exhaustion and embarrassment.
Stop making fun of me!
The harder she cried, the more they laughed, and soon the entire stadium burst into a fit of laughter. Chloe cupped the sides of her head with her hands, trying to mute the madness. She closed her eyes.
Please stop. Oh God, please!
When she opened her eyes again, the orange tint from the sky had spread into the stadium. Everyone in the crowd and the 3 people standing in front of her now glowed with it.
Welcome, Chloe.
Chloe turned around, trying to find the voice, but no one was there. She looked back. Her parents and the mirror image of herself had disappeared. The crowd had vanished. The empty seats remained, painted in orange.
Welcome to what?
This?
The wind rose and knocked Chloe onto her back. Above her, the orange sky opened. She screamed, but the howling wind swallowed the sound and took Chloe away. 56. Dax had given up. The screamers held him by his arms, and he had no energy left to break free. He was forced to sit there and watch Isaac hovering over Chloe. Dax wasn't exactly sure what Serafino had told the kid to do to her, but he knew what the end result would be. Chloe's eyes glowing orange, her humanity erased. "Isaac, please. You have to stop this." But the boy ignored his plea and kept his gaze on Chloe. Her eyelids fluttered, and Dax took one last look at the soft brown eyes that he had loved all those years ago. Her body shook, and she leaned to the side. Chloe's mouth moved, but no words came out. And then it happened. Dax could see the tiny orange blossom in her irises, like the sparking flint of a lighter. The glow grew outward, and she blinked twice, her brown eyes morphing into embedded orange globes.
Easy.
Serafino had taken a step toward Isaac, but the boy's eyes remained locked with Chloe's.
Do not overpower her.
Dax saw the other screamers move forward to get a better look at Chloe. Something's wrong. They want to see what happens. "Isaac, stop! Come on, man, please, stop!" Serafino turned to Dax, the grin never leaving the screamer's face.
The boy must learn the technique. We all have. But it takes a few attempts to regulate the flow.
A single tear fell from Chloe's eye. Dax looked, and at first, he thought the orange glow had tinted it. He blinked and saw that the tear wasn't tinted. It was blood. A second drop fell. Then another. Then bloody tears ran from her other eye. "You're killing her! Stop!" Dax turned from Isaac to Serafino. "Make him stop!"
Isaac must learn. And I'm confident he will be forgiven if he should be too abrasive with this one.
Dax winced, and anger turned in his stomach like sour milk, churning and making him sweat. Whatever Neil had hypothesized about what had happened to the city didn't matter anymore. This plague, this infestation that had befallen New Orleans might have been chemical, but these malevolent creatures controlled it. Chloe toppled over, lying on her side, redness smeared across her face. Even though her eyes were closed, blood continued to seep from beneath her eyelids. Dax looked at her chest, which did not appear to be moving. "I'm sorry, Chloe. I should have been able to save my sister. I should have been able to save you." The screamers in the room stepped back. Serafino put a hand on Isaac's shoulder.
You used too much. She has been damaged beyond repair. Her body was weak. But you will learn how, as we all have.
Dax grimaced. Serafino let Isaac learn on Chloe, and he had fucking killed her. like a goddamn lab rat in an experiment. Despite his grief, the wider realization hit Dax. These infected people with orange eyes tried to contaminate others, and sometimes in the process, the person died. And Serafino was in charge, even though he answered to another, to him. Dax decided at that moment, staring at Chloe's lifeless body, that he was going to kill every fucking one of the Screamers.
Leave her body. Kill the others. The floodwaters are rising, and we don't have time to transport them.
The Screamers nodded and left the room. Serafino turned to Isaac.
Take your acquaintance to the loading dock until he tells us where he wants the man delivered.
Dax stood, but he kept his arms at his sides. You're mine.
Excuse me?
Serafino smiled, but Isaac stood there, his eyes still fixed on Chloe and his face blank. You, and him, and all of your fucking Screamers. I'm gonna kill you. Every last one of you. Serafino tilted his head back, his hoodie sliding to his neck. He laughed and walked over to stand right in front of Dax.
You have so much to learn from him. Take this man out of here.
Isaac turned and grabbed Dax by the elbow, but Dax smacked it away. I can walk out of here on my own feet. Serafino nodded and waved to the door.
Go. Now.
Isaac led Dax through the door and into a maze of hallways where Screamers ran back and forth. The boy pushed open the door to a balcony on the second floor. Below, water flowed through the streets, over mailboxes and parking meters. Another open door stood at the end of the balcony. Dax looked around and thought that it led to the same hallway they had left. He turned his head sideways and looked at Isaac. This ain't where Serafino told you to take me.
Go!
What? Dax took a step toward Isaac and raised his hands in the air.
If I keep you here, he will get you. I want to kill you myself.
Dax stepped back and now realized what Isaac had planned. He was going to let Dax escape and then kill him in the subsequent pursuit. Fuck you, Isaac. You better hope you can get to me before I fucking kill you first. Dax turned and ran for the other door, not bothering to look back. He knew Isaac wasn't chasing him. Yet. 57. Dax ran through the open hallways. He tried to remember his way, but the darkness and the stress made it difficult to concentrate. Before the Screamers had left, Serafino had told them to kill the children, which meant that if Dax could get to them and then get out before Isaac alerted the others of his escape, he might have a chance at saving their lives. He passed a janitor's closet and saw a broom handle sticking out at an odd angle. He grabbed it and tried snapping it over his knee, but it was too strong. Dax turned and smashed the handle over an iron pulley, breaking it in half. He held one half in each hand, the sharp edges now functioning as stakes. Footsteps came from behind him, and Dax turned in time to see the orange glow of eyes. 2 Screamers, a man and a woman, stopped and howled at Dax. He ran at them, the pointed ends of the broken broom handle leading the way. The woman took a step forward and tripped over a hunk of drywall before falling to the floor. In one motion, Dax brought the stake in his left hand down and skewered her chest with it. The male screamer caught Dax with a punch to his temple, sending him sprawling into the wall, and jumped on his back. Dax rolled over and sent the stake into the man's head beneath his jaw. The screamer cried out. Dax pushed him to the side, withdrew the stake, and plunged it into the screamer's chest. He stood and looked at the bodies and noticed that the orange glow had left their eyes. Dax ran down another hallway and heard the sound of yelling. Humans. Possibly children. He sprinted past storage lockers on both sides of the hall to a single door at the other end. It was flung open, and he stopped, both stakes raised and ready to strike.
Dax?
Monica? Monica ran toward him, and the two boys followed. He reached down to pat their heads as they embraced his legs. Are you kids all right? They nodded.
Where's Chloe and Isaac?
I'm sorry, Monica. They're both gone.
Turned into them?
Her voice cracked on the last word. Chloe passed away. But Isaac? Yeah. He's a screamer now. The wretched howling started again. They're coming for me. There's no time. We have to get out of here.
The screamers are going to kill us, aren't they, Dax?
Dax looked at the dark hallway and then back to Monica. Find me matches or a lighter. Hurry! Dax ran 5 feet down the hall and looked up. The sound of pounding feet shook the ceiling.
Here!
Monica appeared next to Dax, handing him a lighter and a fistful of paper. He smiled at her before grabbing the items from her hands. Take the boys and go back this way. Dax pointed in the opposite direction of the stairwell. It's how I found you. Take them about 50 yards in, and I'll be there in a minute. Monica ushered Kevin and Darius into the dark hallway. Dax heard howling coming from the stairwell. He ran toward it. On the left side of the hallway sat a stack of cardboard boxes. He grabbed the top row and pulled them to the ground. The biggest boxes smacked the floor with a thud, spilling books everywhere. Dax grabbed a fistful of papers and lit the corners. He dropped the burning pages on several boxes, waiting for the flames to take hold of the cardboard and old books. The screamers stepped through the stairwell door as the fire swelled. The first few men stepped back, shielding their orange eyes from the searing flames. But one shorter man pushed aside the other screamers and opened the door and ran through the burning boxes at Dax. Isaac. The boy lowered his head and slammed into Dax's chest. They both went to the ground and rolled over, Isaac now on top of Dax. The teenager had an energy running through him, a power Dax could feel. But he still had the body of a teenager. Dax reached up with his right hand, grabbed Isaac by the shoulder and yanked him to the right. The kid's head slammed off the wall. Dax stood and took a step back, the flames from the fire he'd set now crawling down the hallway, consuming the walls of the old warehouse. The rest of the screamers gathered in the stairwell, trapped between the fire and their orders to capture Dax. Only Isaac had been brave, or foolish, enough to leap through the fire. Isaac stood and kicked Dax in the ankle, forcing him to drop to one knee. The kick stung, but caught him high on his boot so that his ankle didn't buckle. The boy looked at Dax, the orange flickering in his eyes like the flames filling the hallway. A black smoke gathered at the ceiling, tumbling like an angry storm cloud. Dax yelled at Isaac over the fire's roar. This is what you wanted, tough guy? Come on! Kill me! Dax spotted one of his broom handle stakes on the ground, just as Isaac's eyes went to it. The teenager kicked the broom handle into the burning boxes. Monica screamed, and Dax looked over his shoulder. She stood there, jumping up and down and waving at Dax. The black smoke now filled the top half of the hallway, and he realized he'd die from inhalation long before the fire would get him. "You're staying here!" Isaac grabbed Dax by the arm. "I told you I was going to kill you!" Dax pulled back. Isaac's face was now 2 inches from his own. He could taste the rot coming from the kid, an odor like wet mold. Isaac's eyes flashed, the orange no longer perceptible in the fire ravaging the hallway. "Maybe," Dax said, "but not today." He used all of the energy he had left to throw his weight into Isaac. They flew forward into the fire. Dax used Isaac's body to shield himself from the heat and flame which had now burnt through the drywall and was eating the wooden studs of the warehouse. Isaac's shirt caught fire, and his hands went to his head. Dax rolled and pulled back, slapping at the flames that had begun burning holes in his clothing. Isaac's body had shielded Dax's from most of the flames. Dax scurried backward on his heels and palms. The black smoke hovered 3 feet off of the ground and was close enough to fill Dax's throat with a bitter burning. Isaac screamed, the flames spreading over his entire body. Dax turned around and crawled toward the end of the hallway where Monica and the boys waited for him. As he approached the doorway at the opposite end of the hall from the stairwell, Dax turned and saw Isaac. The boy was sitting on the ground, legs beneath him as if he was meditating. Isaac's eyelids had been seared off. He stared at Dax, a long, slow smile spreading on his face. Dax shivered despite the fiery furnace the hallway had become. "They hate the fire, so we have a chance as long as this place doesn't collapse with us inside. Let's go!" Monica nodded and took Kevin and Darius by the hand. They raced through the door, down to the end of another hall, stopping at a closed entryway. Smoke billowed through the hallway and loud, sudden snaps shook the building. Dax placed his hand on the door, which felt cool to the touch. He pushed it open to find a room filled with metal shelving holding stacks of books. On the right side of the room, Dax saw another door with an exit sign hanging above it. The building shook, and he heard the screamers. Dax thought Isaac was calling his name.
"Dax?"
He looked at Monica and smiled. It didn't matter what those beasts were doing. The warehouse was coming down, and they needed to get out. Dax opened the door and shielded his eyes from the sunlight. They waded through the water. Darius and Kevin had to hold on to Monica, as the water was over their heads. They turned a corner, and Dax saw his boat. "Come on! We're out of here!" 58. The warehouse imploded. Flames reached up into the sky while the fire near the base of the building hissed when it came into contact with the floodwater. Black smoke crawled into the air and joined the expanding haze created from other fires raging throughout the city. Dax looked twice, almost expecting to see Isaac chasing him, his body engulfed in fire. But he hadn't seen Isaac, or Serafino, or any of the screamers in pursuit. They had either escaped or been destroyed by the fire, although he doubted the latter was the case. He would have to be cautious now. Dax steered the boat through the streets as the kids sat with blank stares on their faces. Even though they'd seen Isaac's transformation and heard what he had done to Chloe, they didn't ask any questions. Even Monica simply sat in the boat, quiet, content and happy to be alive. Dax searched the streets as he guided the boat around piles of automobiles and dead bodies, An occasional explosion would puncture the silence, but otherwise, he hadn't seen a living person, or a screamer. The night air reeked of decomposing flesh and gasoline. Dax tried not to even look at the rancid water as the boat carried them through it. Now what? He had been focused on getting them out of the warehouse, free of roaming gangs or screamers. And now that he had, Dax had to consider what was next. Isaac was one of them. Chloe was dead. He looked at Monica and the two boys. Not exactly a commando unit. Dax remembered what Neil had said about the tunnels. He knew where they were as well, but given the rising floodwaters, those tubes would have been underwater by now. He looked to the east, where the I-10 causeway rose above New Orleans. He could see cars on it. Dozens. If Dax could drive the boat along the causeway, they'd eventually reach an on-ramp where he could get them out of the flood and into a truck or SUV. And then what? West to Texas? He thought about what had happened to New Orleans. More importantly, he extrapolated the situation out to the rest of the South, the entire United States. Dax had not seen a cop or a National Guardsman in days. The skies appeared to be free of helicopters and aircraft of any kind. He shivered, not wanting to think of the ramifications. Instead, Dax decided to set a more reasonable and immediate goal, getting Monica and the boys into a car and driving west. He'd figure everything else out later. Dax thrust a hand into his pocket and felt a crumpled piece of paper. He pulled out the picture of Gabby and her kids, the colors warped and bleeding from the floodwaters. He smiled and used his thumb to trace the outline of Gabby's face on the photograph. She was gone, and it seemed unlikely he'd ever see the kids again. Dax dropped the photo overboard and watched it float away into the distance. He began to cry. Dax turned away from Monica so she wouldn't see it. He felt another ache in his chest, a different kind of broken heart. Chloe. It had been years, decades, since they'd been together. But being around her again had made him remember how much he'd loved her. Some part of Dax had thought they'd get back together, move north to Mississippi and start over once the world was right again. But that wasn't going to happen. Isaac had taken her from him. Serafino had taken her from him. The Screamers had taken her from him. They'd taken everything. Dax sighed as he looked at his city, mourning New Orleans in the same way he mourned Chloe. It was gone. All of it. And it wasn't coming back. He had to do something. Whatever the Screamers were, and whatever they planned on doing, he would fight them. The Screamers may not have caused the blackout, but they'd exploited the opportunity. And they dealt in agony and suffering, merchants of death. There would be no future in that, at least not one that Dax wanted to be a part of. First, get these kids to safety, and then we fight back. Dax cranked the throttle on the boat. He looked at Monica and the boys, who stared back at him with their eyes set deep, their chins out and up. They might not have been soldiers, but they were fighters. Dax felt a flutter of hope in his stomach. If they had survived to fight the Screamers, then surely others had as well. The sun appeared on the eastern horizon, turning the sky from black to shades of purple. Like the dawn of this new day, the war was only beginning.